Columbia Network takes pleasure in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the second of a unique new summer series of 9 dramatic productions. The first time in its history that radio has brought to the country an entire theatrical institution. Columbia is proud to welcome Orson Welles to its roster of stars and to give him the opportunity of bringing to the air those same qualities of vitality and imagination that have made him the most talked of theatrical director in America today.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. The Mercury Theater is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates, nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please, to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with a bar silver. And then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the three plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, while we were retelling this story, hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did, so unaccountably at first, to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, with Orson Welles as Long John Silver and as Jim Hawkins, who tells the story. Treasure Island.
Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday.
15 men on a dead man's kiss.
Mother called to me from upstairs.
Jim? Yes, Mother? Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
Drink and the devil.
He came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Oh, open up in there. Now then, boy,
Yes, sir.
what do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir, more's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. I have a mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey. You with the wheelbarrow. Bring up alongside, help up my chest. You two boys, heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
With one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom. All day he hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim,
Yes, Captain?
any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim,
Yes, sir.
you're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. Let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
You'll keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me, a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now, if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil has done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
And he would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were, about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men that God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning. The captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, sonny, and we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again.
Or a dead man's chest. Yo!
Hello, Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill, surely.
Black dog.
Black dog as ever was. Bill. We've seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am. We'll speak up. What is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keels on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No. And an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all. Say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Jim, give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain? Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke.
Where's Black Dog?
Black Dog? There is no black dog except what you have on your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicines.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see, mate, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! Don't have a drain of rum, Jim. I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a noggin.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers is couldn't keep what they got and want to nail what's another's. It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
A summons from old Flint's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick, and he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose, and he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George. Where or in what part of his country he may now be?
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me deadlights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me in to the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
No, boy. Take me in to the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash your passer, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em will.
Captain. Captain. Captain! Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house with the dead captain's body on the parlor floor.
He knows his money, he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me, a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching us from the outside. We have to get the key off him.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Tear open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest. A bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim, I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me do and not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
The coins were of all countries and sizes. Doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hole and let's be gone.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know the right.
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! Aye! In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! Like you! Bill's dead! Let him, you shirking lovers, and the rest of you locked and get the chest!
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there?
The money's there!
Jim. What is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Hey, you! That's the signal! Tell him that! Hold on, you sneaks! It's in the house, you know it is! Shiver my soul if I had my eye! The signal, Pew! The signal! You dogs! You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands! Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you could find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you there faced Bill, and I did it, a blind man, and I'm to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar spongy for rum, when I might be rolling in a couch. If you had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you.
That's the last signal.
Get him, Doug! Black dog! Johnny! Dirk! You won't leave old Pew, mates. Not old Pew. Johnny! Black dog! Don't leave old Pew. Not old Pew, not old dog. Pew, mates. Help me, mates.
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers who had some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole and had set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose.
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
Yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Dogger!
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this line up behind you.
Yes, sir. We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's stopping tonight at the Squire's.
Squire? So there we go, boys.
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He rose to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, friend Jim. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is a tramp, I perceive. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have some ale.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flint, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
What interests me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It will amount to this. If we have the clue you talk about, I fit out a ship in Bristol dock and take you and Hawkins here along, and I'll have that treasure if I search a year, sir.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. The bar silver is in the north cap.
Lindsay, you'll give up this wretched practice at once.
Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy. You Livesey as ship's doctor. I am Admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire. So will Jim, and be a credit to the undertaking. There is only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir, for you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the Squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the Squire, from Bristol.
Dear Livesey, the ship is port and fitted. It lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook. Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost an egg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found a cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old salts imaginable. I declare we could fight a frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me in my new blue cabin boy's clothes.
19 years ago.
Leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. for at the last moment it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bars. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight! Pieces of eight!
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is my name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well. Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this here voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him, see? He'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot after the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain?
Pieces of eight!
Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus. It's Flint's old ship. As I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go about.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidship. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apple standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? Why thunder I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and that.
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution Dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. He's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sails the blessed ship for us.
We're all seamen aboard here, I should
all
think.
forecastle lands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
It's your Long John.
I don't know where this treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard by the powers. After that...
After that? What do we do with them, John Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put them ashore like maroons? Or cut them down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mates. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho!
What's that? What's that?
Land ho!
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man.
Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim here can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please. There were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy. So that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Hey, lads! We're not dame, we're all trying out a sword. Quick to the shore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. And as many as please may go ashore for the afternoon. Hey!
Hey, wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick. He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
What's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, men?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore, too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed... The second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As sure as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to get me due.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this, then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy
I looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't spoke with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, marooned. 3 years. Lived on goats since then, and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again, and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Jim. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
I know not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me. Oh!
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below us. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship?
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck for the rest of us.
Not a man with 1 leg?
Silver?
Whoa! If you were sent by Long John... Oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. Dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad 'un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you'll say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the woods.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's a mutineer.
No, mate, Silver'd fly the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Oh! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is fly. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
I started to run towards the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the wood. The shooting was getting louder. Suddenly before me, I saw a clearing. The smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends. And soon afterwards, the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that?
It's Silver. Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick.
Who goes? Stand or we fire.
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side, if you please.
Yes.
Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful.
What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir! Come to my terms! Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel!
Silence, sir! Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't a-gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim. Top of the morning to you, Jim. Why, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That says maybe.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you'll hear me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown my sovereign's colours, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And they're the last good words you'll get from me. Now, tramp, me lad.
Laugh. Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour's out, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die'll be the lucky ones.
10 minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of 8! Pieces of 8!
Now go!
Pieces of 8!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick. Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked her my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you. And the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans, who is now at the bottom of the sea. and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one to that, and here goes, you sneaking son of a scrub. So will I. Come on, sir!
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
I'm right, kill the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any pair of ratty in this here house. What I say is this, let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
John.
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is, a chart. A chart of this island, old Flint's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Flint, sure enough. That's it.
JF, and a clovage to it. So he done ever.
Silver's the man.
Silver! John Silver's our captain, lads.
Barbecue forever.
Barbecue for captain.
John Silver, the captain.
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like, in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that chart behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north and northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by east.
I thought so. There's the pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these 6 was alone here. Alone, he killed 'em. Every man. And this one he hauled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough, he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. Dear heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death all on man already. Listen.
Do you hear what I hear?
That's Flint, begad. Old Flint.
Oh, Lord.
It was his last words. Old Flint's lost words aboard.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on us.
Shipmates! Shipmates! They're 750,000 pound, not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his stand at that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too.
Hey there, John. Don't you cross a spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like a somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye?
Aye.
So it were. Ben Gunn it were. Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds him.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north-east Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree.
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is! Aye! Long John! Mary! Here it is!
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The 700,000 pounds were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
John Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. But you saved this boy's life, and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got 1,000 pounds, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. And certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of 8, 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 pieces of 8.
You have been listening to Treasure Island, starring Orson Welles as Long John Silver in his own radio version of Stevenson's great adventure story. This is the second in a series of 9 special broadcasts presented by the Mercury Theater. And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theater sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do, He's old enough to run for president, but meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer, and as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor, Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in brass buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who has always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes, guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself. Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. There is at this moment a disturbance in the sub-control room, and if it isn't a tumbril, it's Arthur Anderson. It's a good thing the program's over. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Please write me the stories you'd like to hear, and goodbye till next week.
Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time next Monday night for the Mercury Theater on the Air with The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. On tonight's production, Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Where is he? Well, where the hell is he?
You should have patience, Hewish.
Shut up, you make me sick. That blooming captain, where is he?
What do you expect when he gets here?
Food. Food for me belly.
You believe that?
Me belly wants me to believe it, but me head says it's a bit far-fetched. Oh, God damn this influenza. Look at the sun shining down on Tahiti, the tropic paradise. And I'm starving to death and crippled with influenza. I'll be better off in a London fog. But I don't think I'll ever see London again.
Oh, cheer up. You're not dead yet.
Pretty near. Now straight. I feel like crying my eyes out.
Times change, luck changes.
No, it doesn't. Not ours. You're Oxford educated, but I can tell you something. Luck doesn't change. You and me was born unlucky. And that perishing captain rotting for hawking his concertina round the harbour for a free meal and not bringing a bite home to the luckless invalid. You think you're unlucky now?
Life has been pleasant.
You haven't seen the half of it. You and me's going to be in jail before long.
Oh, come on. If we keep on the right side of the law...
You sound like a blooming magistrate.
Well, what's the difference? At least they feed you in prison.
Yeah, but you wouldn't like it. What about the old folks at home? What about the old school tie and the Herrick estate?
There isn't a Herrick estate anymore. The old school tie's got over worse disgraces. But you're quite right, I shouldn't like it. And there's a better way out than that.
Do yourself in? Yeah, you wouldn't have the guts.
I might have.
Now you're a bleeding sham. You talk big, you and the captain. But for action, you're neither of you worth that.
Oh, go back to sleep.
Approach the beer!
Here he is, a gallant captain.
Broach the beer and glory, hallelujah.
Yeah.
Beer it is and plenty of it. Who's to officiate?
You leave that to me. Here, where did you get it?
I'm coming to that. Here, have some of this bread, Herrick.
Cheerio. Here, let's have a go at that loaf. Where did you get all this stuff?
Maybe it was a little present from the consul.
Present from the consul? What made him so generous? Have you come into money?
Well, maybe I have, anyway. Now, look here, Hughie. I want to talk to Mr. Herrick alone.
Alone? What's the game?
Never mind that. You keep some of that bread and the other bottle of beer, and we'll go and see how the wind is.
Secrets, eh? That's not the ticket.
Look here, this is business. If you're coming, Herrick and I are staying. And if we stay, the beer stays with us. Sorry?
Oh, I don't want to interfere. All right, go. I don't think it's a friendly touch, that's all.
Well,
what is it?
Hold hard a minute. Get some of this food into you first.
White bread. I never thought I'd see that again. Come on, Davis, what is it?
All right, I'll tell you. We've got a new chance in life handed to us on a silver plate. But I want to ask you about it. I've got to consult you. We've got a chance, all right, if you're the man I take you for.
I don't know what you take me for.
I know you. You're a gentleman and a man of spirit. I didn't want to speak up before that bummer there. I got a ship.
A ship? Aye, man, that's wonderful. What is she?
The schooner with the hospital flag. She's called the Farallone.
Hospital flag? But she's in quarantine.
In a way. But there's more to it than that. The consul wants to get her away. But he's hard up for a white man to sail her.
And she's bound for...
She's out of Frisco for Sydney with a cargo of champagne. Captain, mate, in one hand, all dead of smallpox.
Smallpox?
That don't frighten me. Not when I see myself with a ship again. Would you be scared of the smallpox, Herrick?
I? No.
Good enough. Well, I'm telling you. The captain and mate were the only white men. All the hands are native. That seems a queer kind of outfit from a Christian port. 3 hands left and a cook all black a suit. The captain must have been on the booze, I guess, to sail the course he did. Anyway, there he was, dead. And there were the natives as good as lost. They bummed around at sea like the babes in the wood and tumbled end on Tahiti. Consul here took charge.
Now he's trying to get her away.
Sure thing. He offered the berth to Williams. He'd never had smallpox, turned it down. Tried Capati and LeBlue, or whatever his name is. They wouldn't lay a hand on it. All too fond of their sweet lives. I tell you, Herrick, I call it providence. I walked right into that consul's office at the right minute, and there I am with a ship. Now, I'm going to put Huey's before the mast. Of course, I'll let him berth aft. And I'll ship you mate at $75 a month.
Me, mate? Why, I'm a landsman.
Everyone's got to learn. You don't fancy I'm going to skip off and leave you here? I've been shipmates with worse.
Heaven knows I can't refuse.
Well, that's all right, then.
Thanks, Davis.
Here, have a cigar. But that isn't all.
What else?
I don't know how you're going to take this. You shouldn't have no scruples after the life we've been through together. Well, Mr. Herrick, this is the scheme. I'm going to own that ship. Sydney will never see me. That schooner is going to be ours.
What about the risk?
There's no risk. Why, it's done every year in the Pacific. Look at the cargo, champagne. It might have been made for us. I aim to sail the Farallone to Peru. We'll sell the champagne off at the pierhead and the schooner after that for what she's worth. Come on, what do you say?
Captain, for God's sake, don't do it.
These last weeks I've heard you say over and over again that you can't go on with this life. You're finished, you say. You're not going on begging bananas from half-starved natives, you say. Why, man, you've got nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose.
I'm desperate. This is my chance. Herrick, back me up.
I'd rather starve than do this. Sail the ship, man, but do it on the square. This is tempting Providence.
Look, I'm going to talk straight to you. The French have let us alone long enough. They've got their eyes on us. In 3 weeks, you'll be in jail, whatever you do. There's no way out.
Yes, there is.
Oh, yes. Yes, you can cut your throat. Much good may it do you. But there's no easy way out for me. Man, this is what I waited for. It's home for us, Herrick. Home and a truckload of presents for the kids. The biggest doll you ever saw for little Ada.
Opium dream.
This is no dream. This is a fact. The solid bedrock. There's Ada with a doll in her arms. It can be done, Herrick. It's a chance of a lifetime. Oh, I wish you could see Ada. She's a beautiful kid.
I can't do it, Davis.
You couldn't have a prettier temper or prettier. Fair hair and eyes deeper than the lagoon. I'm just a sentimental old Yankee, aren't I?
It's a dream, Davis. Wake up. You'll never see her again. If you steal this schooner, you'll end your life in jail.
Wait a minute, Herrick. I want you to know how I came to be here. I was skipper of the finest bark that ever sailed from Portland. I was drunk in my berth the day she struck 14 Island Group. I should have stayed there and drawn, but I hadn't the sense for that, no. I came up on deck and gave drunken orders and lost 6 lives. Well, there. That's my story. I'm Captain John Davis of the Sea Ranger, and the way I lost her, I might as well have bored a hole in her side. I can't do nothing but sail ships. And I've no papers. Look, you know well enough I can't put to sea with that bummer alone. It's not possible. You go drown yourself, and there goes my last chance.
Is it going to be the last chance? Is it?
I'll prophesy if you like. It's either this for you, or it's New Caledonia. I bet you never saw that penal settlement. Those white-shaven men in their dusty clothes and straw hats, they look like wolves, or they look like the dead. Hewish is a daisy to the best of them. They're waiting for us, Herrick.
Have it your own way, then.
Oh, God bless you. I believe I'd have died in my tracks if you said no. Well, now we've got to break at the Hewish.
I wonder how he'll take it.
He'll jump at it. That's a nasty little beast. That's a biter. But so long as you and me hang in, it don't matter. Here. What about a toast? To the schooner Farallone. Now, you Kanakas, just listen to me. I'm Captain Davis. I command this ship. This is Mr. Herrick, my first officer. The other white man is Huey's, cabin steward. My orders shall be obeyed smart. Savvy? Smart. No growling about the poop. You put a handle to the mate's name and you tack on, sir, to me. Now, if you're quick, I'll make this ship comfortable to all hands. If you're not, I'll make it a floating hell. Now, Mr. Herrick, see the grub and stores are stowed away.
Right.
You'll please say sir when you address me, Mr. Herrick.
Yes, sir.
Keep the man busy. We want to be off with the tide.
Give me some of the words, sir, for heaven's sake.
Tell him to tumble aft lively and cuss as much as you like. You'll soon pick it up. Hewish, come with me into the cabin.
Here, men. Tumble off. Lively now.
So this is our little parlour. Well, it's better than a beach of Papiati. Oh, what a stink. What is it?
Burning sulfur. Smells like a hospital. Yeah. Those 2 white men died in this cabin not many days ago.
Blimey. They give you the creeps.
Yeah, what's this? I told those natives to tumble this bedding overboard. I guess they were afraid of the smallpox. Hewish, lay a hold of those blankets and heave them over the sides.
See, you blew me well far enough first.
I think you've made a mistake.
What mistake, Davis?
I'm captain here.
That lot I care. Come on now. A lark's a lark.
I'm master of the ship. I'm going to be master. Now, either you take my orders, in which case you mess with us, or you refuse and I pack you forward the berth with the Kanakas as quick as the word said. Else I'll signal that man of war in the harbor and I'll send you ashore under arrest for mutiny.
And of course I wouldn't blow the gaff. Oh, no.
Who's to believe you? No, sir. There's no lark about my captainizing. Enough said. Up with those blankets and then get this cabin clean and shipshape and plenty of disinfectant.
Oh, you're the boss, I suppose. But I take it hard.
Finish stowing the stores, Mr. Herrick?
Aye, sir.
Right. We'll lock anchor, if you please. Jump to it, you sons of Satan. I'll take the wheel, helmsman. Mr. Herrick, come here.
Aye, Captain.
Davis, isn't she wonderful?
Well, she's not the finest ship I've ever seen, but she'll do. Oh, Herrick, I feel good, man. I could weep like a child. Did you feel her trembling in the wind? She's all just ready to go. And I'll sail her. I was a good captain once. None better.
I can't help thinking how much happier I'd be if she weren't a stolen
No
ship.
more of that. No more scruples. Tomorrow we'll be in the open sea. And no one to heed us. Follow in now, helmsman!
Four bell!
Supper ready, Captain.
Come on, boys, dive in.
That's your watch, Huey. You'll get your supper later. I'll sit down and have a pick with Mr. Herrick. By the time I've done, it'll be dark, and we'll put her about for South America.
Have some fizz.
Hey, what's that? Where did that come from?
It's fizz. Champagne, if you want to know. And it come from the old.
Put it down. Here. This'll never do, breaking into cargo. No good ever came of games like that.
You baby. It's stolen fizz, Davis. This is a stolen ship. Don't come no Master Mariner. We're sailing to Peru to sell a cargo off the pierhead. Well, I don't reckon a few bottles is going to make much difference out of all that 1,000 down there in the old.
Go on deck and take your watch, Huey.
Oh, I'm to go up and steer while you two sit down here and guzzle. And call Davy sir, and you mister. Well, I'll have fizz ad lib or it won't wash. And what do you think you are, Eric?
A thief among thieves.
Oh, la-di-da.
I'd give $50 this had never happened.
Well, it has happened. Try some. It's devilish good.
Well, that's more than I can do to say no, not staring me in the face. Pass it across. I wish it was beer. But there's no denying it's the genuine stuff and cheaper the money. Now, Huey, clear out and take your wheel.
Aye, aye, sir. No hard feelings, Mr. Eric.
Come on, Harry. Tuck into some of this grub. Hey, look at that. Pea soup. Blamed if I thought I should ever taste pea soup again.
There's something in life after all. Dry clothes, good food. Think of that beach on Tahiti. Suppose we were suddenly sent back. Oh.
Here, what's wrong with you? Look, take some of this champagne. I order you to. Drink it up. Look, don't start crying now we're out of the wood.
I'm not crying. It's worse than crying. It's the horror of that grave we've escaped from.
Oh, come now. You tackle your soup. That'll fix you up. And have another drink. I told you you were all broken up. You couldn't have stood out another week.
That's the dreadful part of it. Another week and I'd have murdered someone for $1.
Quietly does it, my son. Come on. Take your pea soup. Food, that's what you want. When you've had a little lunch, you'll be as steady as a rock
I'm
again.
steady enough now. I'm a queer kind of first officer.
Shucks, you've only got to mind the ship's course and keep your slate to half a point. A babby could do that, let alone a college graduate like you. There ain't nothing to sailor in when you come to look at it in the face. And listen, there's going to be no drunkenness on this ship. I know what's at the back of your mind. But there's going to be no more Sea Ranger for me. Now eat up, man. And in an hour, we'll put her about for Peru. I'll sail this ship sober, and I'll sail her good.
With our pockets
honey,
full
with
of
our
money.
pockets full of money.
Oh,
Oh, honey,
with our pockets full of money. Oh, honey, with our pockets full of
Captain
money.
Davis, it's part of my duty to keep this reckoning, but I don't know how to allow for current. Will you please show me?
What a fine old English accent.
Hewish, I hope I shall die very soon, but I haven't the least objection to killing you before I
Never
go.
discourage the Zealosovsky. Here it is. Look for yourself. Anything from west to west, northwest, and anyways from 5 to 25 miles. That's what the Admiralty chart says, and I can't tell you no more. I guess you don't expect to outdo your own Britishers.
I'm trying to do my duty, Captain Davis.
Do your duty. Don't be such a prig. Have you forgotten you're on a stolen ship with stolen cargo?
No, I haven't forgotten. But you seem to have forgotten that you're on the ship at all. I heard something about honor among thieves.
Be careful what you say, Eric.
I know what I'm saying, and I know I'm going to stay sober on this ship, if only to watch your face when she's sinking. I don't like that cloud on the skyline.
I don't like that cloud. Mr. Eric Esquire's turned a blooming swat, hasn't he?
He thinks he's too good for our company. That's what's wrong with Mr. Eric. I'll show him whether he's too good for John Davis.
Oh, I don't suppose he can help being a mother's darling. Come on, have another drink. Did you ever sail with a better cargo, my gallant captain?
No, sir. Champagne to drink, and 1,000 bottles more to make our fortunes.
Prime stuff, ain't it? He's cured me cold.
Hey, you're feeling all right now, eh, old-timer?
Yeah.
No more of the influenza.
I'm as strong as an horse. This is the cure, all right. Sea air and champagne.
The times are not so bad, Huey. The future's not so black. Mr. Herrick does not know what he's missing.
Nor what he's going to miss.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Don't mean nothing. Just chattering away.
Well, this is a strange ship.
How do you mean, strange?
The native crew. And them two poor devils carried off with the smallpox. Something beyond natural. Death and champagne. Queer mixture.
Death and champagne. Champagne and Mr. Eric. What are you going to do with your share when we got rid of the stuff?
Get back to the old folks.
You know where they are?
No, I don't.
Well, here's hoping that you'll find them.
Yeah.
But what you want to go trailing after the missus and a few squalling brats for with a fortune in your pocket?
That'll do, Huish.
No offence. That's some more fish. You see, it's hard for me to understand an attitude like that. Moral obligations, I've got no use for them. When I get my cut, I'm going to launch myself on the biggest drunk what the world's ever witnessed. Come to that, you're not exactly teetotal yourself.
Drink was the ruin of me once. Never again.
That's right, have some more fish.
You know, Huish, I'm beginning to like you. You're a good sort.
Of course I am. Life and soul of the party. Always a good fella to have around when there's a drop of booze going.
Eric's right, I suppose. I shouldn't be drinking this now.
You're worth 6 of him. You can sail a ship when you're tiddly. He can't sail it at all.
I was skipper of the finest bark that ever sailed from Portland. For 67 trips, I was never sober. But the 68th paid for all.
Oh, cheer up, Captain. A rough sea and a belly full of liquor could have happened to anybody. Besides, you lived to tell the tale, didn't you? And here you are, sailing to South America to make your fortune. You don't like Eric, do you?
Mr. Eric is my first mate.
Bit of a spoilsport, though, ain't he?
Mr. Eric thinks we're drinking away his profits.
Yeah, too blooming true. If he was going to get any.
What do you mean by that?
Why do we have to split this 3 ways?
No. I've not sunk as low as that.
I have, though. You wouldn't find no one lower than me. Oh, we don't have to do for him. Don't worry about that. Just don't cut him in. Eric won't do nothing. Eric couldn't hurt a fly.
I made a bargain and I'll stick to it.
Eric will be no worse off in Peru than what he was in Papier.
Shut your mouth!
And he's had a nice trip with sea air.
Hardly a pleasure jaunt, Mr. Huish. Thank you, Captain. I'm delighted to see that you have 1 or 2 scruples left. Now, get out of my sight, Huish, before I kill you.
Oh, boil your head.
Good day, Captain Davis.
Where are you going?
To berth forward with the crew. I've been long enough aft with you, gentlemen.
Come back, you blasted mutineer. I'm not ready to cut you out of the profits, but that doesn't mean I think any better of you. I'll have you put in irons. I'll have you shot.
If you wish. I decline in any way to help or to obey you.
Look, don't you come the dude over me. I won't stand it. Don't you defy me, Eric Esquire.
You're drunk, Davis. You'll sink us all.
A drunken skipper, am I? Well, I'll show you whether I can sail a ship or not. Let's have some speed! Set the mainsail! Set the jib topsails! Jump to it! And the staysail!
Davis, I've no love for you, but
You
listen.
shut your mouth! Get that canvas up, you black heathens, or I'll rip you in pieces and throw your guts to the shore!
There's a squall blowing up, Davis. You'll kill us all.
What are you waiting for? Do you want a bullet in your bellies?
The schooner won't stand all this sail. You told me so
More
yourself.
speed, I said! Do you hear me, you yellow-bellied devil worshippers? Hard aboard!
You lost the Sea Ranger because you were a drunken sot. Now you're going to lose the Farallone. You're going to drown here the same way you drowned others. You're going to drown and be damned, and your daughter will walk the streets, and your sons will be thieves like their father. Look behind you, man!
My God! My God, Eric!
Jump to it while there's still time.
Down staysail! Jib topsail halyard!
Hurry! Hurry! Sober up, you fool!
I'm sober, all right. Let go the peak halyards! Let go the throat halyards! Here you! Let the staysails be! All hands to the pump! Oh, Eric! It's a Sea Ranger all over again!
You can't do it, Davis. You can save us. Move!
It's the foresheet. We'll never get the foresheet down. The sea's coming all over the deck.
We can get it down together. I'll come with you.
No, you stay here. Take over the wheel. Send the other fella down to the pump. I'll go down there alone. I'll cut it away with a knife.
Look out, Davis! Oh, God, you'll never do it.
My drum. Keep her into the wind, Harry. coming back, Harry. We're all right now. We'll be out of this in 5 minutes. We're not drowned yet, Harry. We're not dead yet. We lost the 2 topsails in the staysail. Near thing we didn't lose the ship.
That's not what I'm thinking.
I know what you're thinking. No need to say it now. I'm sober.
I have to say it.
Hold on, Harry. You've said enough. There ain't nothing wrong but the drink. It's the old story.
I don't wish to hear it any more.
You know what you said about my children.
Certainly. Do you want me to say it again?
Don't make me kill a man I care for. What? You're the only man aboard whose carcass is worth saving. I always knew you were in the right of it, drunk or sober. I knew that. Look, what do you want, man? An oath? You're clever enough to see that I'm in earnest.
Do you mean that there'll be no more drinking? Neither by you nor by Hewish? That you'll attend to your duties and do your proper share of the ship's work? Is that what you mean?
You put these things in a way it's difficult for a man to swallow. You wouldn't have me say, I'm ashamed of myself. Look, trust me this once.
Well, I'll try it this once, but if you go back...
Look, no more now, no more. We've been mighty near to death this day. Pretty near to hell, too, I guess. We're in a bad line of life. And we ought to be easy on one another.
I'm ready.
There's another thing. It's about my little Ada. You shouldn't have ought to said that. But, of course, you didn't know. She's dead, you see.
Davis. Clear your head, man. This must be the drink. You've told me a dozen times she's alive.
No, sir. She's dead. Died when I was away on the brig Oregon. She lies in Portland, Maine. Ada, only daughter of Captain John Davis and his wife Maria. Aged 5. I had a doll for her on board. I never took the paper off that doll, Harry. It went down the way it was with the Sea Ranger the day I was damned. I don't think I'm crazy, neither. I've got all the cold sense I know what to do with. But I guess a man that's unhappy is like a child. And this is a kind of a child's game of mine. I never could act up to the plain-cut truth, you see, so I pretend. And I warn you, as soon as we're through with this talk, I'll start in again pretending. But you see, Ada can't walk no streets. Couldn't make out to live and get that doll.
Well, that was a near thing. Who's for another bottle of
Here, no more of that. No more drinking on this ship.
Hello, what's bitten you? Turned teetotal, have you? I'm very glad you nearly lost another
Put
ship.
that bottle down. Do you hear me speak?
Should do. You speak loud enough. And you see, I'm not interested. Hello? No pop. He's a bad bottle. What the hell's this? It's water.
Give me that. Water? Here, Harry.
It's water, all right.
We've been swindled. Let's have a look in the hole. Come on! Drag this lot out.
Nothing but water.
Smash him with the axe.
Empty bottles.
We've been sold down the river. Hurry! Nothing under the top layer but empty bottles. There's about one good case left in the whole lot.
Oh, Davy thought he got up so early in the morning. We stolen a blasted water carrier.
What are we going to do now?
Well, there's one thing certain. It's no use carting this old glass and ballast to Peru. No, sir. We're in a hole. This explains the native crew. The owner meant to lose this ship and get the insurance, and if you're going to lose a ship, I'd ask nothing better than a native crew. But it don't explain why she came down to Heady ways.
Why's a loser, you baby?
A lot you know. If you want to lose a ship, you lose her on course. Do you think underwriters have got no sense?
I can tell you why she came so far eastward. I had it from one of the natives. It seems the captain and mate were drunk on champagne from the beginning and died drunk on it in the end. They lay on their bunks, filling their skins with the stuff till the smallpox took them. They didn't know where they were. They didn't care.
What the hell are they to us now?
A good deal, I'm afraid. We're their heirs, I guess.
It's a great inheritance.
Well, I don't know about that. It seems to me it might have been much worse. It ain't worth what the cargo would have been, of course. At least not money down. But it seems to figure up to the bottom dollar of the owner in Frisco.
Oh, don't give me time. How's this empire?
We're going to sink the Farallone. Yeah. The men who died on this ship were going to be paid by the owner for casting her away. Well, we're going to cast her away, all right, but I'll make it my private business to see that we get paid. Yeah, what were the others to get? Well, that's more than I can say. But they went into it with their eyes open. They were on the crook, now we're on the square. We only tumbled into it, and that merchant has just got to squeal, and I'll see that he squeals good.
Go it, Captain. The style in this money. Blow me if I don't like it better than the other. I still don't understand.
Look, Harry. The old game was a risky game. The new game is as safe as running a Vienna bakery. We just put the Farallone before the wind and run to her well up to some place where they have an American consul. Down goes the ship and goodbye to her. Yeah, a day or so on the boat. The consul packs us home at Uncle Sam's expense to Frisco. And if that merchant don't put the dollars down, I'm a Dutchman. Well, Harry...
Oh, what's the difference? Where are you making for?
Well, my idea is that Samoa would be an eligible business center.
It'll take us forever to get there.
It's on the trade.
No trouble about the log, eh?
No, sir. Light airs and baffling winds, squalls and calms. DR 5 miles pumps a tender. And fill in the barometer and thermometer off last year's trip. Never saw such a voyage, says I to the consul. Thought I was going to run short. Say, I beg your pardon, Herrick, but did you keep the run of the stores?
I would have done if you'd told me to. As it was, the cook helped himself to what he pleased.
Well, that's a long way to Samoa. I drew it rather fine, you see. Well, the great thing was to clear right out of Tahiti before the consul changed his mind. I'll tell you what, I guess I'll take stock.
Here's another screw loose.
It's still your watch on deck. And surely your wheel also.
You come the heavy swell, don't you, Ducky? Surely your wheel, my man. Yeah. Keep your Buckingham Palace manners till you get back home. We're all the same here. If you ever do get back home, but I don't think you will.
Well, I've taken stock, roughly. It won't do. We can't do it, and that's the bedrock. I'm as sorry as you are, and sorrier, but the game's up. We can't get near Samoa. I don't know that we can get as far as Peru.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't rightly tell myself. I drew it fine. I said I did. But what's been going on around here? That cook must be the unholiest kind of fraud. Only 9 days out, too.
How long before the food gives out?
A week, I guess.
And then we starve to death?
Do we? Do we, Davies?
My God, I'll never understand it. There's been more waste on this twopenny ship than there is on an Atlantic liner. Oh, you wait till I get hold of that cook. I'll interview that son of a sow as he's never been spoken to before.
You'll not lay a finger on the man. It's your fault and you know it.
Well, you're the plummy captain, ain't you? You don't know, don't you? Haven't we heard you howling for fresh tins every day? How often have we heard you send the old blooming dinner off and tell the cook to throw it in a swill bin? And now you can't tell. You draw it mild, John Davies.
What?
Don't you handle me, I'm dangerous.
That's enough, Hewish. He's had enough.
Who the hell's talking to you? You keep out of this.
You could push me too far, Hewish.
I could smash you with a bottle so you wouldn't know your pretty face. And I wonder what Mother would say to that. You've only got one face. I should keep it if I were you.
Land ho! Land with a bow!
What? There ain't no land here.
Davita's no fool. He wouldn't call land for nothing. I'm going on deck.
Oh, I've heard of ghost ships, but this is the first ghost island I ever saw.
It's real enough.
Let's have a look at that chart book.
We don't like the look of this place.
It may save our lives.
Found anything yet?
No, it's as I thought. This place is uncharted.
Is that possible?
Now, wait a minute. What's this? New Island. According to Monsieur Delisle, this island, which from private reasons would remain unknown, lies... Private reasons would remain unknown.
What might that mean?
It might mean pearls.
Davis, what's that? From behind the tree.
Huh? What's it? By God, it's a boat!
2 natives and... Who's that fellow with them?
European, I guess. Looks like he's got up for a wedding.
Consul man?
No, not in your life.
Looks like they're all armed to the teeth.
Ahoy there!
You can drop anchor here!
Tell the crew to drop anchor, Hewish.
All right. What if the bloke's a copper?
Go on!
Drop anchor!
No, Harry. That's no consul.
What then?
Schooner ahoy! I'm coming
Big chief pearler himself. Come on up on deck! What beats me, where's everyone else on this island?
Maybe among the trees.
Maybe. Well, if we have no trouble with the pearler, we should be able to fill up with fish and native stuff and do the trip to Samoa hand over fist.
What do you mean, trouble with the pearler?
Well, I don't like the look of those guns they're carrying around with them.
Hide your fancy suit, you'll get it dirty.
What are you going to say to him?
I'll think of something.
Thank you, I can manage perfectly. Well, gentlemen, I must ask you to what I'm indebted for the pleasure.
Well, I suppose you might call it an accident.
Hope we don't intrude.
It may suit me your coming here. My own schooner, Trinity Hall, is overdue, and I may put something in your way in the meantime. Are you open to charter?
Guess so. It depends. Shall we go into my cabin?
Certainly. Oh, I hope you don't mind my two attendants. They go everywhere with me. Chaniara,
Sir.
Don't point your rifle at the gentleman. He may be nervous. Shadrach, stand over there.
Yes, sir.
And here.
Well, my name is Atwater. You, I presume, are the captain.
Yes, sir. I'm captain of the ship. Captain Davis.
Let's have a drink and talk it over among friends. We got some prime fizz.
My name is Herrick, since introductions are going. We shall be very glad if you'll join us for a drink.
University man?
Yes. Merton.
I'm of the other lot, Trinity Hall, Cambridge. Well, this is a queer place and company for us to meet in, Mr. Herrick. But do you bear out... I beg this gentleman's pardon, I really didn't catch his name.
That's all right. Ewish is the name.
Do you bear out Mr. Whish's description of his vintage? Or was that only the unaffected poetry of his own nature bubbling up?
I don't know. It's only Californian. It's good enough, I believe.
Well, then I'll tell you what. You three gentlemen come ashore this evening and bring a basket of wine with you. And I'll try and find some food. Oh, by the way, there's a question I should have asked you before I came aboard. Have you had smallpox?
Personally, no. But the schooner has.
Deaths?
2.
Well, it's a dreadful sickness.
Have you had any deaths here on the island?
29. 29 deaths and 31 cases out of 33 souls on the island. That's a strange way to calculate, Mr. Herrick, is it not? Souls? I never say it, but it startles me.
So that's why everything's deserted.
That is why, Mr. Whish. That is why the houses are empty and the graveyard is full.
29 out of 33. Here, how did you bury them all?
We didn't, Mr. Whish. At least there was one day on which we gave up. There were 5 of them dead that morning and 13 of them dying. And no one able to go about except the sexton and myself. So we held a council of war, took the empties into the lagoon and buried them.
You love these people?
I? Oh, dear me, no. Don't think me a philanthropist. I dislike men and hate women. If I like my island at all, it is because I see them here plucked of their lendings. Their dead birds and cocked hats. Their petticoats and coloured hose. Well, so you'll come to dinner then. Shall we say 6:30? So good of you.
I'm sure we shall be very glad. Thank you very much.
I shall particularly expect Mr. Whish. I trust he understands the invitation.
Yeah, certainly, old boy.
That's all right then. Mr. Whish and Captain Davis at 6:30, and you, Herrick, at 6 o'clock sharp.
You were talking of a charter.
Was I? Well, let's talk of it later.
Your own schooner is overdue, I understand.
You understand perfectly, Captain.
She comes and goes, eh? Plies between here and...
Exactly. Every 4 months. 3 trips in the year.
You going there ever?
No. One stops here. One has plenty to attend to.
Stops here. How long?
How long, oh Lord. But it doesn't seem long.
No, I suppose not. Not with all your goods about you and in as snug a little berth as this. It is a pretty snug little berth.
The spot, as you're good enough to indicate, is not entirely intolerable.
A shell, I suppose.
Yes, there was shell.
Was there... Would you call the fishing always good?
I don't know that I would call it always anything, if you put it to me direct.
Well, what I mean is, pearls.
Do you?
Well, I give up. If you're not going to tell, you're not going to tell, and there's an end of it.
There can be no reason why I should affect the least degree of secrecy about my island. That came wholly to an end with your arrival here. And I'm sure that I should always have been charmed to make gentlemen like you and Mr. Whish fully at home. The point on which we are now differing, if you can call it a difference, is one of times and seasons. I have some information which you think I might impart, and I think not. Well, we shall see tonight. Now, Teniera, if you will assist me to my boat.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Whish. At 6:30, mind. I take no denial. If you're not there by the time named, there will be no banquet, no song, no supper, Mr. Whish.
Well, there's one good thing at least. He's taken to you all right.
Why should that be a good thing?
Oh, you'll see how it pans out presently. You go ashore and stand in with him. You'll get lots of pointers. You can find out what he has, what the charter is.
And suppose I do? What next? Answer me that.
So I will, Eric. But what about this Atwater? What do you think of him?
I don't know. I was attracted and repelled. He was insufferable to you.
And you, Huey?
Don't ask me what I think of him. As the day coming, I hope to God when I can tell him that myself.
Yeah, Huey means the same as I do. When he came stepping around and saying, "Look here, I'm Atwater." Yeah, I sized him up straight. A man's got to be born to that. Smart as champagne and hard as nails. He's got a palace at home and powdered flunkies, and if he don't stay there, you can bet he knows the reason why. Follow?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, he's been doing a good business here. It's pearl and shell, of course. And no doubt, the shell goes off regular by this Trinity Hall, and the money for it straight into the bank, so that's no use to us. But is there nothing else he'd be likely to keep here? Yes, sir. The pearls.
Likely enough. Not proved, but likely.
It's proved.
Suppose it was. Suppose he had these pearls. What then? Answer me.
No, hear me first. We've got no use for that fella. He's your kind. He's wiped his boots on me and you. He's all right. Save him. Save him if you can. Save him if you can. The way things are, there are many men wouldn't let you leave this ship. But I know you'd never go back on me, Herrick. You wouldn't, would you? You go ashore and talk him smooth, and if you get him and his pearls aboard, I'll spur him. And if you don't, there's going to be a funeral.
Do you like my island, Mr. Herrick?
I find it heavenly.
Look, over there is my diving shed. It was a queer sight to see those marine monsters appearing and reappearing in the midst of the lagoon. Fond of parables?
Oh, yes.
When I saw those diving suits coming up dripping and going down again, and all the while the fellow inside as dry as toast, it seemed to me we all wanted a dress to go down into the world in and come up scatheless. What do you think the name was?
Self-conceit.
But I mean seriously.
Call it self-respect, then.
Why not grace? Why not God's grace, Herrick? Why not the grace of your Maker and Redeemer? He who died for you, he who upholds you, he whom you daily crucify afresh. There's nothing here, nothing there, nothing but God's grace. We walk upon it, we breathe it, we live and die by it. It makes the nails and axles of the universe. And you prefer self-respect. I beg your pardon. I see you don't believe in God.
Not in your sense, I'm afraid.
I never argue with young atheists or habitual drunkards. You know I'm a very rich man. In this safe alone is a moderate fortune, when I have time to place the pearls on the market. They are quite unique, you know. And like all of us, and everything about us, they hang by a hair. Today the pearls are here in the safe. Tomorrow, tonight, they may be scattered. Thou fool, this night thy soul shall be required of thee.
I don't understand you.
No, I am a fatalist. Would you like to see my pearls?
No, thank you. I think not. I do not care for pearls. I'm very indifferent to all
No,
these...
Mr. Herrick, I think not. You are not indifferent, but you are afraid.
What brought you to the South Seas?
Many things. Youth, curiosity, romance, the love of the sea. and it will surprise you to learn, an interest in missions. That has a good deal declined, which will perhaps surprise you less. They go the wrong way to work. They're too parsonish, too much the old wife. Religion is a savage thing, like the universe it illuminates. Savage, cold, and bare, but infinitely strong.
And you found this island by an accident?
As you did. And since then, I've had a business and a colony and a mission of my own. I was a man of the world before I was a Christian. I am a man of the world still, and I make my mission pay. No good ever came of coddling. I gave these beggars what they wanted, a judge in Israel, the bearer of the sword and scourge. I was making a new people here. And behold, the angel of the Lord smote them, and they were not. You know, I am fanciful. I take fads. I like you.
No one can like me.
You're wrong, as a man usually is about himself.
No one can like me. If you knew how I despise myself. And why?
I knew that you despised yourself. I saw the blood come into your face today when you remembered Oxford. And I could have blushed for you myself to see a man, a gentleman, with those two vulgar wolves.
Wolves?
I said wolves, and vulgar wolves. Do you know that today, when I came aboard, I trembled?
You concealed it well.
A habit of mine. But I was afraid for all that. And now, Herrick, what do you poor lost puppy, do with the two wolves?
What do I do? Nothing. Everything's above board. Captain Davis is a good soul. He has children at home and a wife.
And a very nice man. And so is Mr. Whish, no doubt?
He has his merits, too.
In short, take them for all in all, as good a ship's company as one could ask for, eh?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Then let us approach the other point. That of why you despise yourself.
It's common enough. Don't we all despise ourselves? Don't you?
I say I do, but do I? One thing I know at least. Your poor diving dress of self-respect is sadly shattered. Today, if you will, hear my voice. Today, in this dead island, fall on your knees and cast your sorrows upon the Redeemer.
For God's sake, can't you see I'm on the rack?
I know it. I see it. I put you there. My fingers are on the screws. Please, God, I will bring a penitent this night before his throne.
Atwater, you push me beyond bearing. What am I to do? I do not believe it's living truth to you. To me, it's only folklore. I do not believe there is any word under heaven by which I can shift the burden from my shoulders. I cannot shift it, you suppose I wouldn't if I could. I cannot. And let that suffice.
Well, let us have a drink. Our guests will be here soon. I have a dry sherry that I should like your opinion of.
Atwater.
Yes?
I've got to tell you.
That sounded like a warning, was it?
No. I don't think it matters now.
The evenings here would be very pleasant if one had something to do. By day, of course, one can shoot.
You shoot well?
Yes, I'm what you would call a very good shot. It is faith. If I were to miss once, it would spoil me for months.
You never miss, then?
Not unless I mean to. But to miss nicely, that is the art. There was an old king I knew in the Western Islands who used to empty a Winchester all around a man and stir his hair or nick a rag out of his clothes with every ball except the last. And that went plump between the eyes. It was a pretty practice.
You could do that?
Oh, I can do anything. You don't understand.
Do you always go armed?
Always. I have been through a mutiny here. Ah, your friends are coming up the path.
Good evening.
Good evening, Captain.
Hello.
Good evening. This way to supper, Mr. Whish.
Quite a nice little place you've got here, Mr. Atwater.
I find it comfortable. Won't you sit down and let me give you a glass of sherry?
Well, I won't say no.
I'm so glad. And you, Captain?
Thank you.
Good. I think you'll like this, Mr. Whish.
That's a prime article, all right. How much does it stand you in for, if it's a fair question?
112 shillings in London and the freight to Valparaiso and on again. It strikes me as not a bad fluid.
112 shillings. My, oh, my.
I'm so glad you like it. Help yourself, Mr. Whish, and keep the bottle by you.
My friend's name is Hewish, and not Wish, sir.
I beg your pardon, I'm sure. Hewish and not Whish, of course. I was going to say that I still have 8 dozen.
8 dozen what?
8 dozen excellent sherry. Why, it seems almost worth it in itself to a man fond of wine.
Worth what?
112 shillings.
I allow we're the first white man on the island, sir.
Myself and Dr. Simmons excepted, I should say the only ones.
This, Dr. Simmons is your partner, I suppose.
A dear fellow, Simmons. How he would regret it if he knew you had been here. He's on the Trinity Hall, and if you could tell me where the Trinity Hall is, you would confer a great favor.
I suppose she has a native crew.
Since the secret has been kept for 10 years, one would suppose that she had. Try some of this excellent hock, Mr. Whish. I beg your pardon, Hewish.
I must say, you have everything around you in grand style.
Where do you get your labor from, anyway?
We're not. A pity Simmons isn't here. That was his part, to collect them. Mine was to educate them.
You mean to run them?
Yes, to run them.
Well, wait a minute. How did you do it? You don't mean you did it single-handed?
I did it single-handed because there was nobody to help me.
By God, you must be a holy terror.
I do my best.
Well, I fought my way, third mate, round Cape Horn with a push of packet rats that would have turned the devil out of hell and slammed the door on him. In a ship, why, there ain't nothing to it. You've got the law with you, that's what does it. But put me on this beach alone with nothing but a whip and a mouthful of bad words and ask me to... No, sir. I haven't got the guts for that. It's the law behind. It's the law does it every time.
The old beak-gates are black as he sometimes painted.
I did not have the law, Captain, but I had something greater. The power of God.
Oh, did you?
Yes, Mr. Hewish. It was pretty lively. However, one way or another, one knocked it into their heads that they must work, and work they did, until I lost them. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away.
I hope you made them jump.
When it was necessary, I made them jump.
You bet you did. By God, you're a man, and you can say I said so.
Too good of you, I'm sure. Mr. Herrick, you're very silent.
I was wondering...
Yes?
Did you ever have crime here?
Yes, I did.
And how did you handle that?
Well, you see, it was a queer case. It was a case that would have puzzled Solomon. Shall I tell it to you? Yes? Well, here is what it was.
Fire away.
A native had got into trouble, no matter how. When I was punishing him, he looked at me in a peculiar way and started to speak. I allow no explanations, so I stopped him instantly. The next day, he was missing from the settlement. 2 days later, I made a discovery. It came upon me in a flash that he'd been unjustly punished throughout and that another man was the real culprit. So I dismissed him, and late as it was, I set out to look for the other. I had not far to go. He was hanging in a cocoa palm. His tongue was out, poor fellow, and the birds had got him. Next day, I had all hands out before sunrise. I took my gun and led the way with the real culprit. Presently, the tree came in sight, and the hanged man. They all started lamenting for their comrade, and our friend wailed louder than any of them. To cut a long story short, I ordered him up the tree. When he looked down from the tree, there was the rifle covering him, and at that he gave a whimper like a dog. You could hear a pin drop. No more keening now. They were all crouched upon the ground with bulging eyes. There he was in the treetop, the color of lead, and between us was the dead man, dancing on air. He was obedient to the last, recited his crime, recommended his soul to God, and then shot. They came to the ground together.
It was murder. cold-blooded-minded murder. You monster! Murderer and hypocrite! Murderer and hypocrite!
Harry, don't be a fool!
It's all over, I tell you!
Your friend appears overexcited.
Don't you understand? That man knows everything!
It must be the wine. He ain't no drinking man. I'll take him away. I'll walk him sober him up like this.
Oh, God! Why was I born? Why was I born?
It's like a blooming poultry yard. Man should learn to behave at table.
Rather bad form, is it not? Well, well. We are left tete-a-tete. A glass of wine with you, Mr. Whish. How did you happen to have it aboard? Or do you always embark with such a cellar?
Yeah, we haven't. Oh, they'll be telling that, would Ask the captain and Brother Eric.
I may not have the opportunity. I suppose you'll be off with the tide?
That's a good one. I like to know how we get away with the tide. Yeah, I like to know that.
How's that?
Oh, I don't know. Stick around here a bit longer. The captain and me likes your company, even if Mr. Eric don't.
Eric was hardly himself tonight. Although before you arrived, we were having a most interesting talk about your voyage here.
What about it?
Why, about your interesting cargo.
What did he tell you about our cargo?
More wine, my dear sir.
What did he tell you?
What cargo are you carrying, Mr. Whish?
I thought so. He didn't tell you nothing, did he? You're trying to pump me. Well, you'll have to try a lot harder, matey.
Pump you, Mr. Whish? Yes, I suppose I was trying to pump you. You see, you're such colourful figures. Naturally, I'm fascinated. I hope you're not offended.
No offence. As long as we know where we are. Yeah, let's have another drink.
Do you like my island? Is it not beautiful?
I dare say. But I bet you didn't come here for the view, did you? Here. What are you up to?
I came here to look for pearls. But you know that, don't you? What interests you is whether I was successful. Yes, I was successful. In 10 years, I have amassed a collection of pearls which should realize as much as £100,000.
What?
Here they are. I open the door of the safe. Would you like to see them? Yes? There.
£100,000. It's not fair. There's something funny about you.
Do you like my pearls? I should think there are few rarer or more beautiful specimens in the world. They cost my natives their lives. Do you not find them exciting? Why were you planning to kill me? Why were you going to kill me, Mr. Whish?
Who told you that? Kill you? What do we want to kill you for?
You're drunk.
Perhaps I'm just a little...
And that would excuse your having taken one of my pearls.
Oh,
please don't apologize. I shall not ask you to put it back.
I was just looking. I can look if I like, can't I? Here, have the bloody thing back. I'm a bit tiddly, aren't I? Come on, Atwater, have another drink. You're not drinking enough, my man.
Thank you, my dear sir. I will. Why, the party is becoming quite gay. I wonder if we shall see the captain again.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yes, I think he will.
Stop that, Harry. Come on, keep moving. Brace up, boy. You're all run down. That's what's wrong with you. Come on, keep going. The walk will do you good.
Get away now.
Tonight. Can't be done. No ship of mine puts to sea without food.
I tell you, that man in the house knows everything.
Why, he treated us real handsome until you began with your tomfoolery. And I must say, I've seen men shot for less and nobody's sorry. What more do you expect, anyway?
He was guying us. It's all we're good for.
Herrick, you didn't give me away.
Oh, what was there to give away? We're transparent. We've got thief branded on us, thief. He talked about his pearls and smiled. It's no use. We only make him laugh with our pretenses. He looks at us and laughs like God.
The pearls. Has he got them? Did he show them to you?
Just the safe they were in. But you'll never get at them.
I have a word to say to that.
Do you think it'd have been so easy if he hadn't been prepared? The servants are both armed. He's armed himself. He always is. There's nothing to be done.
Is that so? Well, there's one thing sure. I must get Huey out of that. We're not here to pick daisy chains. I'm going back to that man, and we'll see whether he's the tin god you think him.
Oh, Annie, you know, you're not a black bloke. I like you. I never thought I'd run into a queer cove like you. I never thought I'd do a lot of things what I have done. My poor old mother could only see me now. Yeah. Mr. John L. Hughes puts to sea before the mast with a drunken skipper. I hope he rots in hell. I hope he rots, I hope he rots, I hope he rots in hell.
No doubt he will. Such a fervent prayer is bound to be answered. But what about the captain? Where does he come into this sorry tale?
Captain, a jolly captain. Sing over a jolly captain. The tale of the gallant Captain John Davis, who was responsible for the sinking of the good ship Sea Ranger with much loss of life. He was drunk. Ship hits a rock. Down she goes. I've a wife and children in fair Plymouth town, and tonight they will weep for me. Now he got another lovely ship and a beautiful cargo. Empty bottles.
Empty bottles?
Were 6 green bottles hanging on the wall. But if one green ball should accidentally fall, nothing but a smell hanging on the bloody wall.
Yes, the bottles. What about the empty bottles?
It is funny. We took over the good ship Paraloni, the cargo champagne what was going to sell off the record. We drinks the first 12 cases, and then we finds out there ain't nothing in the rest of them but water. Not even that in some of them. Just a lot of empty bottles. Nothing but the smell hanging on them. Come on, let's have a little song. 6 green bottles. The room's going round and round.
Here's the chair, Mr. Whish. There. And what were you going to do then?
Sink the Faralloni for the insurance. We found we hadn't got enough stores. Take us nowhere. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. And then your beautiful island floated up to us out to sea, and here we are. Let's have another drink. Come on, have another drink.
And then you came to my island. Yes, go on.
I don't tell no more.
Oh, yes, you do. What was to happen then?
Don't tell no more. Tales out of school. You can't tell tales out of school.
You were out to kill me. How were you going to kill me?
Mr. Blooming Herrick. We gotta do it.
Herrick?
We sent him ashore to bring you back. And when we got you out there, over the side of a cold and frosty morning. You're all right now, Hattie, old boy. Oh, see they don't finish you off. You trust your old pal.
Master.
What is it, Taniela?
Captain of schooner come.
Oh. Wait outside.
Yes, master.
Shadrach, bring Gunn.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my dear Mr. Whish. You have told me all I wanted to know. Now we can get to work. Captain Davis is paying us another visit. Have another drink, and do have a cigar.
Good evening.
Good evening, Captain Davis. Hands up. Halt.
Hiya.
Now, my dear sir, advance very slowly into the room. Keep your hands in the air. That's very nice. Now you may come inside. Well, you seem to be a very tuppenny pirate. I'm going to give you Mr. Whish, or the wine sop that remains of him. He talks a great deal when he drinks, Captain Davis of the Sea Ranger. I have quite done with him, and return the article with thanks. But first, Captain, Tell me what you have done with Mr. Herrick. Come, do not keep me waiting, or your family may have to deplore the loss of an invaluable parent.
Why, you dirty...
Keep strictly still, Davis. What have you done with Herrick?
I guess he's down by the shore. That's where I left him. On the pier.
I've lost me cigar. That water help me find me cigar. Floor come up, nip me. It's a bruise on me head. Oh, got a headache.
There is your Whitechapel carrion. A charming picture, is it not? Now understand, if ever I see either of you again, you shall eat a bullet. Now take yourselves off, and if you value what you call your life, keep your hands up as you go. Go on.
Come on, Hewish.
It's all right. Stay here with that water. Go aboard tomorrow.
Come on, or by the living God, I'll kill you.
Lost me cigar.
Herrick! I thought you were by the pier.
I'm going back there, Davis.
Where?
Back to that house.
Why, man, he'll shoot you like a dog. Herrick, you're wet to the skin. What happened?
Wouldn't you think it'd be easy to drown yourself?
Come here, man. Come back on board and help me get things straight. You're not going back on a friend.
Oh, go to hell in your own way. Atwater! Atwater! Put a bullet through me if you like. I'm coming back to the house. Shoot me if you like.
And what brings you back here, Mr. Herrick? Don't move. Why, you seem to be wet through.
Well, why don't you fire? Why don't you fire?
I don't think I shall need to shoot you.
For God's sake, kill me.
A strange time of night for bathing. What brings you here?
I don't know. Can you do anything with me?
It would depend a good deal upon what you are.
A coward.
There is very little to be done with that. Why are you a coward?
There was a bright planet shining before me in the sky, and I swam towards it. I thought it'd be the last thing I should look upon. I'd only to stop swimming, no mystery about that, to let the waters of the Pacific close over me. And I couldn't do it. What would you call that?
The will of God.
I wish I could believe. No, I cannot. Oh, what does it matter? Here I am, and so pitiful is my condition that I come to you, whom I hate, for help. And yet I believe you to be cold, cruel, evil.
Come, we must get you some dry clothes.
But don't you know that they plan to... that we plan...
Poor Herrick, a sad choice for a kidnapper.
But of course you know everything.
Yes, I know everything. Herrick.
Yes?
Will you obey me?
Obey? I don't know.
Where does your loyalty lie, Herrick?
What have I to do with loyalty? And yet...
Yes?
It seemed to me as I swam to the shore that my fate was to be found here, on this island.
Fate? That makes us brothers in belief. Come then, follow me. We may have a great deal to do before the morning.
Are you awake, Hewish?
Yes. God, I got an headache on me. Home, sweet home. Nice to be back on the old Farallonia, I don't think. I'll tell you what, looks like you and me cut a pretty poor figure last night.
We cut a poor figure, I like that. If anyone cut a poor figure, it was you.
All right, it was my fault. I'll admit it if it makes you feel any better. Point is, what are we going to do about it?
My God, I'm going to see that man at my feet.
Are you particular about having him dead or alive?
I want to see him dead.
Well, then give me your hand across the table and say, God, strike me dead if I don't back you up.
Well, what the hell's that for?
Luck. Substantial guarantee demanded.
I don't see the good of no such tomfoolery.
I do, though. Come on.
Well, what was it I say?
God strike me dead if I don't back you up.
God strike me dead if I don't back you up.
That's fine. That's lovely. Now I'll bring out the baby.
What the hell do you mean?
Fragile. With care. This side up.
What's that? What have you got in that handkerchief?
Now, Do you think you can look after Eric and the Kanakas? Because I can take care of Mr. Atwater.
You take care of Atwater, he'd eat you.
Take it easy now. What's the first point? The first point is to get ashore. Have a squint out of that porthole. Tell me if our little black friends are still waiting for us.
Yeah, of course they are. With rifles as big as themselves.
Well, then, what about a flag of truce? Would that do the trick, or would they let us have it in the boat?
No, I don't think they would.
No more do I, so that's how we get ashore. Now, the next thing is to get near the managing director. You're going to write his worship a nice long letter.
I don't get you.
You don't, of course you don't. You see, you're big. You're big. You're... He knows you've got a gun, and you ain't the sort to hesitate about using it. But I'm such a little un. I'm unarmed. No kid about that. And I'll hold me hands above me head right enough. If I can manage to sneak up near to him while we're talking, you watch out and back me up a bit smart,
Well,
see?
how the hell will I know what's going
You
on?
won't need to know. Just listen for a scream.
Well, what do you mean to do?
I mean to do for the bastard.
How?
Sure you want to know?
Of course I want to know.
When your back's at the wall, you do the best you can, don't you? I say that because I happen to know there's a prejudice against it. It's considered vulgar, awfully vulgar. There she is. Just a little bottle. The baby.
What is it?
Did you ever hear of vitriol?
No. No!
That's what this is. It'll eat into his bones. It'll smoke on him like hellfire. One drop in his eyes and I'll trouble you for Mr. Atwater.
You'll not do it, Huey.
Now see here, Ducky, this is my bean feast. If I'd asked you to walk up and face the music, I could understand it, but I ain't. First thing you know, you'll see Atwater running round and howling like a good...
Dear God, don't even talk about it.
Well, you are a juggins. You wanted to kill him, didn't you? You'd have killed the whole lot of them. And here I am showing you how to do it. And you turn up your nose because I've got some medicine in the bottle.
That's true enough. It don't seem reasonable, but there it is.
The applications of science, I suppose.
I don't know what it is, but it's there. I draw the line.
And I suppose it tickles your fancy when you take a pistol and blow a man's brains all over him.
But the risk!
That's my lookout, Ducky, and I'm game. Look at me, Davis. There ain't no shilly-shally about me. I'm game, I am game all through. Look at me as long as you like, you won't see nothing yellow here. Murder ain't easy, and it ain't genteel, and it ain't safe. It takes a man to do it. Well, he's a man.
What's here? Can the thing be done? It can't be easy.
If I get within 20 foot of him, it'll be done, so you watch out.
Well, how do you know that? You swine. I believe you've done it before.
Oh, that's private affairs. I ain't a talking man. Well, what do you say? I thought you'd come round to it. Now for the letter. There's your paper, and there's your pen. Sit down and I'll dictate.
Go on, then.
Now, take a dip in the ink. That's it. Now, William John Atwater, Esquire. Sir, it is with feelings of shame that I approach you after the humiliating events of last night. I do not venture to solicit the favour of an interview myself, but I have deputed my friend and partner, Mr. John L. Hewish, to lay my proposals before you. I am your faithful servant, John Davis. There. You got that? Let's have a look. Ah, that's beautiful. The touch of the master hand.
No! It can't be. It's damnation. God would never forgive it.
Well, who wants him to?
No, for God's sake, man!
Here, I'm going to give you my ultimatum. Come with me or stay here just as you like. I'm going to see his worship and I'm going to throw vitriol in his eyes.
No, you're not. By God, you're not. I'm going to have something to say about that.
What are you going to say, Cap? What are you going to do?
You ain't leaving this ship until we thought of a cleaner way of doing this.
Well, you're a little saint, you are. What do you want? Shall we have a service over him? I'll read the lesson, shall I? Then you can put a mask over your ugly mug and chop off his head with a meat axe. That'll be nice and clean. Mr. Atwater won't object. Oh, no. He'll just stand like a lamb and let you do for him. I've told you my plan, and that's the way it's going to be. I'm off. Are you coming, Joan of Arc?
Get your hands up, Hewish. You're not going yet.
My. Oh, my, but it's hot. It's cruel, hot, I calls it. Nice day to cash your chips in. I'd rather have it on a cold and frosty morning, wouldn't you? Here we go round the mulberry bush. Here we go round the mulberry
Shut
bush.
up! Put that bottle on the table.
All right, Captain.
That's better. My God. I thank God.
Thou God seest me. I remember I had that written in my Bible. Well, God, you're going to see a rum start presently, I promise you.
I'll have no blasphemy, not on my ship.
All right, Cap. Anything to oblige. Any other topic you'd like to suggest? Shakespeare? Or an exchange? The weather? The ethics of assassination? Here's a conversation on tap. Just put a penny in the slot. You know, Captain Davis, I regard it as most unsporting of you holding a little fellow like me up with a gun. I never thought you were a coward. What with that little wife of yours, so she knew. Or those two lovely boys. Or that little Ada.
Oh, you little rat!
Stay where you are. I'll let you have this bottle full in a dial. Better a coward than a mud captain. Just stand quite still. And put those dainty little hands of yours above your head while I'll get me fingers on this gun. I should hate to see that face without any skin on it. Now, my gallant captain, I hope you remember it was you started all this playing with firearms.
You wouldn't dare shoot me. How the hell would you get away from here with no one to sail the ship? What can you do against Atwater and the rest single-handed?
Just now I ain't worrying. I'm an even-tempered fella, but I'm mad with you, and when I'm mad, I'm dangerous. I'll put a bullet through you as soon as look at you.
I'm coming over there. You wish you wouldn't dare.
Goodbye, Captain Davis.
I'm coming after you, Huey. You've not done for me yet.
Well, Mr. Whish, what brings you back to my island?
If you'll read this letter from Captain Davis.
Before we go any further, I wonder if you'd be so kind as to raise your hands above your head.
Oh, Mr. Atwater.
Merely a formality, you understand. Higher, if you please. Thank you. Search him, Taniera.
Yes, master.
You know, there's something unpleasantly dangerous about your face. Let us hope that your looks are deceiving me. And what have you got in your pocket? A gun. Oh, Mr. Whish. On an errand of mercy, too. All right, Taniera, you may go.
Yes, sir.
So, what was Captain Davis to say to me? Or did your business concern itself entirely with the pistol?
Mr. Atwater, sir, now we're
Forgive
alone.
me, Mr. Whish, but would you mind moving back a pace? You looked so delightful where you were.
I was going to say...
Further yet, if you don't mind.
I don't know, Mr. Atwater, if you ever had a mother.
I can set your mind at rest. I had. And henceforth, if I might venture to suggest it, we will leave her out of the conversation.
I hope I didn't offend you, sir, when I spoke about your mother. I shouldn't like to think I trespass on your private feelings.
Not in the least. I should perhaps tell you that I am not amenable to the pathetic.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, if I have seemed to trespass on your private feelings. At least, sir, you'll never persuade me that you're not a perfect gentleman. I know a gentleman when I see him. And as such, I have no hesitation in throwing myself on your merciful consideration. It's hard lines to have to own yourself beat, to have to come and beg for charity.
When if things had only gone right, the whole place was as good as your own. I can understand your feelings.
I was only going to say, sir, that my mother wrote in my Bible for me when I left home. Thou, God, seest me, she wrote.
Yes, well?
Well, sir, I've been a wicked and sinful man. But I've always known there come a day of reckoning. I was thinking all sorts of things just now in my sinful way. And then suddenly, it was just as if I'd had a message. A vision, you might almost call it. Thou, God, seest me, drumming in me brain. And you standing there like something in a last judgment. Oh, it was creepy and no mistake.
Tell me, Mr. Whish, you came here to kill me, did you not?
Mr. Atwater, I want to confess freely to you. I had some such mad scheme in my mind. At least it wasn't my idea. That Captain Davis has got it in for you, sir. It was him put me up to this. I'm not really a bad man, sir, but that Davis a tempter saint. Thank God you found that pistol. Thank God you saved me from myself and my sinful intent.
This is not a church doss house.
You judged me, Mr. Atwater, and God knows how unjustly.
I'm sorry to have to beg your pardon once more, but you seem to be a trifle near. I would suggest that you take 1, 2, 3 steps back and stay there. Oblige me by opening your hands. Let me see the fingers spread. Throw down that thing you're holding.
Here it is, you...
Vitriol, Mr. Wish. And it went into your own face. Well, goodbye.
Stop it!
Stay where you are, Davis. Back against that post. That's better. I give you 60 seconds to make your peace with God.
I came to save you. I came here to save you. He shot me. Shoulder. But I came after him. He wanted to... He said, vitriol. Now, I would have done for you, but not that.
60 seconds, Davis.
You're going to kill me?
I am. Make your last appeal to God.
I guess I'll not trouble the old man. Considering the job I was on, I guess it's better business to just shut my face.
A first taste of death, Captain Davis. A little nearer this time. If you could turn your head, you'd see the bullet hole in the wood, a mere half-inch from your left cheek. This time I shall draw blood. You are to see the angel of death 7 times, and the last shot will bring you to judgment. May God have mercy on your soul. It will be between the eyes, I think.
Steady. I'll take your 60 seconds.
Good.
Oh, God. Look after my 2 kids.
Is that all your prayer?
I guess so. Don't keep fooling me long.
So, is your peace made with heaven? Because it is with me. Go and sin no more, sinful father.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Herrick, Tanyara.
Master.
Bring water, Tanyara, and cloth.
Yes, sir.
Herrick, brandy quickly. Oh, God, what I might have done.
I heard shooting. Is he dead?
No, only fainted. We must save him.
Ain't there no mercy? What must I do to be saved?
Believe in the Lord thy God, and thou shalt be saved. He's bleeding like a pig. I must take the bullet out at once. Quickly. You must hold his arms, Herrick. Just a moment. I must get some of my tackle.
Are you a doctor?
Hardly a qualified one, but I've had to put my hand to everything here.
Next time, I'll bring you a doll. Or would you like a parrot? Pretty Polly? Pretty She's only 5. Only 5. Dear God, she can't be dead. Ain't her, wake up. Come back to me. Come on!
Hold him, Herrick.
Daughter of Captain and Mrs. John Davis of Portland, Maine.
Did you have to hurt it like that?
I must bring him cleansed to the throne of justice. He has sinned and he must suffer.
What do you know about justice? Man, be merciful.
Be quiet. Hold him down.
Be merciful, be merciful. The Lord have mercy upon me. You devil. You've done it before. Shooting a man is one thing, but this ain't human. All right. Give me the... I'll write to him. Dead or alive, why should I care? I want to see him at my feet.
The bullet at last. Quick, man, the bandaging.
Did you shoot him?
No, but I came near enough to it.
Is Hewish dead?
Oh, yes. The little cockney is dead.
Dead. All dead.
Sacrifice to your God, I suppose.
Enough of that, Herrick. More brandy here.
Will he live? He lost a terrible amount of blood.
Oh, yes. He's coming round now. Dr. Simmons will patch him up.
Dr. Simmons?
The Trinity Hall was sighted an hour ago.
Have more champagne. Plenty more where that came from. Fill your glass.
What will you do with Davis?
He may want to stay here. I'll leave it to him. If he wishes, I can send him home on the Trinity Hall. But I think he will stay.
I don't believe you'll ever send him home. You're a savage. You'll never keep faith.
Watch what you're doing, Herrick. There. He'll be all right. Janiera?
Master.
Take him to my room.
Yes, master.
Shadrach, help him. Then you two go out to captain's schooner. Make sure no one on board. Set fire to schooner. Let it burn till it sinks. Savvy?
Howdy, master. I've been a sinner. Yeah. God, is there forgiveness for me? Is there forgiveness? Forgiveness!
Set fire?
Yes, the last of the Faralloni. And now, Mr. Herrick, what are we to do with you?
Kill me, perhaps?
Kill?
Murder is such a very little thing to you, I suppose.
Oh, your friend Hewish. I got my bullet in first. The vitriol went into his own eye.
You swine! You can joke about the agony he suffered.
I prefer to think of the pain which I should have suffered. Are you mourning for your Mr. Hewish? Then let me repeat my other question. What is to become of Herrick? Why not join the captain in repentance?
Let me go. For pity's sake, let me go.
Come to the mercy seat. He waits to be gracious, man. He waits to be gracious.
Let me go.
No, I shall never let you go. Here in this graveyard of brown innocence, bow your head before his judgment. I have brought one penitent to the throne tonight.
Is that your repentance to your God? You beat the captain to his knees with a bullet.
Is your heart so cold and empty of longing, Herrick? Self-respect. Do you remember your diving dress of self-respect? To go down into the world in? You've kept it about you. And if you throw it aside, no warmth, no heart beating will be revealed. Only the skeleton of a man.
You must be the devil.
No, I assure you, I'm on the other side.
He will leave you. When the captain is better, he will leave you.
Perhaps. But I shall have you with me for life, Herrick.
See.
For life.
It may be a short life.
I do not think you will try to kill yourself again.
Perhaps I shall kill you. Do you think I cannot hate?
Perhaps. See, I shall turn my back to you. There is a gun at your feet. Pick it up. It is still loaded. Good. I am at your mercy. Remember that you hate me. You can shoot me in the back of the head, and for an instant before I fall into eternity, I may even respect you. Of course, you don't want my respect. Well then, do you remember the fate which drew you back to my island? I wonder if you knew then that you would never leave it?
Yes. I think I knew then.
I look forward to many long evenings together. Since you are not going to shoot, give me back the gun.
Stay where you are.
Too late, Herrick.
I know what I have to do. Of my own free will.
Will? There can no longer be any question of that. That came to an end when you could not fire a pistol. Now it is too late.
Don't move. I could kill you now, face to face. Look into my eyes and you can see death watching you. Did you think that I could live in this house forever? The air of this place is pressing the last breath out of my body.
Herrick!
I'm going now. Don't follow me. You and I will never meet again.
Herrick!
Don't follow me!
Then hear thou in heaven, and do and judge thy servants, condemning the wicked to bring his way upon his head, and justifying the righteous to give him according to his righteousness. Then hear thou in heaven, thy dwelling place, and forgive and do, and give to every man according to his ways, whose heart thou knowest. For thou, even thou only, knoweth the hearts of all the children of men.
In the Ebb Tide by Robert Louis Stevenson and Lloyd Osborne, adapted for radio by Donald Pleasance, the part of Atwater was played by Arthur Howard, Herrick, Dennis McCarthy, Hewish, David March, Captain Davis, Harry Taub. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The production, which was recorded, was by Norman Wright.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's a fitting quotation to begin this story. The time is out of joint. Oh, cursed spite that ever I was born to set it right. Hamlet, William Shakespeare. And this is a story of the century in which he was born, the 16th. Young Will Shakespeare was an apprentice in his father's butcher shop. Queen Elizabeth ruled England, and Henry III presided over an uneasy France, torn apart by religious wars between the Huguenots and the Catholics. These were times bloodier than today, when no street was safe at night. Damn, it's the night guard. What's the matter? We have safe conduct on a dark night like this. You think these thieves in livery will stop to see them? You're right. There may even be Huguenots. If we can just reach that next corner unseen, we have a chance. Come! Oh, do not what? I stepped on a pebble, my sword against the wall.
Stand and deliver, whoever you are. Lift the torches.
Run for your life, Denny.
Oh! Are we fired?
Pay no heed.
Fire!
Oh, dear, I'm hit. Oh, they've blown my whole side out to the right before they reload. Then at the end of the twisting lane, to the left, a door. If God or love is good, behind it, you may find refuge. Our mystery drama, The Sire de Maletroit's Door, was especially adapted from the Robert Louis Stevenson classic for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. The weapon you heard fired earlier was the arquebus, the precursor of the musket and our modern rifle. Not the weapon of the ordinary gentleman of this century whose sidearms were the rapier, a heavy weapon built two-edged for slicing and slashing with a sharp point for thrusting. Roger Chantivert and Dennis de Beaulieu were only so armed when they were attacked, leaving Roger mortally wounded on the cobblestones of Chateau Landin. But let's begin with the other, Dennis de Beaulieu, earlier that same evening, as he is finishing a flagon of wine with the landlord of the Auberge Tete du Port.
I beg your honor to stay off the streets of Chateau Landin at dark.
Why, good host, it's scarcely dusk. What have I to fear?
In the France of 1575, many things, thieves, cutthroats, and as bad as all of them, the guard itself. Most of all, the times. Half the city is still at war.
What? With a truce proclaimed.
Piece of paper.
But I have a safe conduct.
There's also just a piece of paper.
Well, landlord, I thank you for your kind concern. Nay, this reward you sufficiently.
Oh, the young gentleman is most generous.
Well, come with me to the door and point out to me while the light lasts the way I must go to my friend Chantivale's house.
Where did Bourdin, was he not?
No, that's the street.
See the church spire where the bell for evening mass is tolling?
High on the hill to the right.
The same. They mark you very close to it, the chateau.
I've marked it before. What great lord lives there?
The Sire de Maletroit, owner of this fief, and lands beyond as far and further than the eye could reach. Woe betide any man who should cross his path.
Well, I'm not likely to, since I'm here in your city only for the night. Pretty direct me on my way whilst I can still see to trace it.
I'm sending you over the hill rather than around, for the lanes twist and turn enough to set one's head spinning. But if you steer between the church and the chateau, on the other side of the hill is a straight avenue, and 3 streets down, you'll find the Rue des Beaux-Arts.
The chateau to my left, and as always, the church to my right, and I pass between them.
Justement.
Don't worry about the dark. I'll not tarry for Mass. I'd be too late anyway.
You were a long time at confession, Blanche.
Oui, monsieur.
What can a young bird not even out of its nest, and the Maletroit at that, have to confess that takes up so much time?
Please, Uncle.
Have no fear, niece. I'm too good a Catholic to invade the confessional, and let me hand you to the coach.
Thank you.
Eh bien, Devon, to the chateau. But why so cheerful, madame?
Oh, not tearful, but tired.
Tired? Of what, little one? Life? An arduous day? Père Maillot's usual droning of the Mass? Or a month of deception?
Deception?
The circles we travel in are small, Blanche. Each pebble dropped in the circumscribed pool of our life sets up waves. Among the cognoscenti there are no secrets, such as...
Oh, my hand, you're hurting me.
Loosen it, so that I may see what worm my little bird has caught.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm afraid you do. But as always, those embroiled in scandal are the last to hear. In the Maletroit family, that word does not exist, will not be allowed to exist. Open your hand or I will crush it open.
You meant no harm.
I shall be the judge of that. Open.
Oh.
A spilled paper, badly crushed. A billet doux, no doubt.
What are you going to do?
Read it and decide. We're almost home. I think I should defer my answer till we are behind the walls of Chateau Maletroit. Go to your quarters, mademoiselle. Send the maîtresse de chambre to me at once.
But if only I could...
Obey me. Nobody crosses my wishes.
Oui, monsieur. As you desire.
Père Maillot. Père Maillot.
À votre service, Messiah. You are late.
My niece wished to make confession. Had she chosen you, my mind might have been eased more quickly.
Even for you, Messiah. How could I break the seal of confession?
The question can be begged. It isn't necessary. I know now what is and what has to be done. I have instructions for you, the maîtresse de chambre, and send for my ironsmith immediately. There is much to be done before I set my trap, and small time to accomplish it. But once I have caught my fly, he will dance to my tune or suffer the consequence.
Darkness had dropped faster than I could have anticipated. As I climbed the twisting, meandering streets, I almost was sorry I'd not come by horseback. Fortunately, against the night sky, my twin stars stood outlined, the chateau and the church. Actually, approaching the church, the torches of those leaving Mass were a beacon to lead me on. I even hesitated a moment at the sight of one beauty escorted to a carriage before passing on. And arriving at last on the downslope of the hill on the other side at my friend Chandiville's lodgings. And one more for the road. I drink not to that, but to you, monsieur. To both? God save me for any others, and punish me if this should be a lie. But I swear by the winged archer himself, or any comparable saint, if this were any other night, I would make no end of it. I understand. Where there's a lady... but such a lady. If I dared divulge all, but... listen, midnight. She'll be here within the hour. I need no explanation, dear friend. I love the ladies as much as you. Indeed, on my way here, as I passed the church square, there was one who caught my eye. Oh, the damn Breton weather. Here comes the rain again. Can we go? At your heels or by your side? Always. We had so much to talk about. Except this special night. Forget it. Stay for your assignation. I'll find my way back to the inn. Our paths will cross soon again. Oh, damn the weather. I'll see you over the crest of the hill. From there, can you find your own way down? I found my way up. Aye, well enough, even by partial daylight. But in God's name, step quietly and carefully. Trust no one. Keep to yourself. No one. It's a bad time when everything runs awry. You lead. I promise to be as careful as any church professor to be. Follow the street we're on. Keep remembering to bear always to your right and downhill, and you'll be at the inn within the quarter hour. But move quietly. Au revoir, Chandiville. Go in peace. As with you. Just one thing. The night guard. What matter? We have safe conduct. On a night like this, you think these thieves in livery will stop to look at them? You're right. And just reach the next corner, we may have a chance. Unseen. Come. No, what? Steps of a pebble, my sword hit against the wall.
Send and deliver, whoever you are. Lift the torch.
Run for your life, then.
Hold! Always fire!
Pay no heed, run. Oh, dear, I'm hit. Too late. They've blown my whole side out. The left, the heart. I'm done for, Dennis. Run down the hill. Keep toward the side of Maletroit's chateau. They may be less anxious to follow you there. Why? It's a power. More than that, I cannot say. Just try. His door. There was nothing I could do for Tony there. My dearest friend was dead. There was no treating with the pack of hounds that followed us. I fled from them, following the tortuous alleys, ever conscious of their footsteps after mine. Rushing down a lane scarce wide enough to accommodate myself, I suddenly found myself faced with a waist-high terrace, which I was about to leap. Through some instinct, the rising moon stayed me. Small wonder. On my side was a 4-foot wall. But had I o'erleaped it, I would have dropped 40 feet to a craggy field of stone. I could hear the mob behind me. I was prepared to face them with sword and pointed, but the firearms I could not challenge. Door! To the left of me was a portico, and in its shadow a door. Any port in a storm. At least with something against my back, I could fight. I drew my sword, ducked into the shadows, and thrust my back against the door. And to my amazement, it gave way behind my weight, opening to let me into possible safety. As it gave behind me, I heard the hound pack on my trail. I thought to close the door, not quite in order to observe what had happened outside, but as I pushed gently, of a sudden, as though it was whisked from my hands, it thudded shut. From what pursued me, I was safe. That door could stand a battering ram. But a new and strange threat had developed. I had no desire to close the door all the way shut. It had been snatched from my hands with no control from me. I stood in a small hall with a staircase, rising out of the gloom. I turned to the door. It was as smooth as silk. No way of reopening it. I was trapped. My only way out was up the staircase before me. I had no choice. I started to mount, drawing my only weapon and wondering only if it could protect me and what I faced when I reached the top of those steps. For some reason, a premonition of unnamed terror ran like black feet down my spine. What monstrous figure awaited Dennis de Beaulieu at the top of the steps? What swirling ghost from the underworld or some other world threatened his immortal soul? I can at least report some of that as we return shortly with Act 2. Three or one? That's the question when you catch the common cold. Then take 12-hour contact. You need 6 cold tablets, 2 every 4 hours, or 3 cold pills, 1 every 4 hours, or just 1 contact capsule. For up to 12 hours, continuous relief from sneezing, congestion, drips. The tiny time pills do it. For aches and fever, the others contain aspirin. Contact doesn't. Your cold, your choice. 6 or 3 or 1. Give your cold to Contact, the #1 cold medicine in the whole world. 6 or 3 or 1. Take Contact only as directed. Blind and successful? Well, we're here to tell you. There are lots of us all over the country. We're blind, but we're just like you.
I'm a senior clerk at the Downstate Medical Center. Part of my life just is getting up and going to work and performing certain functions on my job. I look at the NSC in the same respect, that there's a commitment and an obligation. That to be able to give of yourself and to know that somewhere it will help others, and perhaps in turn that someone else who gives a little may in some way eventually help you. And when it all comes together, it can produce something, very good and very big for the benefit of everyone.
For further information, get in touch with your local affiliate of the National Federation of the Blind, or contact me, Kenneth Jernigan, President, National Federation of the Blind, 218 Randolph Hotel Building, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309. This message presented as a public service by this station and the members of the National Federation of the Blind. What did save Dennis de Beaulieu as he entered a large room of polished stone with arras-draped openings on 3 sides and 2 large windows on the 4th was a little old gentleman in a fur tippet seated by the fireplace in a high-backed chair. The great stone fireplace was between the windows, and carved into it the arms of the Maletroits. Seeing those arms, I was immensely eased and felt myself in good hands. Still, winded from my running, we looked silently at each other for a second or two. In the brief exchange of glances, although the man was smiling and relaxed, I found myself tensing again. Something about him, the peaked eyebrows, the small, strong eyes, so quaintly evil in expression. Belying the beautiful white hair hung straight all about his head, like a saint.
I am Alain, Sire de Maletroit. Pray, step in.
I am indebted to you, sir. Pray pardon this unwarranted
intrusion.
Oh, not at all. I've been expecting you since I heard the church bell toll.
Me, Messiah? Yes. I'm afraid this is a double accident, sir. I'm not the person you suppose me to be.
Really?
No, it seems you were expecting a visit, sir.
Assuredly I was.
But I can assure you that nothing was further from my thoughts or more contrary to my wishes than my arriving here. I am loath to let you labor under some misapprehension.
No, that. If I do, surely it is the privilege of old age, and all will be straightened out in due time. Bring my guest a cup of spiced wine. You will join me, young man.
Messiah,
I have no desire to force you.
I'm wondering about that. Behind the arras your servant has opened, I see what appears to be a small army of pikesmen and arquebusiers.
I am old, as I have remarked, and these are perilous times. Even the nobility needs protection. The wine, sir.
I accept your courtesy.
The wine, don't. Bring it.
If only to explain my presence satisfactorily and perhaps be accorded an explanation of why it failed to surprise you.
In good time.
I was visiting a friend, and on my way back to the inn, my friend accompanying me, we were set on by an armed band, Huguenots, assassins, the guard I know not. But that their intentions were violent and criminal is attested to by the fact that my friend was shot and killed. I fled with him in hot pursuit. Unfortunately, picking this cul-de-sac, I saw your door and fought with my back against it to be able to make some fight for my life. But as I leaned against it, it opened with my weight. And I gladly entered to put it between myself and the assassins who would have killed and robbed me also.
A pretty story.
You don't believe me?
Does it matter so much after all?
But nevertheless, that is what happened. Once they had searched without finding me, I would have left, but your door...
Ah, yes. My door. A little piece of ingenuity.
No question of that. It fled from my hand as if someone had pulled it shut from the outside. I could find no means of opening it from the inside.
Yes. Most ingenious. A hospitable fancy.
Hospitable?
To be sure. You arrived uninvited, but believe me, very welcome.
You persist in error, sir. There can be no question between you and me. I am a stranger in this countryside. My name is Dennis de Mazur de Beaulieu. If you see me at your house, it is only as I have told you.
My young friend, you will permit me to have my own ideas on that subject. They probably differ from yours at the present moment, but time will show which of us is in the right. Here comes our wine. Let us enjoy it while the heat is still in it.
We sat in silence while the servant served the wine and left. Again, I saw the armed men beyond the arras. I was conscious in the silence now of voices. One male and one female hurriedly gabbling as if in prayer behind the third arras. Meanwhile, the old gentleman surveyed me over the rim of his cup from head to foot. I was convinced I was dealing with a lunatic. And a dangerous one. I could stand it no longer. I got to my feet, clapping my hat on my head.
You haven't finished your wine.
Nor do I intend to. This is sheer madness. If you're in your wits for all your offered hospitality, you affront me grossly.
Oh, dear.
My conscience is clear. You've made a fool of me since the first moment. I'm leaving. If I cannot make my way out in a more decent fashion, I'll hack your door in pieces with my sword.
Sit down, you rogue, and listen to me. Do you fancy that when I had that little contrivance made for the door, I stopped short at that?
I've already seen your small army behind the arras armed to the teeth.
Exactly. So if you prefer to be bound hand and foot until your bones ache, make one move to depart. If you choose to remain free, agreeably conversing with an aging gentleman, well then, resume your seat, finish your wine in peace, and God be with you.
So, I'm a prisoner.
I state the facts. Now, let us finish the wine before it is cold. It serves to make the waiting more agreeable.
But what? What are we waiting for?
You entered from one arras covered arch. You have seen that the main house lies behind the second. We are waiting for what is taking place behind the third.
Yes, but what?
For a lady to make up her mind. Perhaps the longest wait a man can endure. À votre santé, mon brave. Speak up. It passes the time.
Again we sat, facing each other, the sire relaxed, patient, but for all his tiny stature and age, forbidding. For myself, I found myself downing the wine at the gulp, almost choking on it as my throat tightened with some unknown dread. And I faced battle with less fear in my heart than I felt in this bewildering game whose purpose I knew not. A nightmare of nightmares. I turned to the arras as if by staring at it hard enough, I could divine what was happening behind it.
Daughter, in the name of the Lord Almighty, will you truly confess and admit to your sins?
I tell you, Père Maillot, I have not sinned.
You have lusted after men, young men who feast their eyes on you.
Oh, how can I? Whom held here in the chateau, a virtual prisoner since my father and mother died.
You chose the most sinful place of all, before the altar at the Holy Mass.
But it is the only time I leave these walls. If I lift my eyes to look at the world outside, is that a sin?
You have done more than look. You know the sire intercepted a communication to you from some man today. What was his name?
I know not.
Are you sure?
Did I lie to you, my father?
Sin leads to sin. I can look in your eyes and tell you know his name.
Even if I did, I would not tell you.
Or the sire?
Nor my uncle. I know how cruel he can be.
How cruel both of us can be to save your immortal soul. Would you prefer we found the answer with a thumbscrew or the iron bolt?
Oh, no, you would not. My uncle would not.
Do not be too sure. The honor of the Maletroit name has never been sullied. As the last of the line, save yourself. The sire will never permit it to be. The name of the young man that passed you the note?
No. I have done naught to feel shame for. Nor if there were such a cavalier, neither is he. The note, I cannot deny. It exists. But everything else is your foul imagination and my uncle's. I will not let you harm an innocent man because of who I am.
So be it. I commiserate with you, my daughter, in the church. You have brought your punishment upon your own head. I go to inform your uncle.
Man, because of who I am.
So be it. I commiserate with you, my daughter, in the church. You have brought your punishment upon your own.
The silence between the Sire de Maletroit and myself, broken only by the intriguing murmur of voices behind the arras whose words could not be heard, had become intolerable. I was just about to speak when the third arras was pushed aside. The tall priest, his brows knitted in anger, his cool face set doggedly, came into the room. He stopped briefly in surprise, seeing me, favoring me with a long, keen stare, then crossed to the side, stopping his voice so I could scarce hear his words.
Is she in better spirit, Father? I think she is more tractable, more resigned. This is my père familial. attached to my family. Permaillot, Demoiselle de Beaulieu. Let us together repair to the chapel to meet with my niece and settle our affairs once and for all.
Common decency required I offer my arm to the Sire de Maletroit, who accepted it without question and limped with me along with the priest's vigorous stride. Through the arras we entered a small chapel, pierced by many little windows shaped like stars. On the steps of the altar knelt an incredibly beautiful young girl, dressed as a bride.
I have brought a friend to see you, my child. Turn around and give him your pretty hand. It is good to be devout, but necessary to be polite, my niece.
Uncle, please, don't embarrass me anymore. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Only one thing I will resist to my dying breath. I will not tell you the young man's name. He is innocent of any wrongdoing. Pierre has threatened me with the thumbscrew and the boot. Mayhap in my agony you could force his name from me.
Fortunately, my fair, that is no longer necessary. We have the young man here.
What?
I asked you to be polite and turn around and give him your hand.
From the moment we had entered, I held my breath. The setting was only too obvious. The bride awaiting the groom. And it was not hard to realize that I must be cast in that role. I could scarce believe what was happening to me and was damned if I would be forced into a captivity I neither deserved nor would endure. Until the girl herself turned to me and said,
"That's not the man. Uncle, that is not the man."
Of course not. I expected as much. It was so unfortunate that you could not remember his name.
I swear I have never seen this gentleman before.
I am distressed to hear it. But it is never too late to begin. I had little more acquaintance with my own late lady before I married her, which proves that these impromptu marriages often work for the best in the long run.
Marriage? Messiah, I strenuously object to being dragooned.
Of course, any man of spirit might. The bridegroom has a right to have a voice in the matter. I will give you until dawn to make up for lost time till we proceed with the ceremony.
Well, here's not so pretty a state of affairs. And the word affair is strictly used. For evidently the remorseless Sire de Maletroit is convinced that his niece has brought the threat of dishonor on his name. A threat we might treat more lightly today, but 400 years ago one lived by different standards. And the punishment for overstepping rules was more disastrous. A woman's virtue, if profaned, meant instant and unpleasant death. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Inside you're free after all. You hear freedom spirit like a wild bird call. Inside you're free after all. Living free.
There's a long stretch of open road before you. You at the controls of a Buick Century. A really fine mid-sized car. Comfort abounds. A sophisticated suspension system is smoothing the way. An underhood of frugal V6 engine economically goes about its business. You're happy, you're free, and you're in a Buick.
Inside you're free. Inside you're free after all. Living free. Living free.
know about your Culligan man calling?
My Culligan man calling? That's when I go, hey, Culligan man. Now, that's Culligan man calling.
No, I mean your Culligan man may be calling on you soon. I'll show you how it goes. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Culligan man.
Culligan man who?
No, look, this isn't a game. You know Culligan, the worldwide water conditioning people.
Yes.
Well, the Culligan man is your local water expert right here to solve your water problem.
How do I know if I have water problems?
Look at it this way. If we didn't have hard water here or some kind of water problems, then the Culligan man wouldn't even be here, would he?
I see.
So, you know what to say when the Culligan man knocks?
Yes, and I know what to say if he doesn't, too.
What?
Hey, Culligan man.
Well, I can't knock that.
Want to try Culligan soft water without buying? Now you can rent a Culligan water softener for as little as $5.50 a month. For complete details on how you can rent a Culligan, pick up your phone and say,
Hey, Culligan man!
This is WBBM Chicago.
In the small chapel in the Maletroit Chateau, the light flickers vagrantly across the faces of the four who stand there. Shadowed, the saturnine priest belies his garments, looking like some vulpine devil. As the light plays across the sire's face, that comically evil smile seems even more mocking. As for Dennis and Blanche, the one is white with astonishment, the girl blushing with embarrassment.
Sherlock, you cannot be in earnest.
Indeed I can. And am.
I declare before God I will stab myself rather than be forced on that poor young man.
I assure you, you will not have the opportunity.
Oh, mon oncle, pity me. There isn't a woman alive in France that would not rather die than have such a marriage forced upon her. Is it possible that you do not believe me? That you still think this is the man?
Frankly, I do. But let me explain to you once and for all, Blanche de Maletroit, that when you took it into your head to dishonor my family and the name that I have borne, you forfeited any right to question my designs or even to look me in the face.
Oh, but uncle, if you only...
Not one word more. It is my duty to see you married at once. Out of pure goodwill, I have tried to find your own gallant for you, and I believe I have succeeded. But if I have not, I care not one jackstraw. So let me recommend that you be polite to our young friend, for, damme, upon my word, your next groom may be less appetizing.
I had watched and listened to all this in puzzled silence. And silence for another reason. In 2 short minutes, watching the emotions that crossed her exquisite face, I felt I had come to know this girl. Her capacity for love, her tenderness, her bravery. And no, did I say? More than that. Admire, revere, love her for all she was. I was already jealous of her unknown cavalier. But that milady had spirit as well, I was soon to discover as the arras closed behind her uncle and the priest. And she whirled upon me with flashing eyes.
Now, what, sir, may be the meaning of all of this?
Well, Lord knows this house seems to be full of mad people.
Do you count me one of them?
Oh, I did not mean that.
Good. For I can tell you, I am enough in my wits to see that my uncle and yourself have made some monstrous bargain between them.
If you think I'm engaged in some plot without old devil out there, you're beyond your wits. I've no bent to marry with you, nor would I have if you asked me. I'm as much a prisoner in this house as you appear to be.
Then pray, how came you here?
I was on my way from Paris to join my regiment in Alençon and stopped off in this misbegotten town to seek an old acquaintance and spend an evening with him. While he was seeing me back to the inn, we were set upon by a bunch of assassins, and my friend was shot and killed. Huguenots, cutthroats, your own night guard, who knows? Seems that everyone is mad in this town. In all events, I took to my heels for my life, made the mistake of turning into your street from which there was no escape. I backed against your door, hoping perhaps to stay unnoticed in the shadow of the portico. To my surprise, it opened with my weight, and naturally I stepped in, only to have it closed by some mechanism beyond my comprehension. When I tried to open it, there was neither latch nor handle nor any means to accomplish that.
Well, of course. That's what Jean and the other ironmongers were working at down there all evening. It wasn't you they expected to trap, but...
Who? Who?
The cause of all this. Oh, please, I know not your name, but please forgive me for what I said before.
Oh, mademoiselle, the longer I spend with you, the more I could forgive you everything.
Oh, don't jest with me, please. It is all my fault that you are caught as you are. Oh, what can I do?
Well, let's make a start by doing what I have done and tell me the answer to all these riddles.
I'm ashamed. And yet, there's so little to tell. I was left an orphan early and had been brought up in this house mainly by the sire himself.
He's not married?
Well, his wife died when I was 14. I've not been very happy since. That's why 3 months ago, when a young captain began to stand near me every day in church, and I saw that I pleased him...
Why wouldn't you? Go on.
Oh, I'm much to blame. I was so glad that anyone should offer me love that when he pressed me a letter, I took it home and I read it with pleasure. And since that time, he's written me so many. But in the last few, asked me to leave my door open some night so that he might come and talk with me on the stairs. How my uncle came to suspect me, I don't know, but...
There are always idiots who's little to do but let their tongues wag.
I suppose so. Well, tonight at Vespers, the captain handed me a desperate note that he was to be transferred. Tonight was his last night, and again he begged that I would leave the door open. And in the carriage, coming home, the sire forced the note from my hand and read it. And when we got home, he ordered me to dress as you see me. And when I would not tell him the captain's name, he must have laid the trap for him, into which you fell. I don't know how to apologize or to ask you to forgive me.
Neither is necessary.
Oh, but it is. To have put you, a complete stranger, in such a degrading and embarrassing position, I'm so ashamed.
Mademoiselle, you've honored me with your confidence. It only remains for me to prove myself not unworthy of the honor. I see your uncle is back in his favorite chair.
What are you going to do?
If you will go first and let me follow, I'll show you.
Ah, are you in some haste for the ceremony?
Monsieur, I believe I have some say in the matter of this marriage. So let me say this at once and for all. I will be no party to forcing your niece against her inclination.
Really?
Had it been offered to me freely, I should have been proud to accept her hand, but it is clear that she is as good as she is beautiful. But as things stand, I have the honor, Messiah, of refusing. Why do you smile, sir?
I am afraid that you do not clearly understand your options. Follow me to the window, please. See this rope weaved efficiently through the ring set in the upper masonry? Now mark my words. If you refuse to marry my niece, I shall have you hanged out of this window by sunrise.
Oh, no!
Oh, yes. Your family may be well enough in its way, de Beaulieu. But if you sprang from Charlemagne himself, I would not permit you to refuse the hand of a Maletroit with impunity.
Oh, for pity's sake, Uncle, listen
listen to me. This is between this young man and myself. Be quiet. The honor of my house has been compromised. I believe you to be the guilty person. At the very least, you're now in the secret.
There are other ways of settling affairs among gentlemen. You wear a sword, which I hear you have used with distinction.
Bermayot?
Yes, Messiah.
You would be dead out of hand before you reached your sword. And let us not rush anything. You have a good 2 hours to resolve your problem. If you'll give me your word of honor to await my return before attempting anything desperate, I shall withdraw my retainers and leave you in privacy.
You have my word of honor.
I declare, monsieur, the more I see of you, the better I think of you. Come, Captain, we'll excess baggage for the moment. But marry you shall, or dangle from yonder ring.
You shall not die. You shall marry me, after all.
I've been trained for knighthood, madam. Think you for a moment I stand in fear of death?
But I cannot have you slain for a mere scruple.
You underrate the difficulty. What you may be too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. In a moment of noble feeling for me, you forget what you may owe to another.
Oh, mon Sylvia. How you shame me.
Oh, mademoiselle, please, please.
In God's name, leave me alone. I can hold it back no longer.
I was in an agony of embarrassment. I cannot bear to see a woman cry. And I was as helpless as a babe. I looked at Blanche and thought how much I had grown to love her. But steal her from another man who was not there to stand and fight?
Monsieur Bayeux, I want to help you. For you have been so noble. Put it in my power to do something more for you but weep.
What service can I ask of you? You have a sweet nature. And overestimate a small service.
I am looking at you and seeing the noblest man I ever met.
Who is to die in a mousetrap. With no more noise than my own squeaking.
I will not have my champion think meanly of himself. You have no cause to hang your head, nor will I mine. Pray, do you not think me beautiful?
Oh, indeed, mademoiselle, I do.
Well, I'm glad of that. And how many men in France have been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden with her own lips, and who have refused her to her face?
You are very good. But you cannot make me forget I was asked in pity, and not for love.
Can you look in my eyes now and believe that it was for anything but love? I have loved you since the first moment you took my part against my uncle.
As I have loved you.
Oh.
But the captain...
Oh, he meant nothing to me. He never did. It was just a contact with the outside world. Good Lord, it's sunlight. Come with me quickly to the window. There, open the eyes. The sun is shining. The world is still there. Now, what are we to say to my uncle when he returns?
What you will. Blanche, you have seen whether or not I fear death. If you do care for me, don't let me lose my life in a misapprehension. But make no mistake, I love you better than life itself.
I can offer you your freedom. My uncle would far rather punish or capture the real culprit. If you must escape, the captain's name is René de Parterre.
I never heard the name. And if I did, it is forgotten.
Well, children, have you decided?
Sire de Maletroit, not by suasion or fear of death, but because I have learned to know the lady and love her, I, Dennis, Demoiselle de Beaulieu, request the honor of your niece's hand in holy matrimony.
Damn it. I had a feeling for you the first moment I set eyes on you. Welcome to the Maletroit family, nephew.
So, once again, and this time for the last time, we close the Sire de Maletroit's door on a happy ending. I'll be back shortly.
The Marines are looking for. A few good college men who want to lead. Men who have enough on the ball to be eligible for PLC, platoon leaders class. Not everyone can make it. It takes brains. It takes muscle. And summer training is no picnic. It takes men who want a real challenge. The challenge of leading Marine ground troops, flying sophisticated Marine aircraft, or serving as Marine lawyers. If you're one of the few who can make it, there's financial assistance available during school, up to $2,700 over 3 years. There's even free civilian flying lessons for qualified men. PLC ground, PLC air, PLC law, for a few good men.
Sentimentalists among the listeners, Captain Parterre had no serious intentions. He was indeed trifling with Blanche's innocent affections. Little did he know, nor would he have cared, that he brought two young people to a happy and enduring marriage. The captain died shortly thereafter in a brawl over a gaming debt, which is neither here nor there in our story, except that it's nice to know that every so often, virtue does triumph. Our cast included Michael Wager, William Redfield, Marion Seldes, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Marvelous how you can get around when you've got no body, isn't it?
See him? Little white dog, curly tail.
Oh, silly little thing.
And see that big blue station wagon? It's going to hit him.
No, I've got him. Got him, Cynthia. I've saved him.
You'll probably get run over anyhow one of these days.
No, he won't. No, he won't. I'm going to keep my eye on him.
What about all the others?
Them too. And cats and people and everybody. Oh, Cynthia, why did it take me so long to find out what I was born to do? I could have spent my whole life doing this. Cynthia, my afterlife is going to be 100 times more exciting than my life ever was.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Living Fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of another timeless story, The Suicide Club by Robert Louis Stevenson. Another in a series of Living Fiction.
I have played cards many times, but never liked the game of the past 2 nights. The game was simple, no skill required, but the stakes were high, so high that the awesomeness of the game overcast the delicacy of wine, the rapture of love, the elation of fulfilled ambition. The stakes of the game were death. Colonel Geraldine, my aide, and I were often compelled to leave the monotony of court to search for adventure. As Prince of faraway Bohemia, I had few duties in England, and whenever the pomposity and complacency of court life became unbearable, the Colonel and I would disguise our nobility and search for people who really lived. 2 nights ago, we were on such a venture in an obscure pub. We were ready to leave when a young man strolled in with 2 platters of cream tart.
Come, sir, have a tart. You know, like all good things, they are free. Come, have one.
I do not take tarts from beggars or strangers. Have your tarts elsewhere.
Well, I'm neither stranger nor beggar. But since you refuse my tart, I shall have to eat it myself. Scoff if you will. But my tarts are free.
So, here is an adventure. Let us partake of his blasted tarts and know him better.
He's an interesting character, giving away tarts. He's either a fool or else he has no use for our material pleasures. We shall find out. Tartman, we shall take one of your tarts.
A tart, sir?
I am in a habit of looking not so much to the nature of a gift as to the spirit in which it is offered.
For the spirit is one of mockery, sir.
Mockery? And whom do you propose to mock?
Oh, I'm not here to expound my philosophy, but to distribute these cream tarts. If you accept one, I shall regain faith. If not, you will constrain me to eat my 28th. And food, I'm afraid, neither fills the stomach nor enriches the mind.
An odd remark to come from a man whose stomach is indubitably filled with cream tarts.
Oh, come, Geraldine. You will, I am sure, my dear Tartman, pardon my curiosity. What I have seen of you has greatly pleased, but even more puzzled me. And while I should not like to be indiscreet...
Indiscretion is a special vice of mine, sir.
Well, even so, I must tell you that my friend and I are persons very well worthy to be entrusted with a secret. We're sure to reveal it. We have many secrets of our own which we are constantly revealing to improper ears.
Oh, but my secret is most trivial, even silly.
Excellent. If your story is a silly one, you need have no delicacy with us, who are 2 of the silliest men in England. We pass our lives entirely in search for extravagant adventures, and there is no extravagance with which we are not capable of sympathy.
I like you, sir. You inspire me with a natural confidence. There is every reason why I should not tell you my story. Perhaps that's just the reason why I'm going to do so. At least you seem so well prepared to hear a tale of silliness that I cannot disappoint you. My name, I shall keep to myself. My ancestors were kind, for from them I inherited property, wealth, and a harebrained humor. I received a good education. I can play the violin nearly well enough to earn money in an orchestra, but not quite. The same remark applies to the flute and the French horn.
I must say you seem too talented to pass your time on cream tarts.
My acquaintance with French was sufficient to enable me to squander money in Paris with almost the same facility as in London. In short, I'm a person full of manly accomplishments. Grown weary of life, I have spent my last 40 pounds in these cream tarts. After eating most of them myself, I've grown more weary.
And well you might. Man is a most skeptical being.
Now I am determined to bring a foolish career to a still more foolish conclusion.
Let us play along with this fellow. There's more to it than the tarts.
Right. Why, is this not odd that we 3 fellows should have met by the merest accident in so large a wilderness as London, and should be so nearly in the same condition?
What? Are you also ruined? Has the devil brought 3 of his own together for a last carouse?
The devil, depend upon it, can sometimes do a very gentlemanly thing.
You're not fooling me. You're indeed ruined men like me.
You've said so?
Ruined. Ruined like me. Are you after a life of indulgence, come to such a pass that you can only indulge yourselves in one thing more? Are you going to avoid the consequence of your folly by the one infallible and easy path? Death?
Yes, we too, like yourself, have had enough of life. Sooner or later, alone or together, we mean to seek out death. Since we've met you and your case is more pressing, let it be tonight, and right now.
You are the men for me! Shake hands upon the bargain. You little know in what a happy moment for yourselves you partook of my cream tarts. I am only a unit, but I am a unit in an army. I know death's private door.
Indeed.
I am one of death's familiars, and can show you into eternity without ceremony, and yet without scandal. Do you have £80 between you?
Yes, but no more than that.
Fortunate beings. £40 each is the entry money of the Suicide Club.
Suicide Club? What the devil is that?
You shall see. If you are truly tired of life, I shall introduce you tonight at a meeting of the club. I shall give you time to consider my proposal. You know, it's more serious than a cream tart, and I suspect more palatable.
More serious, certainly. Will you allow us a moment?
Oh, most certainly. I shall retire.
Colonel, what is the matter with you? I see you are worried, whereas my mind is very tranquilly made up. I will see how this thing ends.
Let me ask you to consider the importance of your life, not only to your friends, but to the public interest.
I will see the end of this.
Very well, Your Highness. Tartman, we have decided.
There is still time to make good your escape. Reflect well before you take another step.
Lead on, sir. I am not the man to go back from a thing once started.
Wait for me. I must go to the President's room. I shall return as soon as I have arranged the preliminaries of your introductions.
Of all our follies, this is the wildest and most dangerous.
I perfectly believe so.
We still have a moment to ourselves. Let us profit by this opportunity and retire.
Follow me. The president of the club will see you. And let me warn you to be frank in your answers. I have stood your guarantee, but the club requires a searching inquiry before admission.
What sort of den is this? I can hardly see.
That is what I have come to see. If they keep live devils on the premises, this thing may grow amusing. Our friend the Tartman has left us. And yet I feel sure that someone is here with us.
Good evening. I'm told you wish to speak to me.
Yes. You must be the president. We have a desire, sir, to join the Suicide Club.
What is that? A Suicide Club? Oh, come now.
Call your club what you will. You have some company behind this den, and we insist on joining it.
Sir, you've made a mistake. This is a private house, and you must leave it instantly.
I have come here upon the invitation of a friend of yours. He has doubtless informed you of my intention in thus intruding on your party. Let me remind you that a person in my circumstances is not at all likely to tolerate such rudeness. I am a very quiet man, as a usual thing. But, my dear sir, you are either going to oblige me in this little matter, of which you are well aware, or you shall very bitterly repent that you ever admitted me to your antechamber.
That's the way to speak. You're a man who is a man. Now, what reason have you for seeking entry to the Suicide Club? Why are you tired of life?
As near as I can make out, an adulterated laziness.
You must have a better reason than that.
I have no more money. That is also a vexation, without doubt. It brings my sense of idleness to an acute point.
If I had not a great deal of experience, I should turn you off. But I know the world, and that the most frivolous excuses for suicide are the best. You are admitted to the Suicide Club. Behold, gentlemen, the anteroom to Hades. Now, after you, if you please. And this, my good sirs, is the Suicide Club. A poetic acquaintance of mine once suggested that I set above the portals to this room Dante's great line, "Abandon ye all hope who have entered here." Well, I thought the sentiment a trifle gaudy. However, I enjoy it. It's seen by each member on his first entry to the club rooms, and I confess I always derive a keen pleasure from it.
It is in charming taste.
Well, I see we're all here tonight. It's gratifying that you'll have the opportunity to meet all of us. Mingle among us now. You should have no trouble making conversation, since we all have at least one thing in common. You'll find that death makes a most amusing topic for small talk.
Do as he says, Colonel. Find out whatever you can. We shall try to meet and pool our knowledge before we go much further in this business.
Good evening. You're a newcomer, I think.
I'm a member of about 5 minutes standing. I should like to know...
Very good, very good. My name is Malthus. I like a humorous man, and you wish information. You've come to the proper source. It's 2 years since I first visited this, charming club.
What? 2 years? I thought... But you see, I've been made the subject of a pleasantry.
By no means. My case is peculiar. I'm not properly speaking a suicide at all, but as it were an honorary member. I rarely visit the club twice in 2 months. My infirmities and the kindness of the president have procured me these little immunities.
I'm afraid I must ask you to be more explicit. You must remember I'm still unacquainted with the rules of the club.
An ordinary member who comes here in search of death, like yourself, returns every evening until fortune favors him. Each night the president shuffles and deals the cards and makes the necessary arrangements.
You speak of shuffling and dealing cards. But for what end? And you who seems rather unwilling to die. What brings you here?
Why, my dear man, this club is the very temple of intoxication. Look at that man over there. See how his eyes widen and his nostrils quiver? And there, see how those men sit, quietly anticipating our little game. There's no excitement more overpowering than this. I deny that it is love which is the strong passion. Fear is the strong passion. It's fear you must trifle with if you wish to taste the intense joys of living. Envy me, sir. I'm a coward.
How, sir, is the excitement so prolonged? And where is there any element of uncertainty?
I must tell you how the victim for the evening is selected. And not only the victim, but another member as well, who is to be the instrument in the club's hands and death's high priest for the occasion.
They don't kill each other.
The trouble of suicide is removed in that way.
Oh, no. And my friend, I mean, may any one of us be called upon this evening as the murderer of another? Can such a thing be possible among men?
Oh, you're shocked, my dear fellow. You're most positively shocked. How delightful.
A relic of the days when I could afford morals. I'm begging you to forget it. Since you say the game is interesting, I follow the club. After all, why not?
You're now, after your first moment of surprise, in a position to appreciate the delights of our society. The game we play is one of extreme simplicity. The president shuffles and then deals cards to each member of the club until the entire deck of 52 has been exhausted.
But the object? What is the object of the game?
We're ready for the game. See, the president is shuffling the cards. Watch for the ace of spades, which is the sign of death, and the ace of clubs, which designates the official for the night. Happy, happy young men. You have good eyes and can follow the game. Sit beside me. I can't tell an ace from a deuce across the table.
Colonel, here I am beside you. This is what we have been waiting for.
One bold stroke and we may still escape.
Oh, silence. Let me see that you can play like a gentleman for any stake, however serious. He's beginning to deal the cards. The game had begun. The game that was so simple. The game whose stakes were death. The president slowly began to deal the cards around the table, pausing until each man had shown his card.
I have the 3 of clubs.
6 of diamonds. 4 of spades.
8 of spades.
7 of hearts.
10 of clubs.
Nearly everyone hesitated. Sometimes the player's fingers stumbled as he turned over the momentous slip of pasteboard. I felt conscious of a growing, almost suffocating excitement. And yet, there was a degree of pleasure in the sensations. I got the 9 of hearts. The colonel turned over the 3 of spades. Mr. Malthus received the queen of spades. And then it happened. Our tartman friend turned over the ace of clubs.
Oh, this is funny. Very funny. I came here to be killed, not to kill.
Jack of hearts.
2 of spades.
King of diamonds. The deal was coming around again, and still Death's card, the ace of spades, had not come out. I tried to hold my breath and only breathed in gasps. The president was relishing our discomfort. As he passed each card, he tucked his tongue in his cheek as if the delicate taste of death were... The president was a connoisseur of death. I received another heart. The colonel turned up a diamond. We were safe. But then... Mr. Malthus had turned up his card. It was the ace of spades. We went home quickly, hoping to drown our memories in sleep. But sleep is only the postponing of reality. Eventually I must face the events of our ill-fated adventure. I was not to wait long, for as I read my newspaper the next morning, there it was. This morning about 2 o'clock, Mr. Bartholomew Malthus of 16 Shepstow Street fell over the parapet in Trafalgar Square, fracturing his skull. Death was instantaneous. He was coming home from a party at a friend's house at the time. Ah, Colonel, have you seen this? That is the result of our game of cards.
Yes, quite a well-known man to have a front page for an obituary. It's odd, though. I almost rejoice to know that he is dead. If there was ever a vicious... Yeah, but for a young man of the cream of touts, I confess that my heart aches.
Colonel, that unhappy lad last night was as innocent as you or I. And this morning, the guilt of blood... When I think of the president, my heart grows sick within me. I do not know how it can be done, but I shall have that scoundrel at my mercy as there is a God in heaven. What an experience. What a lesson was that game of cards.
One never to be repeated. Your Highness, you cannot mean to return. You've suffered too much and seen too much horror already. The duties of your high position forbid the repetition of the hazard.
There is much in what you say. I am not altogether pleased with my own determination. But, Colonel, I have never felt my weakness more acutely than now. Can I cease to interest myself in the fortunes of the unhappy young men of the tarts? Can I leave the president to follow his nefarious career unwatched? Can I begin an adventure so entrancing and not follow it to the end? No, Colonel. You ask more than I can yield. Tonight, once more, we take our places at the table of the Suicide Club.
Your Highness, will you take my life? It is yours freely. But do not. Oh, do not ask me to take so terrible a risk.
Colonel Geraldine, your life is absolutely your own. I only looked for obedience, and when that is unwillingly rendered, I shall look for that no longer.
Highness, I ask only one thing. That I may be excused this afternoon. I dare not as an honorable man venture a second time into that fatal house until I put my affairs in order.
Very well. Dispose of your day as you think fit. But be here before 11, in disguise. At 11:30 we arrived again at the portals of the Suicide Club. Everyone was there. Everyone but Mr. Malthus. To ensure the constancy of membership, a new member had taken the last victim's place. The president, presiding over the meeting like Satan in pandemonium, came over to welcome us. I congratulated him warmly on his last murder. I like to meet with capacity, Mr. President, and certainly I find much of it in you. Your profession is of a very delicate nature, but I see you are well qualified to conduct it with success and secrecy.
Well, I try to do my best. But poor Malfi, I shall hardly know the club without him.
He seemed a man of the most delicate perception.
Just so. You know, most of my patrons are boys, sir, and poetical boys, who are not much company for me. Not but what Malfi had some poetry, too, but it was of a kind I could understand. You see that boy coming toward me?
Yes, he's the boy who brought us here.
Yes, he did a fine job last night, but such poetry. Not at all like Malfi. Well, I wish you good luck this evening.
Here is our deliverer. Aren't you going to offer us any cream tarts this evening?
How bitterly I wish that I never brought you to this infamous abode. Leave while you are clean-handed. If you could have heard that old man scream while he fell, and the noise of his bones upon the pavement. Oh, wish if you have any kindness to so falling a being. Wish the ace of spades for me tonight.
Attention, gentlemen. We're ready to begin another excursion. Remember the rules. Turn up and call out your card as soon as you have looked at it. The ace of spades brings deliverance. The ace of clubs delivers.
3 of clubs.
5 of diamonds.
Jack of hearts. 10 of diamonds.
4 of spades.
Queen of spades. 2 of hearts.
7 of clubs.
The game had begun again. This game that was so simple. The game whose stakes were death. The president smiled. The cards went round once. Neither of the marked cards fell. The young man of the tarts was smiling with his eyes closed. I began hoping that he would get the ace of spades. But what if I should get the ace of clubs? Or if Geraldine should get the ace of spades and I the ace of clubs? Cards went around a second time. Neither of the cards fell. Why should this smiling president be immune? Why doesn't he deal himself in? Cards went around the third time. Neither of the cards fell. The fourth round had begun. There were just enough cards to go around.
Oh, no! I don't want to kill anyone.
The ace of clubs had fallen to the man across the table. There were 5 cards left. One of them was the ace of spades. Now there were 3 left. My chances were 1 in 3. One of them was the ace of spades. I was next. My chances were 1 in 3. The president dealt my card. He waited for me to turn it over. It was the ace of spades. The ace of spades! My second evening and I had drawn the ace of spades. Everyone was gone, except the president and my distant butcher.
I'm pleased to have met you, sir, and pleased to have been in a position to do you this trifling service. At least you cannot complain of delay, eh? On the second evening. What a stroke of luck. Oh, yes, you feel a little sickish. Well, most gentlemen do, you know. Will you take a little brandy? Poor old Malfi. He drank nearly a pint, and it seems to have done him little enough good.
Well, I respond to the treatment more favorably. I am myself again, as you perceive. And so let me ask you, what are my directions?
You will proceed in the direction of the city on the left-hand pavement until you meet our man who drew the ace of clubs, who will unveil death's mysterious form to you. He will continue your instructions, and you will have the kindness to obey him. The authority of the club is invested in his person for the night. And now, I wish you a pleasant walk.
I left the club room, passed through the smoking room, put on my coat and hat and took my umbrella for the last time. For the last time. What is this? Come, I must be a man and leave here. I left the house. I walked in the direction of the city on the left-hand side of the street.
Get him in the carriage, quick! Careful now! I have him! Let's go!
Pardon my zeal, Your Highness, in seizing you in the street. It is bad manners, I realize, but...
My dear Geraldine!
If you have any idea of adhering to your oath, please note that Your Highness's person is quite at my disposal. It may be lèse-majesty, but I can assure you, sir, you have been effectively kidnapped. You're going to your rooms at the Albany, not to your death.
You think of everything, Colonel. My life, my conscience. How can I ever thank you? And how did you do it?
You can thank me effectually enough by avoiding all such dangers in the future. As for your second question, all has been arranged by the simplest means. I arranged matters this afternoon with a celebrated detective. The utmost secrecy will be observed. Your own servants have been principally engaged in this affair. The house of the Suicide Club has been surrounded since night.
Now, what of this miserable creature who was to have killed me?
He was captured as he left the house and now awaits you at your home, where he will soon be joined by his accomplices.
Colonel, you have saved me against my explicit orders. But you have done well. I owe you not only my life, but a lesson. And I should be unworthy if I did not show myself grateful to my teacher. You shall choose your own reward.
There is but one thing I desire, and that is to deal with the president of the Suicide Club.
The president must fall in a duel. It only remains to choose his adversary.
You have permitted me to name my own reward. Then permit me to duel the president.
You ask an ungracious favor, but I must refuse you nothing. As soon as the president arrives, bring him in to me. Here we are. You don't know how good it is to be home.
The men have arrived, sir.
Show them in.
Don't talk.
You are the men who would seek refuge in suicide. Cowardly, foolish, and wicked men. Those of you who have been driven into this strait by lack of fortune shall receive employment and compensation from my officers. Those who suffer under a sense of guilt must have recourse to a higher and more generous potentate than I. I feel pity for all of you, deeper than you imagine. Tomorrow you shall tell me your stories. If you answer frankly, I shall be more able to remedy your misfortunes.
You're more than kind to the members of our club.
I shall not extend my kindness to you. I should only offend a person of your character by any offer of assistance. But I have instead a piece of diversion to propose to you. Here is an officer of mine who desires to make a little tour upon the continent. I ask you as a favor to accompany him on this excursion. By the way, Mr. President, do you shoot well with the pistol?
The Suicide Club by Robert Louis Stevenson is the concluding program in a series of living fiction which has been presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The Suicide Club was adapted for radio by Charles Greenblatt. The cast and directors were students of University of Northwestern. Prince Florizel was played by Fred Posner, Colonel Geraldine was played by Dave Press, the President by Tam Spiva, the Tartman by Walter Schillinger, and Malthus by Neil Weaver. The assistant director was Hayden Bodycomb. The director was Don Amos. The entire production was under the supervision of John Cowan. Jim Hamilton speaking. This is NBC in Chicago.
The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first of 3 episodes in its dramatization of Stephen's great story of David Balfour, Kidnapped, another of its series of books that live, the world's great novel.
The story of my adventures really begins with a certain morning early in June, the year of grace 1751, 2 days after I'd taken the key for the last time out of the door of my father's house. I was 17 and alone in the world. Father's letter in my pocket was all the fortune he'd left me, and as I breasted a hill and came out on the Edinburgh road, I knew I was nearing the great mansion to which it was addressed, the House of Shaws. Father had written on the outside,
"To the hands of Ebenezer Balfour, Esquire of Shaws, in his House of Shaws, these will be delivered by my son David Balfour."
Ebenezer's name was new to me, and yet it sounded like a great name, and Balfour was our name. We'd always been poor country folk, and now the pride of life filled my brain at the thought of the fine future before me.
Good day to you. Do you know the House of Shaws?
Aye. What for?
It's a great house.
Doubtless. 'Tis a big house.
Aye. And the folks that are in it.
Folk? Are ye daft? There's nae folk there to call folk.
What? Not Mr. Ebenezer?
Oh, aye, there's the laird, if it's him you're wanting. What'll be your business money?
Oh, I was led to think I'd get a situation.
What? Well, money, it's none of my affairs. But if you'll take a word from me, you'll keep clear of the Shaws. Hup!
I cannot describe the blow this man dealt to my illusions. I made other inquiries. They all met with accusations against the Laird of Shaws, indistinct ones to be sure, but leaving the wider field to my fancy. The twilight was deepening as I put my usual question to a sour-looking woman. She pointed a bony finger down the hill to what looked like a bulky ruin standing very bare on a green.
That is the House of Shaws. Blood built it. Blood stopped the building of it. Blood shall bring it down. See here. I spit upon the ground. Black be its fall. If ye see the laird, tell him this makes the 1219 time Jenny Clouston has called down the curse on him and his house, byre and stable, man, guest and master, wife, miss, or bairn. Black, black be their fall.
Mr. Balfour? Mr. Balfour? Mr. Balfour!
This blunderbuss is loaded.
I've come with a letter for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour of Shaws.
We'll put it on the doorstep me offer you.
I'll do no such thing. It's a letter of introduction to your master.
Who are you?
I'm not ashamed of my name. They call me David Balfour.
Balfour? Is your father dead? Aye, he'll be dead. I'll let you in. Go into the kitchen, and mind you, touch nothing. Let's see the letter.
The letter is for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour, not for you.
Oh, and who do you think I am? Give me Alexander's letter, Davy, my man. For little as you seem to like either me or my house, I'm your born uncle.
You? My uncle?
Aye. You ken what's in this letter?
As you see, the seal wasn't broken.
Aye.
Your father's been lying dead?
3 weeks, sir.
He was a secret man, was Alexander. He never said much about me.
I never knew till you told me yourself that he had any brother.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Nor yet of Shaw's, I dare say.
Not so much as the name, sir.
I'm just as glad I let you in. We'll agree fine yet. And now, come away to your bed.
Very well, Uncle. May I not have a light, Uncle? I can't see a thing.
Lights in a house I did not agree with. I'm feared of fires. You'll find your bed straight before your nose, and you'll sleep very well. You're a braw lad. Aye, you'll sleep very well.
I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Most of the next day, my uncle spent smoking thoughtfully, occasionally questioning me.
And you'll have some friends, Nedu?
Many friends.
And who will they be?
Different gentlemen of the Campbell clan.
Davy, my man, you've come to the right place. I mean to do right by you. But while I'm thinking what's the best career to find for you, I wouldn't like the Balfours to be humbled before any Elan Campbell. And I'll ask you to keep your tongue within your teeth.
What do you mean?
No letters, no messages, no kind of word to anybody, or else there's my door.
Uncle Ebenezer, it was by no will of mine that I came seeking you. And if you show me your door again, I'll take you at your word.
I cannot find a fortune for you at the bottom of a porridge bowl. But just give me a day or two, and say not a word to anybody, and as sure, I'll do the right by you.
Very well, I'll stay.
We'll agree fine yet.
Do you know a woman called Janet Clouston?
Janet Clouston?
She gave me a message for you. I'm to say she's cursed this house 1,219 times.
Oh, God, Davy. I'll have her roasted on red peat before I'm through here. 1,219. Aye, that's ever a day since I had her sold up.
You sold her up?
A witch. Aye, a proclaimed witch. I'm off and see the session clerk. I'll have her arrested, I tell you. But I cannot leave you by yourself in the house. I'll have to lock you out.
If you lock me out, it'll be the last you'll see of me in friendship.
This is no way to win my favor, David.
Sir, I was brought up to have a good conceit of myself. If you were all the family I had in the world 10 times over, I wouldn't have buy your liking at such prices.
Well, I'll no go. That's all that's to be said about it.
Throughout the day, there was hardly a minute I did not feel my uncle's gaze on me. But there was no explanation that I could see. One strange thing I found, an inscription in my father's hand on the flyleaf of a book.
To my brother Ebenezer on his 5th birthday.
No, this was odd. Ebenezer had inherited Shaw's, so he must have been the eldest brother. But this inscription seems to mean that my father could write before he was 5 years old. I tried to get this notion out of my head, but it stuck to me. Finally, that night, I asked my uncle if father had not been very quick at his books.
Alexander? Not him. I was far quicker myself. I was a clever chappie when I was young.
But could he not read rather early?
Read? Why, I could read as soon as he could.
Oh, then, were you and my father twins?
Twins? What makes you ask that? Come on, tell me, what makes you ask that?
What do you mean? Take
Tell me,
your hand from my jacket. That's no way to behave.
God, man, Davy. You should not speak to me about your father. That's where the mistake is. He was all the brother I ever had. Davy, I've been thinking. There's a wee bit of money that I have promised you before you were born. Promised it to your father. Oh, nothing legal, you understand. But I keep it, that bit of money, separate. It was a great expense, but a promise is a promise. And it has grown by now to be a matter of just exactly 40 pounds.
40 pounds?
Aye, by the pity, and I'll give it you. I got it out this morning and put it in a wee bag for safekeeping.
I don't know what to say.
Ah, there. That'll show you. I'm a queer man, Davy, and strange with strangers. But my word is my bond, and there's the proof of it.
Uncle, this is most generous.
And see here now. Tit for tat.
Why, of course, I'm ready to prove my gratitude in any responsible degree.
I'm growing old and a little broken, Davy, my man. And I'll expect you to help me with the house and the bit of garden.
I'm ready to do so to the best of my ability.
Well, let's begin. There's the key of the tower at the far end of the house. You can only get into it from the inside, for that part of the house is no finish. Gang you in there and up the stairs and bring me down the chest that's at the top. There's papers in it.
Can I have a light, sir?
No. Light's in my house, Davy, my lad. Light brings fire, and fire brings destruction.
Very well, sir. Are the stairs good?
Ah, they're grand. They keep to the wall, there's no banisters. But the stairs are grand underfoot.
All right, Uncle. To the wall, he said. Stairs are grand, he said.
Whist!
Good Lord! Nothing. If it weren't for the lightning, I wouldn't have seen. My uncle tried to murder me. The stairs are grand. 40-foot drop in the dark. Uncle.
Davy.
So the stairs were grand, were they? So light brings fire and fire destruction.
Oh, my heart. The wee blue bottle, Davy, my lad. Get the blue bottle there on the shelf.
Huh. Here.
That's a bit better.
No, sit up. No, sit. And start telling me why you've lied to me at every word. Why are you afeard that I should leave you? Why do you dislike it to be hinted that you and my father were twins? Why have you given me money to which I've no claim? And last of all, why have you tried to kill me? Answer me.
I'll tell you in the morning. I'm too weak now, Davy.
Weak? Very well. Come to your room. Come on. I'm going to lock you in. Next morning, before I unlocked my prisoner's door, I replenished the fire and sat down to consider my position. There was no doubt I carried my life in my hand, but like most lads country bred, I had a great opinion of my own shrewdness. I saw myself smelling out all my uncle's secrets and growing to be his master. But in all the pictures my fancy painted in the burning coals, there was no sign of a ship, of a big bludgeon for my silly head, or the least hint of all the troubles that were to fall on me. When I freed my uncle, he greeted me civilly enough, and we sat down to breakfast. Well, sir, since you seem to have nothing to say to me, it's time, I think, to understand each other. You took me for a country Johnny Roe. I took you for a good man. It seems we were both wrong. What cause you have to fear me, cheat me, and attempt my life?
A jest, Davy, my lad. A bit of fun.
Fun?
I'll make all clear to you when we've had breakfast.
Aye, Uncle, and stay where you are.
What cheer, mate?
Please name your pleasure.
Oh, pleasure.
If you have no business.
Stay, brother. Don't lock me out. You want to get me thrashed? I brought a letter from old Easy Elsie to Mr. Bellflower.
Well, come into my house. Here, Uncle.
Read that. As you see, I had a venture with this man, Elias Hoseason, the captain of the Tridenbury Covenant. Now, if you and me, Davy, were to walk over with yon cabin boy, I could see the captain, and we could jog on to the lawyer he mentions there, Mr. Rankeler. You'd be unwilling to believe my naked word, but you'll believe Rankeler. He's agent to half the gentry in these parts. He knew your father.
My father, you say?
Aye.
Very well. Come, Uncle. We'll all three go down to the Queen's Fair. Uncle, you walk ahead.
What? Davy,
Ahead, please, where I can see ye.
Will.
Lord, lummy. You start to give orders like Easy Elsie himself. He minds for nothing and no one in heaven or earth. He'll crack on old Sire into the day of judgment, he will. Yes, the skipper's a manly man. As Killian'd soon as look at you. Only he ain't no seaman. Yes, it's Mr. Sean navigates the brig. He's the finest seaman in the trade. Only for drink. Well, look at this wound on my leg. Yeah, look.
What? Do you take such savage usage at his hands? You're no slave to be so handled.
No, and so he'll find. See this knife? Let me see him try. I'll do for him. No, he won't be the first I've done for.
In heaven's name, can you find no reputable life on shore?
Yeah, there's worse off than me. There's the 20-pounders. You should see them taken on as soon as we've cleared the river, and they have their drug out of their heads.
20-pounders?
Then we takes to the Carolinas.
Oh, you mean the criminals sent to be sold as slaves in North America?
Yes, criminals. And them what are just trepanned, because someone wants them out of the way.
Trepanned?
Yes, trepanned. Kidnapped.
Well, Davy, my man, here's the tavern where the captain awaits me. And yonder ship is the Covenant. If I'm not mistaken, they're busking her for sea. Aye, there's men aloft are making the sails ready. And she's taking on stores, too. So come along, Davy, my lad. We got to meet Captain Hoseason.
Come in. Master Balfour.
Aye.
Proud to see you, sir, and glad that you're here on time.
Glad to see you, Hoseason.
Thank you, sir.
Davy, my lad, will you just run outside and play yourself a while, my lad?
Now, I'd never seen the sea, and was anxious for a nearer look. So away I went, leaving the two men sitting down to bottles and a great mass of papers. As I passed through the tap room, I asked the innkeeper if he knew Mr. Rankeler, the lawyer.
Rankeler? Who's I? A very honest man. By the by, was it you that came in with Ebenezer?
Aye.
You'll be no kin of his?
Why, no, none. Of course not.
I thought not. Yet you have a kind of look like his brother Alexander.
It seems that Ebenezer is ill seen in this country.
Nay, Root. He's a wicked old man, and there's many would like to see him squirming in a rope. Janet Clouston and many more that he's harried out of horse and hame. Yet he was once a fine young fellow too. But that was before the report went abroad. Years ago now, when Mr. Alexander disappeared. That was like the death of him.
What report was that?
Oh, just that he'd killed him. Did you never hear that?
And what would they kill him for?
What for? but just to get the place.
The place? The Shaws?
Nae other place that I ken.
Was Alexander the eldest son then?
Dead was he. What else would he have killed him for?
No, my father, as I well knew, had been alive only 3 weeks ago. So the rumor against Ebenezer could not have been true. But knowing now that I, and not my uncle, was the true heir, that I, not he, was the real owner of the House of Shaws in its broad lands, I walked out of the inn, half stunned with my good fortune. 1,000 pleasant things were crowding my mind as I walked by the shore. I was examining a piece of seaweed when I heard my uncle call me. As I approached, Captain Hoseason walked towards me.
Well, sir, Master Balfour tells me great things of you. And for my own part, I like your looks. Tell you what, lad. You shall come on board my brig for half an hour till the ebb sets and drink a bowl with me.
Oh, unfortunately, sir, my uncle and I have an appointment with a lawyer.
Aye, he passed me the word of that. But you see, the boat will set you ashore at the Toon Pier, and that's but a penny stone cast from Rankilore's house.
Whist! Keep an eye on the old toad. He means mischief.
Huh?
Aye. Come aboard till I can get a word with you.
Come, lad. What can I bring you from the Carolinas? Any friend of Master Balfour's can command. Well, lad, you'll get your sea legs soon, and your uncle will come on board directly. Come, I'll take you forward and show you our figurehead. Can you now see to the top of this mainmast of ours? It was the main yard there that hoisted your board. The two of them do a grand job for us when the winds fail. Now, here is...
Captain, where's my uncle?
Aye. That's the point.
What?
Help! Help! Uncle! Anybody! Help! I'm kidnapped! Help!
Oh, that hurt. Arms bound. Where? I remember. Kidnapped. My own uncle, curse him. Must be blowing gale. Sour smell. Pain. So dark.
Well, boy, have you had any meat?
Couldn't. No.
Let me dress your wound again. Now, Captain. A high fever. No appetite, no light, no meat. You see for yourself what that means.
I am no conjurer, Master Ryak.
I want that boy taken out of this hole and put in the forecastle.
What you want, sir, is a matter of concern to nobody but yourself. But I can tell you that which is to be. Here he is, here he shall stay.
Admitting that you've been paid in a proportion, Captain, I will crave leave humbly to say that I have not paid I am, and none too much, to be the second officer of this old tub, but I was paid for nothing more.
If you could hold back your hand from the tin pannikin, I would have no complaint to make of you.
Aye.
And instead of asking riddles, I make bold to say that you should keep your breath to cool your porridge. Will be required on deck.
Hold. Admitting that you've been paid to do a murder.
What's that? What kind of talk is that, Mr. Ryak?
Seems it is the talk you can understand.
Mr. Ryak, I've sailed with you 3 cruises. In all that time, sir, you should have learned to know me. I'm a stiff man and a dour man. But for what you say, the new, fie. It comes from a bad heart and a black conscience. If you say the lad will die...
Aye, he will that.
Well, then, take him where you please.
Well. The old man gave in to me for once. Steady now while I cut your bonds. That's better. Steady again while I lift you. You'll be a sight more comfortable in the forecastle.
I lost my senses again, but I opened my eyes on blessed daylight and saw men sitting round the forecastle on their berths. Here I lay for many days. I saw much of the cabin boy, he who'd really got me into all this. He gave me a cruel reminder of his tales of the 20-pounders by revealing that I was to be sold into slavery by order of my wicked uncle. Daily he brought me news from the roundhouse where he slept and served. Sometimes he nursed a wound or bruise in silent agony. Sometimes he raved against the brutality of the chief mate, Mr. Schuon. I'd never seen this terrifying man, but one day in the forecastle.
Schuon's done for him at last.
Who?
The cabin boy, of course.
I knew it'd come to this. 'Tis murder the sot.
I wished the captain died.
Davy, my man. We want you to serve in the roundhouse. You're to take the cabin boy's place. Run away after you.
Oh, they're carrying the cabin boy?
Run away after, lad. Run away after you.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the second episode of Kidnapped. And don't forget that your local public library can be a source of great pleasure and benefit. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Pine was featured as David Balfour. Uncle Ebenezer was played by Sherman Marks, Captain Hoseason by Jess Pugh, Ryak by Marvin Peisner, the Innkeeper by Arthur Peterson, the Cabin Boy by Cornelius Peebles, Janet Clouston by Hilda Graham, and the Carter by Howard Hall. This is John Conrad. This program came to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Millions of Europe's children are homeless and hungry. Many are starving. Their daily diets are inadequate to sustain life. American dollars can save their lives. Join the Crusade for Children. 25 well-established private relief agencies have combined their efforts in a single drive to raise $60 million. Send your contribution now to Crusade for Children, New York, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. National Broadcasting Company presents the second episode in its dramatization of Robert Louis Stevenson's great story of Scotland, of David Balfour and Alan Breck Stewart, Kidnapped, another of its series of books that live the world's great novels.
After the murder of the cabin boy, I had to take his place in the ship's roundhouse and serve the 3 officers. I slept on the floor and ran at the call of 3 men I looked down on, and one of whom at least should have been hung upon a gallows. The future planned for me, moreover, by my wicked uncle and the captain he'd bribed to kidnap me, was to be sold as a slave in the Carolinas. When I thought of all my uncle had done to rob me of my inheritance, cold anger swept away my fear. One evening, the wind dropped. In a fallen swell, we ran into a fog. Men were posted about the decks. I asked Mr. Ryack what they were doing.
Why, listen for breakers, lad.
Oh?
To give a wide berth to yon rocks.
I see.
She's struck! We're on the rocks! The rocks, you are! The rocks!
Are we caught on the rocks, Captain?
No, not caught on the rocks. We but run down a rather small boat.
How is she? Don't her in this fog. I cut in half. Man in the boat!
What's that? Look alive there.
A man's being brought aboard, sir. He leaped and grabbed our bowsprit.
Bring him to me.
Aye, sir. A French passenger, sir.
Well, sir, you wear a fine French coat for the likes of my ship.
You seem to be a gentleman of great penetration.
You've a French officer's coat upon your back and a Scotch tongue in your head.
Well, Captain, to be plain with you, I'm one of those honest gentlemen that were in trouble about the year 45.
Aye.
And if I got into the hands of any of the red-coated gentry who served the man they call King George, it would go hard with me.
Aye, that I can believe.
Now, sir, I was for France, and there was a French ship cruising here to pick me up, but she gave my little boat to go by in the fog. Well, if you can set me ashore where I was going, I have that upon me. Will reward you highly for your trouble.
We don't know that I cannot do, but we might talk of taking you back to Scotland. We might talk.
I have here, sir, as you see, a belt about my body.
Aye.
'Tis a full belt.
Aye.
And 'tis full of coins like these.
Oh, guineas.
Aye, sir, golden guineas.
Half of it, and I'm your man.
Oh, at that, I must put the gold away again.
Oh.
You see, sir, it's my chieftain's gold, and while I would be but a silly messenger to grudge some of it that the rest might come safe, I should show myself a hound indeed if I bought my own carcass too dear.
Oh, but man,
30 guineas on the seaside, or 60 if you set me on the Linney Loch. Take it if you will. If not, you can do your worst.
Well, 60 guineas and done. And here is my hand on it.
Aye, and here's mine.
The ship had no accommodation for passengers, so the officers moved out of the roundhouse and gave it over to their paying guest. Here I had under my eyes a man whose life was forfeit on many counts. He was not only a rebel and a rent smuggler, but he'd taken service with the King of France, the enemy of King George. Now, I was loyal to King George, as good a Whig, as the Jacobites called us, as my friend Mr. Campbell had been able to make me. But I was 17. I could not look on such a man without a lively interest. Here's your meat, sir.
Thanks, lad.
And so, you're a Jacobite?
Aye. And you, by your long face, should be a Whig?
Oh, betwixt and between.
And that means nothing. But I'm saying, Mr. Betwixt and Between, this bottle of yours is dry, and it's hard if I'm to pay 60 guineas and begrudge the dram of liquor on the back of it.
I'll go and ask for the key. And so I stepped out on deck. I found the captain and 2 officers in the waist with their heads together. It struck me they were after no good, So I drew near very softly.
See here, could we trick the Jacobite out of the roundhouse? No, Mr. Ryak. He's better where he is. He has no room to use his sword. Aye, true, Captain, but he's hard to come at. But we can get the man in talk and pin him by the arms. Or we can make a run by both doors and get him underhand before he has the time to draw.
Sir?
Aye.
The gentleman seeks a dram, and the bottle's out.
Well, here's our chance to get the firearms from the roundhouse. David?
Aye?
Do you ken where the pistols are? Aye, David kens, of course. David's a good lad. Hey, you see, Davy, my man, yon wild Hieland man is a danger to the ship, besides being a rank foe to King George, God bless him.
Aye, sir?
You see, the trouble is, we have no firelocks except those stored by my berth in the roundhouse. Now, if I or one of the officers was to go in and take them, he'd fall to thinking. But a boy like you, David, might snap up a powder horn and a pistol or two without remark. And if you can, I'll bear it in mind when it'll be good for you to have friends. And that's when we reach Carolina. Captain. Hey, don't you think you might suggest to him that you're very right, Mr. Ryak. See here, David. Yon man has a belt full of gold, and I give you my word, you shall have your fingers in it.
Very well, sir.
You're a good lad, David. Here's the key to the brandy locker, and mind that we'll be waiting for the pistols.
With that, I went slowly back to the roundhouse, pondering what to do. They were dogs and thieves and murderers. And was I to hold the candle to another murder? But then, on the other hand, there was the fear of death plain before me. I was still arguing it back and forth when I got back to the roundhouse.
Well, lad, have you got the key? I'm past.
Aye. Here.
Then where's the locker? Come, get a move on.
I think they want to kill ye.
What's that?
Oh, they're all murderers here. They've murdered a boy already. No, it's you.
Aye?
They want me to get them some of them pistols there in the corner.
Aye. Aye, but they haven't got me yet. Will you stand with me, lad?
That I will. I'm no murderer. I'll stand by ye.
Aye, then. What's your name?
David Balfour, of Shaw's.
Laird of Shaw's. Well, my name is Stewart. Alan Breck, they call me.
Aye, Mr. Stewart.
Now, let's look to the defenses of this roundhouse. It is strongly built.
Aye.
We need not take note of these wee windows. No man could pass his body through.
Oh, but there's the skylight and the two doors. Only one's locked. I'll lock this one.
Well, now, David, I have but one face. So long as that one door is open and my face to it, the best part of my enemies will be in front of me.
Oh, yes. It must stay open.
Aye. Here now, take this cutlass. But get you down a powder horn, a bag of bullets, and all the pistols to charge them.
Aye, that I'll do.
I'll face the door here with my own good sword. Aye, there's none too much space. And that's a pity, too. First of all, how many are against us, lad?
15.
15? Well, that can't be cured. Now, follow what I say. It is my part to keep this door where I look for the main battle.
There's the door behind you, which they may break in.
Aye, and that's part of your work. You must climb up into the bed by yon window. And if they lift hand against the door, you're to shoot. But that's not all. Now, what else have you to guard?
The skylight.
Good.
But, oh, indeed, Mr. Stewart, I would need eyes on both sides of my head to keep the two. For when my face is at one, my back is to the other.
And that's very true. But have you no ears?
To be sure. I must hear the burst in a glass.
You have some rudiments of sense. Now, charge the pistols.
Now our time of truce was come to an end. Those on deck had waited for my coming till they grew impatient. Look through the doorway, the captain!
Stand!
This is a strange return for hospitality. A naked sword.
It will slash the heads off more wigs than you have toes upon your feet. Call up your vermin to your back, sir, and fall on. The sooner the clash begins, the sooner you'll taste the steel through your vitals.
David, I'll mind this.
And now, let your hand keep your head, for the grip is coming. Clamber up into the berth with your pistols.
Aye.
Methinks they're getting out their cutlasses. Come, clamber up.
Aye. I'm ready.
Oh, come, you rascal!
There. You're fighting Shuan. Him that killed the boy. Look to your window. Oh, aye. Men are coming with a spar. They're coming to break this door. You're to shoot. Take that. I've hit one. Take that. And that. Run, you dog. Run. Back, you dog. Where are you? I can hardly see for the smoke. Oh, you've killed Mr. Shuan.
Aye, and there's one of your Whigs for you. The others seem less anxious now. And you, lad, have you done much execution?
I winged one. I think it was the captain.
Good, then I've settled two. Ah, but there's not enough bloodlet. They'll be back again. See your watch, David.
Can you hear what they're saying?
We're showing bungled it. The wee man, he paid the piper. This is what we'll do.
I'm sure they're coming on again.
This is what I pray for. Unless we can give them a good distaste of us. They'll be in a sleep for us, lad. But this time, mind, they'll be in earnest.
I can hear them.
Aye.
Where are they?
The skylight.
On the door. They're coming in. Gotcha!
Back there!
Oh, where's my cutlass? Here, I'm coming! Back, David! Give me room! Room to charge them! Here, you back! Ah, you've routed them! Routed them all!
That's some man. Oh, David, I love you like a brother. And oh, man, I'm a no bonny fighter.
There was a flush in Alan's face, and his eyes were bright as he tumbled the four dead men through the roundhouse door. As for me, all of a sudden, and before I had a guess of what was coming, I began to cry like a child.
Oh, now, David, my man. There, you're a brave lad. Oh, dinna take on, lad. All you're needing is a wee bit of sleep. I'll take the first watch. Aye, you've done well by me, David. First and last. I would not lose you for all Appin, which is my name, I'd have you know.
I slept, and he roused me up, and I took my 3 hours. Alan found pleasure in the thought that he'd not only ousted the officers from their cabin, where we had the daintiest food and all the drink on the ship, but we had condemned 2 of the thirstiest men in Scotland to what they hated most, cold water.
And depend upon it, David, we shall hear more of them. You may keep a man from the fighting, but never from his bottle.
Aye.
Here, lad, reach me that knife, and I'll cut you off one of the silver buttons from this coat.
Oh.
I had them from my father, Duncan Stewart. And now I give you one. To be a keepsake for last night's work. And wherever you go and show that button, friends of Alan Breck will come around you.
'Tis beautifully wrought.
Aye.
I shall keep this as a talisman for when I have need.
Aye, lad, do that.
Who there, Mr. Stewart? I will have words with you.
You answer him from the roof. Here, take your pistol.
Aye. Ho! You down there. Speak out, and take heed that I'm armed.
Aye. The captain wants word with your friend. They might converse at the window.
How do we know what treachery he means?
He means none, David. And if he did, 'tis honest truth, we could not get the men to follow.
Tell him the captain can come to the window on parole of his words of honor.
Oh, aye. Mr. Stewart will speak to the captain if he gives his parole.
Aye. Oh, one thing more. You'll agree I showed you some kindness when you first came aboard, so...
Aye?
I ask you, if you could no hand me out a dram of liquor. You see,
Yes, you can have a dram.
Here's a pannikin.
Oh, thank you, Alan. Here, Mr. Ayek, if you'll reach up...
Bless you, boy. I'll no forget you for this kindness.
Aye, we need no thanks. Just send the captain.
Aye.
What will you say to him, Alan?
I'll make him take me where I am to go. And you too, of course. No more of this talk of selling you as a slave in America.
I think he's coming now.
Mr. Stewart.
This pistol is loaded.
No. Put that thing up. Have I not passed my word, sir?
Captain, last night you haggled and bargled like an apple wife, and then passed me your word, and gave me your hand to back it. And you ken very well what was the upshot. Be damned to your word.
Well, sir, you'll get little good for swearing. You've made a sore hash of my ship. I have no hands enough to work it. There's nothing left me, sir, but to put back into Glasgow after new hands.
No. You'll have to set me ashore where we agreed.
But my first officer is dead, and there's none of the rest of us acquainted with this coast, sir. And it's one very dangerous to ships.
I give you your choice. Set me on dry ground in Appin, or within 30 miles of it, except in a country of the Whig-loving Campbells. Aye, that's a broad target.
All this will cost money, sir.
30 guineas if you land me on the seaside, and 60 if you put me in the Linney-Loch.
It's to risk the ship, sir, and your own lives along with her.
Take it or want it.
Could you pilot us at all?
Well, I'm more of a fighting man than a sailorman. But I've often been picked up and set down on this coast. I should ken something of it.
Well, be it as you will. As soon as I get the slant of wind, I'll put it in hand.
And now, as I hear you have one great luck, I'll offer you an exchange. A bottle of brandy against 2 buckets of water. Oh, Davy, if this breeze holds, I'll be showing you up in no time.
Aye. Oh, it'll be good to see Mr. Campbell again.
Did you say Campbell?
Oh, he's my friend.
I hate every man who bears that name.
Why, Alan, he's a man you should be proud to give your hand to.
I know nothing I'd help a Campbell to, unless it was a bullet. If I lay dying, I'd crawl on my knees to my chamber window for a shot at one.
What ails you, the Campbells?
Well, you ken very well that I'm an Appin steward. And the Campbells have long harried and wasted those of my name. Aye, and got lands of us by treachery.
You that are so wasteful of your buttons, I can hardly think you'd be a good judge of business.
I got my wastefulness from the same man I got the buttons. My poor father, Duncan Stewart. He left me my breeks to cover me and little besides. Aye, and that was how I come to enlist.
What? Were you in the English army?
That was I. But I deserted to the right side at the Battle of Preston Pans. And that's some comfort.
But good heavens, man. You that are a condemned rebel and a deserter and a man of the French kings, what's tempted you back? It's a brave and a providence.
Oh, Tut. I've been back every year since 46.
And what brings you, man?
The business of my chief, Ardshiel. You see, David, Ardshiel that's come of the blood and bearing the name of kings is now brought down to live in France like a poor person. He that had 400 swords at his whistle, I have seen buying butter in the marketplace and taking it home in a cabbage leaf. This is a disgrace to us of his family and clan. Now, the tenants of Appin have to pay a rent to King George, but they're true to their chief. And what with love and a bit of pressure, and maybe a threat or two, the poor folk scrape up a second rent for Ardshiel. Well, David, I'm the hand that carries it, here in this belt about me middle.
Do the poor folk pay both?
Aye, David. I told a different tale to yon captain, man, but this is the truth of it.
I call it noble. I'm a Whig or a little better, but I call it noble.
Well, you're a Whig, but you're a gentleman, and that's what does it. Now, if you were one of the cursed race of Campbell, you'd gnash your teeth to hear tell of it. If you were the Red Fox.
And Who's the Red Fox?
Who is he? When the men of the clans were broken at Culloden, and the good cause went down, and the horses rode over their fetlocks in the best blood of the north, Ardshiel had to flee like a poor deer upon the mountains. He and his lady and his bairns. The English rogues stripped him of his powers. They stripped him of his lands. They plucked the weapons from the clansmen, aye, that had borne arms for 30 centuries. And now, in there steps a man, a Campbell, red-headed Colin of Glenure, the Red Fox. In he steps, and gets papers from King George to be the king's agent on the lands of Appin. And at first, he sings small. But by and by, it came to his ears how the poor farmers and crofters were ringing the very plaids to get a second rent for Ardshiel. Well, and the Red Fox heard it. The black Campbell blood in him ran wild. He sat gnashing his teeth at the wine table. What? Should a steward get a bite of bread and him not be able to prevent it? Ah, Red Fox, if I ever hold you to Gunn's end, the Laird have pity on you. There grows not enough heather in all Scotland to hide you from my vengeance.
Man, Alan, ye are neither very wise nor very Christian to blow off so many words of anger. They'll do the Red Fox no harm, and yourself no good.
Oh, barring that about Christianity, I'm much of your mind. But this is what the Red Fox did.
Aye, come to that.
Ardshiel was to starve. Aye, that was the thing. But them that fed him would not be bought out. So the Red Fox sent for lawyers and papers and redcoats. And the kindly folk of that country must all pack and tramp. Aye, every father's son out of his father's house, where he was bred and fed and played when he was a child. What cares Red Fox? If he can pluck the meat from a chieftain's table, aye, and the bit toys out of the children's hands, he will gang him singing.
It's not this Campbell's fault, man. It's his orders. And if you killed him tomorrow, there'd be another agent in his shoes as fast as spurs can drive.
You're a good lad in a fight, but man, you have Whig blood in you.
Mr. Stooge! Mr. Stooge! Come and see if you can pirate!
Is this one of your tricks?
Do I sound like tricks? Man, my arm is useless, my ship's in danger!
I'm coming, Captain! Well, come along, David. Aye, Alan.
Hey, you both come. Good. There. That fountain of spray in the moonlight. What do you call that?
Well, the sea breaking on a reef, Captain. And now you ken where the reef is. What better could you have?
Hey, if it was the only one. There, another one. If I'd counted these reefs, if I'd had a chart, or if shoeing had been spared, it's not 60 guineas, no, nor a 600 would have made me rasp a ship in such a stone yard.
I'm thinking, Captain, these will be what they call the Torren rocks.
Are there many of them?
I'm no pilot, but it sticks in my mind there are 10 miles of them.
There's a way through them, I suppose.
No, it somehow runs in my mind that it's clearer under the land.
We'll have to haul our wind then, Mr. Ryak. It falls to you to go aloft. Let us know how it looks by the foretop. I cannot send these wounded men. I'll help them keep hold on the tiller.
Aye, aye, sir.
We'll try your way of it, sir. In with the land. But I think I might as well trust to a blind fiddler. Pray God you're right.
Pray God I am, Davy. But where did I hear it?
See to the south is safe. It's clear in by the north. Have the port on your hair.
Orkney, David. This is no the kind of death I fancy.
What, Alan? You're not afraid?
Well, no, but you'll allow yourself. It's a cold ending.
I'm on your hair. Clear water ahead.
Grand, you were right, Mr. Stewart. You've saved the ship.
Keep it away, boys. Reach the wind. Hurry! On the rocks, on the rocks.
Lost the ship. Look alive there.
Which way, man? Hurry! Look out!
Let me help.
I and me.
Do you know this shore, Alan? What country is it?
What's possible for me, David? Campbell country.
Can you swim at all?
Nary a stroke, man. Can you?
Not I.
For the love of God, hold on! The ship's turning over!
I went down and drank my fill. I came up, got a blink of the moon, and went down again. My body felt as it was burst. I came up, remembering that a man sinks a third time for good, then down once more. Yet I came up, wondering why I was not like other men. Then down again, and up, and down, and up. And all the while I was being hurled along and beaten and choked and swallowed whole. And the thing so scattered my wits that I was neither sorry nor afraid. I found myself holding a wooden spar. A spar, it helped. Then, all at once, I was in quiet water. I now lay across the spar, becalmed, and began to feel that a man could die of cold as well as drowning. The shores of a distant island mocked me. Some instinct of self-preservation caused me to kick with my feet, still hugging the spar. I was moving. It was mortally slow work. In about an hour, I'd got well in between the points of a sandy bay. In my heart, I thought I'd never seen a place so desolate. But it was dry land. I was incredibly tired, and my kicks were now little more than a waving of my legs. Then, my foot touched bottom. I was wading, alone on a strange coast with the ship wrecked and Alan maybe dead behind me, but I was wading ashore, grateful to God, as I trust I've often been, but never with more cause.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the final episode of Kidnapped. And don't forget that your local public library invites you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Amo Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Fine is featured as David Balfour, and Larry Alexander as Alan Breck. Captain Hoseason was played by Jess Pugh, Ryak by Marvin Peisner. Others were Cliff Norton, Charles Mountain, and Fred Smith. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the third and final episode in its dramatization of Robert Louis Stevenson's great story of the adventures of David Balfour, Kidnapped. Another of its series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Rain. It was falling in torrents. Oh, My clothes had not been dry since the Covenant struck the reef and the tide race flung me on this barren isle. In my pocket, my finger touched the silver button Alan had cut me from his fine French coat. Had my Jacobite friend been drowned in the wreck? And what of my kidnappers, the crew we two had fought aboard the ship? My head swam with my loneliness. I thought of the fishermen who'd passed my island, and my heart burned. Why had they refused all my heed shots for cry? Some had even laughed. If only I'd learned to swim. A narrow channel separated me from the Scottish mainland, and the fine estate of which, as I now knew, I was the rightful owner and laird. Yet here was I, hungry, and for 2 days now not even a fisherman had passed by, until...
A boat! A passing boat! Ahoy there! Help! Don't pass me by! Don't talk Gaelic! What are you saying?
Tide! Deep tide!
Yes, tide. Oh, you mean when the tide's out?
Is tide!
So that was it. I could wade to the mainland in low tide, wade to safety and food to eat and dry clothes and my rich inheritance. Just wade. I could have done it days ago.
Good day to you, friend.
Good day. Do you know aught of the ship that's wrecked out yonder?
Aye.
Have you seen any of the crew?
They broke bread in my house 3 days agone.
Then all were saved?
Aye.
Thank the Lord. One was dressed like a gentleman, yes?
Well, the first, the one that came alone, wore breeks and stockings. What? But you must be the lad with the silver button.
Why, yes, of course. Oh, here, look.
Why did you not say? Couldn't I be sure you were of the honest party?
Why, yes, Alan Brick. Short is my
Shmon. My name's... But the gentleman we both ken left a word for you.
Uh-huh.
You're to follow to Appin, by way of Torresay.
Aye.
Use your button till you come to the Stuart country. Once there, you're to speak to nobody, and avoid all Whigs, Campbells, and English redcoats.
Very well.
And now, if you'll take a bite to eat, we'll...
In Torresay, I was warned that Colin Campbell, the king's agent, him Alan called the Red Fox, was in Appin, forcing the evacuation of all the Stuarts, and that I should beware of redcoats. That evening, as I sat to rest beside the road...
Sir, which road to Acharan?
Hold! Here, Sheriff, is a warning. And what seek ye in Acharan, my lad?
The man that lives there.
James of the Glens.
Who else?
Is he gathering his clan, do you think, Sheriff?
If you're concerned for me, I'm an honest subject of King George, owing no man and fearing no man.
Why, very well said. But why does this honest man seek James of the Glens? I have power here. I am King's agent on these estates and have 12 files of soldiers at my back.
Mr. Colin Campbell.
You know my name. And my nickname, too, it seems.
I've heard that you're a hard man to drive.
Well, your tongue is bold. But I'm no unfriend to plainness. If it...
What happened to
I'm dead.
Here, let me see. No, too late. Take care of yourselves.
There's the murderer. running up the hillside. The man in black with the fowling piece. Come on. Don't let him get away.
10 pounds, men, if you take that lad, he's in it.
Now they're chasing me. The fools. The fools.
Duck in here, Davy.
Huh?
In here, among the trees. Now, down in the bracken and be still.
Alan Breck Stewart.
Be still. Now, they're all ahead of us. We crawl on our bellies and go back the way you came. Do as I do for your life. Well, yon was a hot burst, David. Why do you keep your face in the heather? Are you still wearied, lad?
No.
What then?
You and I must part.
What?
I like you very well, Alan. But your ways are not mine. And they're not God's. And so we must part.
I'll hardly part from you, David, without some kind of a reason.
You ken very well yon Campbell man lies in his blood upon the road.
So, you think I had a hand in that?
Well, didn't you?
I'll tell you first of all, Mr. Balfour of Shaw's, that if I were going to kill a gentleman, it would not be in my own country to bring trouble on my family and clan. And I would not go lacking sword and gun, and with this long fishing rod upon my back.
Well, that's true.
And now, I take out my dirk and swear upon its holy iron that I had neither art nor part, act nor thought in it.
Oh, thank God for that. Here's my hand on it.
Oh, David, lad, you must have cast a spell on me. I can forgive you anything. But we've little time to chatter. Both of us must flee this country now.
You're a Jacobite and a deserter from the English army, but why me?
You're involved in the murder of a king's agent.
Oh.
All Appin will be served, and everyone obliged to give a good account of himself.
Oh, I've no fear of the justice of my country.
As if this was your country, and as if you'd be tried here in the country of the Stuarts.
Where else?
Man, this is a Campbell that's been killed. It'll be tried at Inverara with 15 Campbells in the jury box, and the biggest Campbell of all, and that's the Duke, sitting on the bench.
Oh, where would we flee?
To the lowlands, to your own country. But mind, you'll have to lie bare and hard, and suffer many an empty belly. Your bed shall be the moorcocks, and your life like the hunted deers, and you shall sleep with your hand upon your weapon. But it's take to the heather with me, or else hang. Well, Davy?
I go with you. And so we set out, 2 hunted men to journey afoot across the Highlands. The first dawn found us running for dear life. Throughout one hot summer's day we lay frying atop a tall rock, while sentries patrolled within a foot. We travelled only at night, and for the first part of our journey at least, every glen and valley was lined with red-clad soldiers, and all of them instructed to look for me. Finally, after 3 weeks, we came out at the Highland line and looked out at my own country across the wide River Forth. We hoped to slip across the bridge of Stirling to Queen's Ferry, where I should find Mr. Rankler, but the bridge was very closely guarded, and so we determined to go to the Firth of Forth, there to find a boat and a boatman to put us across. We bought bread at a small inn near the Firth, and later...
Did you take heed of the lass at the inn who sold us this bread, Davy?
Aye, and a bonny lass she was.
Then we turned back.
Well, in the name of all that's wonderful, why so?
It might get us that boat.
Well, if it were the other way about, it would be liker it.
Now, I don't want the lass to fall in love with you. I want her to be sorry for you. There's no need she should take you for a beauty.
Well, I'm no beauty after 3 weeks in the heather.
You'll do fine for my purpose.
You have a good hangdog, rag and tatter, clapper macaw kind of look to you, as if you'd stolen the coat from a potato bogle.
Oh.
Well, here we are back at the inn.
Well?
Now, I'm going to do a bit of play acting, the bottom ground of which is just exactly as serious as the gallows for the pair of us.
As you will.
Now, hang upon my arm as if you're helpless with weariness.
Oh.
Now then.
Oh, let me help you to the chair. Oh, there. What's wrong with him?
Wrong. He's walked more hundreds of miles than he has hairs upon his chin, and slept oftener in wet heather than dry sheets. Wrong, quoth she.
He is young for that.
Oh, we're young. Here, try to eat some of this bread, lad.
He'd be better riding.
And where could I get a horse for him? Would you have me steal?
You need not tell me. You're gentry.
Well, did you ever hear that being gentry put money in people's pockets?
No, that's true indeed.
Let me be, Alan. I'm better already.
Has he no friends?
That has he so. If we could but win to them. Friends and rich friends. Beds to lie in, food to eat, doctors to see him. And here he must tramp in the dubs and sleep in the heather like a beggar man.
And why that?
Oh, my dear, I cannot very safely say. But I'll sing you a bit song. Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Oh, Charlie is... That's it, lass.
Bonnie Prince Charlie himself. And him so young.
Old enough to hang.
Oh, it would be a black shame.
It's what will be, though, unless we can manage the better.
I'm thinking, sir, that you've a rather long tongue.
Aye, but I know the folk I speak to.
I'd never betray you.
You're not that kind. But I'll tell you what you would do if you'd help.
Oh, I couldna, now, couldna.
No, but if you could. There are boats in Fife, for I saw two upon the beach. Now, if we could use one and have some secret, decent man to bring it back again and keep his counsel, there'd be 2 souls saved. If we lack that boat, we have but 3 shillings left in this wide world. Are you to lie in your warm bed and think upon us, lass, when the winds howls and the rain beats on the roof? Are you to eat by a red fire and think upon this poor sick lad biting his fingernails on a boor? Sick or sound, he must aye be moving. With a dead grapple at his throat, he must be trailing in the rain. And when he breathes his last on a heap of cold stones, there'll be no friends near him, but only me and God.
Oh, Steve.
Did you ever hear of Mr. Rankler of Queen's Ferry?
Rankler, the lawyer?
It's to his door I'm bound. You maybe judge that if I'm an ill-doer.
Well, Mr. Rankler's a known man. You must take some food, then go down to the beach and lie up in the wood. I'll find some means to put you over somehow.
It was very good of you to row us over yourself. I cannot find expression for my thanks.
There's no need. Lose no time and hold your peace. Goodbye.
Goodbye, lass.
That's a very fine lass.
Aye.
A very fine lass.
She saved us both. Now to see Mr. Rankler.
Not I, David.
Huh?
No, it's safer for me to lie in the fields and stare for nobody. When you return, give me a sign.
Very well. The sign shall be this.
It is a lowland air, but 'twill serve.
Come in. What can I do for you, sir?
My name is David Balfour.
Oh?
And where have you come from, Mr. David Balfour?
Many strange places, sir. But I've reason to believe myself some rights on the estate of Shaws.
Mm-hmm. Have you any papers proving your identity?
They're in the hands of Mr. Campbell of Essendine and could be produced. I don't think even my uncle would deny my identity.
Meaning Mr. Ebenezer Balfour?
The same.
Did you ever meet a man of the name of Hosea?
Oh, I did so, sir. It was him at my uncle's instigation that I was kidnapped and carried to sea. Suffered shipwreck and 100 other hardships.
You say you were shipwrecked? Where?
South of the Isle of Mull.
The ship was lost, let me see, June the 27th, and we are now at August the 24th. Here's a considerable hiatus, Mr. Balfour.
Well, before I tell my story, I'd be glad to know I'm talking to a friend.
I cannot be your friend till I'm properly informed. If you were more trustful, 'twould better befit your scarcity of years.
You're not to forget, sir, that I've already suffered by my truthfulness and was shipped off to be a slave by the very man that is your employer.
No, it's not as bad as that. I was your uncle's man of business, but on the very day of your sea disaster, your friend Mr. Campbell of Essendine stalked into my office demanding you. I'd never heard of you, but I'd known your father. Mr. Ebenezer admitted having seen you, declared for what seemed improbable that he'd given you considerable sums, and that you'd started for the continent of Europe to fulfill your education. Interrogated how you'd come to send no word to Mr. Campbell, he said you'd expressed a desire to break with your past life. Those were his replies. I'm not sure that anyone believed him.
Oh, I should think not.
He disrelished certain expressions of mine and ended by showing me to his door. Then there came to me this Captain Hoseason with a story of your drowning, whereupon all fell through. No, you can judge if I may be trusted.
Sir, if I tell you my story, I must commit a friend's life to your discretion. Pass me your word it shall be sacred.
You have it. But if your story contains any little jostles with the law, I beg you to remember that I'm a lawyer and pass lightly.
Certainly, sir. The friend I mentioned is one you may have heard of. Alan Brett.
Name no unnecessary names, Mr. Balfour. Above all, if any are of healing to us, many of whom are obnoxious to the law.
Well, it might have been better not, but since I've let it slip, I may as well continue.
Not at all. It so happens that I'm somewhat dull of hearing, and I'm far from sure I caught the name exactly. We'll call your friend, if you please, Mr. Thompson.
As you will, Mr. Ankler. This, then, is my story. At the time of the death of my father.
Oh, really? This is an epic, a great odyssey of yours. Mr. Thompson seems to me a gentleman of some choice qualities, though perhaps a trifle bloody-minded. You're doubtless quite right to adhere to him.
Oh, yes.
Well, since we've now agreed on a plan, tomorrow we'll walk out to meet your bloodthirsty friend, and with his assistance we'll, shall I say, settle the hash of Mr. Ebenezer Balfour. So you see, Mr. David, that's the entire story of your uncle. Mr. Ebenezer, incredible though it may seem, was a dashing figure in his youth, admired and beloved, but woefully spoiled. Your father, the elder brother, was a kind gentleman, but dolefully weak. These two fell in love with the same lady. She took your father. He, through some queer reasoning of his own, felt constrained to agree with his brother that, as one had the lady, the other should have the estate.
What exactly is my position?
Oh, everything's yours beyond doubt. It matters nothing what your father signed. Ye are the heir by the law of entail.
Oh, this is where we stop and look for Mr.
Thompson.
Aye.
Aye.
You never thought to look up, Davy.
I was watching from the tree above your head.
Oh, Ellen. Mr. Enkeler, this is my friend, Mr. Thompson.
How'd you do, sir?
Alan, please to remember that name. Mr. Enkeler is a lawyer.
Ah, it's not a name I relish, but in present circumstances, no doubt it's a cautious one.
Exactly, Mr. Thompson. And I must say I'm pleased to meet you. And now, if you'd lend me your arm, I'd like to tell you how we plan to approach a very wicked old man. Mr. David and I will remain behind this bush, Mr. Thompson. When you've reached the proper stage of your conference, we'll make our entrance.
Aye.
This blunderbush is loaded.
Is that yourself, Mr. Balfour?
Huh? What is this? It is no time and age for decent folk. Who are you?
What brings me is more of your affairs than mine.
And what is?
David.
What's that?
Shall I give you the rest of the name?
I'm thinking I'd better let you in.
Oh, but would I go? It's here upon this doorstep that we must confer upon this business. Here and nowhere.
Well, must.
I am a blunderbush. One step nearer, and you're as good as dead.
And a very civil speech, to be sure.
I'll sit here on the top step.
You'll have perceived that I'm a Hieland gentleman. Well, the country of my clan is not very far from Mull, and it seems there was a ship lost in those parts. Next day, a gentleman of my family was seeking wrecked wood for his fire along the sands, when he came upon a lad that was half drowned.
Half, did you say?
Aye, only half. My friend brought him to and clapped him in a ruined castle, where from that day to this, he has been a great expense to my friends.
I'm listening, man.
Now, my friends, finding the lad owned some decent folk, and was your born nephew, Mr. Balfour, they asked me to call on you and confer upon the matter. I may tell you that unless we can agree on terms, you're little likely to set eyes on him, for my friends I know we're very well off.
I'm not very caring. He was not a good lad at the best of it, and I've no call to interfere.
I see what you be at, pretending you don't care, to make the ransom smaller.
No, it's the mere truth. I take no interest in the lad, and I'll pay no ransom.
Good, sir. You cannot desert your brother's son for the fair shame of it. And if it came to be known, you would not be very popular.
I'm not very popular the way it is. And it would not come to be known by me, nor yet by you or your friends, so that's idle talk, my bucky.
Then it'll have to be David that tells it.
How's that?
Just this. My friends would keep your nephew as long as there was any likelihood of money to be made of it. But if not, they'll let him gang where he please.
Aye, but I'm not very caring about that either.
I was thinking that.
And what for? Why?
Why, Mr. Balfour, either you like David and would pay to get him back, or else you've good reasons for not wanting him, and would pay for us to keep him. It seems it's not the first, so it's the second.
I do not follow you there.
No, well, see here. You don't want the lad back. Well, what do you want done with him? And how will you pay? Come, sir, I'm no rider to kick my heels at your front door. Either give me a civil answer, or by the top of Glencoe, I'll ram 3 feet of iron through your vitals.
Hey, man! Oh, give me a minute, man. What's wrong with you?
I ask for nothing but plain dealing. Do you want the lad killed or kept?
Oh, man, that's no kind of language.
Killed or kept?
Keep it. We'll have no bloodshed, if you please.
Well, now, that'll be the dearer.
Dearer? Would you foul your hands with crime?
Good, they're both crime. And killing's easier, and quicker, and surer. Keeping the lad'll be troublesome.
I'll keep it, though. I never had nothing to do with anything morally wrong.
You're uncommon scrupulous.
I'm a man of principle. And if I had to pay for it, I'll have to pay for it. And besides, you forget, the lad's my brother's son.
Well. And now, about the price. Before I set a name to it, I'd have to ken some small matters. For instance, how much did you give Hoseason at the first off-go?
Hoseason? What for?
For kidnapping David.
Oh, it's a lie. It's a black lie. He was never kidnapped. He lied in his throat that told you that. He never was.
Well, that's no fault of mine or yours, nor yet of Hoseason's, if he's a man that can be trusted.
What do you mean? Did Hoseason tell you?
Why, you done it, old runt. How else would I know? Hoseason and I are partners. What did you pay him?
Has he told you himself?
That's my concern.
Well, I do not care what he said. He lied. The solemn God's truth is, I get him £20. But I'll be perfectly honest with you. Besides that, he was to have the selling of the lad in Carolina, which would be as much more, do you see, but not out of my pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
That will do excellently well.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Balfour.
Good evening, Uncle Ebenezer.
Well, Davy.
And so I came into my inheritance. By getting my uncle's confession in the presence of 3 witnesses, we avoided the possibility of his bringing his false claims to Shaw's into court. I had no wish to prosecute. I let him have a small income and allowed him to stay on temporarily in the house. As for my friend Alan Breck Stewart, from him I had to take a most painful parting of my life. For his own safety, he had to be shipped to France. But the lawyer and I were able to see to it that he did not go to his friends there, the poor man he was, when aboard the ill-fated ship the Covenant, he first demanded brandy from a cabin boy called David Balfour.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the first episode of Henry James' novel of 19th century New York, Washington Square. And don't forget that your local public library invites you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Fine was featured as David Balfour, and Larry Alexander as Alan Breck. Mr. Rankler was played by Jonathan Howell, Uncle Ebenezer by Sherman Marks, The Last by Geraldine Kay, The Crofter by Charles Mountain, and The Red Fox by Howard Hall. This is John Conrad, and this program came to you from Chicago, and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Started your Christmas shopping yet? Worried about where the money's coming from? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You were seated around a green felt table with a dozen desperate men, waiting for the turn of a card. If it's the ace of spades, you will be next. And you desperately desire the impossible. Escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to London of the last century. A London of gas lights and hansom cabs. A London where a gentleman still valued his word of honor above his life. A London of which one terrifying incident is recorded by Robert Louis Stevenson in his unforgettable story, The Young Man with the Cream Tarts.
Oh, bored? Or rather, city seems to offer little amusement tonight.
Well, bottoms up. Let's be on our way.
Righto. Your health.
And yours.
Gentlemen, please have a cream tart. It's absolutely free. My compliments. Madam, will you honor me? Sir, will you honor me?
Well, now, what's this?
A young man with a tray of cream tarts. He's giving them away.
Perhaps one of the turns on the bill.
Perhaps. Shall we go?
Yes, let's.
I pray you accept this confection, for if you do not, I'm bound to eat it myself.
You must be crazy.
I was never more sane. You refuse?
I do.
And there's nothing for it but my 27th tart since 5 o'clock. Now there are but 2 left. You, sir.
Yes?
Will you so far honor an entire stranger? It's really excellent pastry. I should know I've eaten enough of them.
It is not the nature of a gift that is important, but the spirit in which it is offered.
The spirit, sir, is one of mockery.
Mockery? And whom do you mock?
Myself. However, my purpose at the moment is not confession, but rather distribution of these cream tarts. Won't you and your friend dispose of the last of them?
Yes. Yes, on one condition. If my friend and I eat your last 2 cakes, we shall expect you to join us at supper.
Supper? It's a horrible thought. I've already eaten 2 dozen of these pastries.
Very well, then we shall omit supper and become better acquainted over a bottle of wine.
I'm uncertain whether my repugnance for these 2 remaining tarts or the attraction of your invitation compels me, but I accept.
Excellent. Then let us finish off your pastry and seek a more quiet place.
How about Michelle's in Soho?
Splendid. Shall we go?
An excellent restaurant, excellent wine, and 2 excellent friends. I drink to your health.
And we drink to yours. I'm sure you will understand my curiosity,
But you are curious.
Naturally. Although I suspect that your story is probably a silly one.
Oh, indeed.
You may rest assured that we are 2 of the silliest men in England. My name is Goodall, Theophilus Goodall, and my friend here is Major Alfred Hammersmith.
I like you, Mr. Goodall. And you, Major Hammersmith, though I suspect those are not your right names.
It is of no importance.
Exactly, nor is my name, so I will not divulge it. Although I see no reason why I should deny you my story. It's brief and foolish.
Pray tell us, then.
It's an oft-told tale. A modest fortune which I squandered in the usual ways at cards, the horse races in Paris. Then 2 months ago, I met a young lady exactly suited to my taste in mind and body. My heart melted. I was in love too late. Yesterday, my solicitor warned me that I had but £100 left in the world. 40 of these I used last night for a special purpose, and I have agreeably spent the day disposing of the remaining £60 in as foolish a manner as I could devise.
And the future?
The future has been taken care of by the £40.
Is it not odd that we 3 should have met by the merest accident in so large a wilderness as London and be so nearly in the same condition?
Yes. Major Hammersmith, I was thinking the very same thing.
What's this? Are you 2 also ruined? Is this bottle of excellent wine the last folly, like my cream tarts?
Very nearly so. I'm perhaps a week behind you. I still have a few banknotes in my wallet, however. Here now, this bill will take care of the bottle of wine, and the others I throw into the fire.
Oh, no. You shouldn't have burned all of them. You should have kept £40.
£40? Why?
Why not 50 or 70? For to my certain knowledge, there were more than 100 in his wallet.
It was only just £40 he needed. But without them, there is no admission. The rule is strict.
What do you mean? I have not yet completely emptied my pocketbook.
You are not fooling me. You are indeed ruined men, like me.
Oh, indeed.
Could you muster £80 between you?
Well, let me look in my wallet. Yes, 80 and a little over.
Then you're indeed most fortunate. £40 each is the initiation fee of the Suicide Club.
The Suicide Club? What the devil is that?
The Suicide Club is death's private door. It's the ultimate convenience in our modern world. It exists for unfortunates like us. Those to whom the painful agony of corrosive poison is distasteful. For those whose courage fails them when the cold muzzle chills the forehead. For those whose fear of drowning is greater than their compulsion to die. For these sensitive misfits, the Suicide Club ranges every detail. If you're truly tired of life, I will introduce you tonight to a meeting, and I can assure you that within the week you will be relieved of the burden of living. What do you say? It's more serious than a cream tart, and I suspect more palatable.
More serious, certainly. So I wonder if you would give Mr. Goodall and me 5 minutes alone to discuss it.
Certainly. I shall wait outside.
Your Highness, this adventure must stop here.
Nonsense, Colonel Geraldine. I propose to see this through.
See it through to what? Death? You forget your obligations, not only to yourself, but to your country. Prince Florizel of Bohemia cannot risk...
Tonight I am plain Mr. Goddard, and so I propose to remain. And please remember, Colonel Geraldine, under no circumstances are you to betray my incognito.
But, Your Highness...
We have survived graver adventures than this one promises to be. And now, Colonel Geraldine, let us pay our bill and accompany our young wastrel to death's private door.
Here you are, Governor. Box court.
Gentlemen, we have arrived.
Here you are, cabby. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, sir. Come on, get in.
Well, Mr. Goddard, Major Hammersmith, there is still time to change your minds.
Lead on, sir. My mind's made up.
And mine.
Follow me, then.
As dark as a tomb.
An apt and concise simile.
Here we are, gentlemen, at death's private door. Shall we enter?
Pray, let's.
You may hang your things in here. If you'll be good enough to wait, I shall call the president.
Of all our follies, this is the wildest and most dangerous.
I'm beginning to believe you're right.
Let me beseech your Highness
Do not forget you are my aide-de-camp.
Not your father. Yet I am responsible to the king for your well-being.
Colonel Geraldine, you're not afraid.
Certainly not for myself, but for your Highness.
Shh, quiet.
The president will see you in his office. I have vouched for you, but you must give him honest answers. The indiscretion of a single member might lead to the dispersion of the society forever. He can't afford to take that risk. Follow me. In here. He's waiting for you.
Good evening. I am told that you wish to speak to me.
We have a desire, sir, to join the Suicide Club.
Sir, you've made a mistake. This is a private house, and you must leave it instantly.
We have come here upon the invitation of a friend of yours. He's already told you of our desires. And believe me, sir, when one has come this far along the path, one is not likely to be turned away and certainly will tolerate little rudeness. Permit me to assure you, either you will oblige us in the matter, or you'll regret ever having admitted us to the premises.
Well, now, that's more like it. This is no place for men not yet desperate. I believe you, sir. But what of your friend?
My reasons are even more cogent than Mr. Goodall's. I was cashiered out of my regiment last week.
Why?
Cheating at cards.
I see. And you, sir? What is your reason for being tired of life?
Unadulterated laziness.
Don't trifle with me, sir. You must have a better reason than that.
I have no more money, and I'm much too lazy to come by any.
If I did not have a great deal of experience in these matters, I would turn you down. But I have learned that the most frivolous excuses for a suicide often cover a deep and lifelong desire for self-destruction.
Thank you for your understanding, sir.
Very well. To business. I shall read you the oath of membership to which you will each subscribe. I swear to obey without question the instructions of the president of this association or any of his appointed deputies. Realizing that desirable death could scarcely be a penalty for violating this oath, I am aware that any violation will be met at the discretion of the president by those means deemed suitable by him. Namely, excommunication from the church, loss of whatever honor still attaches to my name, and, or, when necessary, violent reprisals against my bereaved family. In full knowledge of the sacredness of this oath, I subscribe my name. Well, gentlemen?
You are in a position to enforce those penalties.
I am.
Hand me the pen.
My friend.
The pen, please. Major Hammersmith.
Thank you.
That will be £40 apiece, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. And now, would you like to join the members in the smoking room?
Indeed, we would.
This way, please. Just make yourself at home. Everyone's quite informal here. If you'll pardon me, I have some other matters to attend to.
Come along, Major. Let's mingle with the company.
Your Highness.
Be quiet.
Oh, there you are. You got in all right, I see.
Naturally.
You'll never regret it.
I'm sure we shan't.
Do you care for a game of billiards or perhaps some whist?
No, not immediately, thank you. I should like just to wander around and listen to the conversation.
You'll find it most revealing.
You understand? She had always stood in the way of anything I wanted to do. And I don't care if she was my mother. She crossed me one time too often.
You may be sure that I would never have joined this wretched club if I had not read The Origin of the Species by Darwin. I could not bear to be descended from an ape.
Certainly,
Too
I
ghastly to
understand.
bear, you know.
There are some men who cannot abide the restrictions of the monastery. And after the abbot discovered me, there was nothing I could do.
It's incomprehensible to me.
What is?
Why, this talk, this boasting, this self-justification. If a man has made up his mind to kill himself, let him do it like a gentleman. Be done with the matter.
As I told you, there are some of us more frightened of the act than of the result.
There's only one man in this room who does not seem to be in a state of hysteria.
Who is that, Mr. Godall?
Why, the gentleman sitting on the divan.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Malthus. Would you like to meet him?
Yes, please. These others are too obvious.
There's nothing very subtle about Mr. Malthus. He looks like death himself, wearing thick eyeglasses.
Let us discover for ourselves the reason for his relaxation.
Mr. Malthus. I should like to present two new members, Mr. Godall and Major Hammersmith.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Won't you sit down?
Well,
Newcomers. Newcomers. I envy you the novelty of your first visit. You will learn to relish it if you're spared. Why, my dear sir, this club, gentlemen, is the temple of intoxication. If my health would permit it, you may be sure I would be here more often. For this is my last dissipation. Believe me, sir, I have tried them all the vices. Yes. People trifle with love and ignorantly call it man's most powerful passion. Nonsense, sir, nonsense. Fear. Fear is the strongest passion. It is fear that you must trifle with if you wish to taste the intense joys of living. Envy me, sir. Envy me. I am a coward.
How, sir, is the excitement so artfully prolonged?
Oh, of course. I must tell you how the victim for every evening is selected, as well as the member who is to be death's high priest for the occasion.
Great heavens. You mean they kill each other?
The guilt of suicide is removed in that way.
Then I, or my friend, or you, any of us, might be selected this evening to murder another man?
Exactly.
But how have they escaped the attentions of the law?
The ingenuity of our president knows no limits. The departures always appear to be accidental.
Oh, it's monstrous.
On the contrary, my dear Major, it is godlike.
Oh, yes, of course.
But, Mr. Malthus, I am still in the dark as to how the members are selected for the evening's work.
Oh, of course, I forgot to explain. But I see that the others are filing into the card room now, and the play is about to begin. You shall see for yourself. Will you lend me the help of your arm? I'm quite paralyzed, you know.
Oh, of course.
Thank you. This is the moment for which I live. The quintessence of poignancy, the ultimate of passion. Coming here as infrequently as I do, I've savored this bitter taste of fear longer than the others. But my turn will come. Who knows? Perhaps tonight.
But how is it done? Tell us what to expect.
Oh, it's so simple.
The president deals from an ordinary deck, playing cards, and each man turns up his card as he receives it. The ace of spades, the card of death. Ace of clubs designates the official of the night.
The murderer.
If you like. Aha, here, 3 chairs together. Happy, happy young men. You have good eyes and can follow the cards. I only make out the faces.
Is everyone here?
My friend, we still have a fighting chance to escape.
Quiet. Let us play the game.
Attention, gentlemen.
3 of clubs.
Jack of hearts.
10 of diamonds.
King of clubs.
Queen of hearts.
3 of spades.
9 of clubs.
6 of spades.
Oh, no!
It's our young man of the cream tarts.
He's drawn the ace of clubs.
I came here to be killed, not to kill. I want to
Gentlemen.
die, not murder.
I must caution the members against such unseemly outbursts.
I don't want
Since the ace of spades has not yet turned up, I will continue the deal.
8 of hearts.
7 of clubs.
King of diamonds.
Jack of spades.
Ace of spades.
Mr. Malthus.
That concludes the play for the night, gentlemen. Will the member who drew the ace of clubs come to my office for his instructions?
Did your highness ring?
Yes. Good morning, Roderick.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, I shall have my breakfast in bed this morning.
Yes, your highness. And Colonel Geraldine has been waiting for you to awaken.
Oh, very well. Show him in.
Thank you, your highness. Colonel, his highness will see you now.
Good morning, Geraldine. Sleep well?
Not too well.
Did I dream it, or were we initiated into the suicide club last night? Seems like a nightmare.
It was a nightmare, but you didn't dream it. Here, look at this, the morning paper.
Huh? Melancholy accident. This morning, about 2 o'clock, Mr. Bartholomew Malthus of 16 Chepstow Place, Westbourne Grove, on his way home from a party at a friend's house, fell off the upper parapet in Trafalgar Square, fracturing his skull. Death was instantaneous. Mr. Malthus, accompanied by a friend, was engaged in looking for a cab at the time
If ever a soul went straight to hell, it was that poor paralytic.
Yes, at least he's dead and out of it. But think of our young man of the cream tarts. Last night, that lad was as innocent as you and I. This morning, he is a murderer.
Well, thank heavens we're safely out of it.
Are we?
Oh, no. You're not going to return.
I must.
You are infected with a passion of fear just as poor Malthus was.
Perhaps. Whatever it is. Tonight, once more, we take our places at the table of the Suicide Club.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Goodall. Back again to try your luck?
Yes, indeed.
And Major Hammersmith?
Good evening.
You are to be congratulated, sir, on the matter of Mr. Malthus. Very neatly handled.
Thank you. But I shall miss poor old Malty. He was a man I could talk to.
Yes, your bereavement must weigh heavily upon you.
Indeed it does, sir. But then it's all in the game. And now, you will pardon me, we will sit down to play directly.
The fiend. The foul fiend of hell.
Steady, my friend.
Once more, let me plead with you. Leave this evil house before it's too late.
You're very tiresome tonight. Oh, here's our young friend of the cream tarts. Good evening, old chap.
Oh, Mr. Goodall, Major Hammersmith. Oh, how I wish I'd never brought you to this infamous place. Oh, leave. Leave while your hands are still clean.
But our oath. We could not go back upon our oath.
Well, renounce it. Forget everything. Let them do their worst, but leave. Leave before it's too late. Hey, if you could have heard the old man scream as I pushed him from the parapet, the crunch of his brittle bones as he thudded to the pavement.
Yes, I perceive the dealing is about to begin. Shall we go in?
Yeah. Mr. Goodall, if you have any kindness in your soul, wish the ace of spades for me tonight. There's nothing left for me but to die.
Attention, gentlemen.
3 of hearts.
Queen of spades.
Ace of diamonds.
Three times around and neither black ace has come up. We are just 13. This at the table. This 4th round. This will tell the tale.
And I am next to last.
Ace of clubs!
Only 4 more cards.
King of spades.
Oh, pray for me, Mr. Goodall. Pray for me. I have 1 chance in 3. Pray that I get the ace. 6 of diamonds.
And now, I have 1 chance in 2.
My friend, don't.
Silence. Ace of spades.
Very well. That concludes tonight's play, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Goodall. I'd give $1 million if I had it for your luck.
I would sell you this card for much less if I could.
Well, Mr. Goodall, my congratulations. I am pleased to have met you, sir, and to have been in the position to do you this trifling service. At least you can't complain of delay.
Yes. And now, before I leave forever, I should like to ask a question. A purely hypothetical question, of course, since I am not a man to go back upon my word.
But you wonder what would happen if you did. If upon the turning of the card you had changed your mind and now wish to live?
Precisely. Suppose my friend, Major Hammersmith, and I elected to ignore our oath. Suppose we began by tearing this place apart.
You wouldn't even get started. The guests themselves are desperate men, but if they did not stop you, the servants, who are even more desperate, would. You would never leave this house alive.
I see. Well, it was purely an academic question.
Naturally.
Very well, then. What are my instructions?
You will proceed along the Strand in the direction of the city, on the left-hand pavement, until you come upon a black carriage with drawn curtains. In this carriage will be the member who has tonight drawn the ace of clubs.
My executioner.
Your collaborator in suicide. You will enter the carriage, and he will continue your instructions. Please have the kindness to obey him in every detail. The authority of the club is vested in his person for the night. I wish you a pleasant walk.
Thank you. But first I must say farewell to my friend, Major Hammersmith.
I regret that is strictly against the rules. No farewells. Too disturbing for the still living members. You will leave through this side door to the workroom.
But I must have the...
We won't have any trouble now, will we, Mr. Goodall?
No. No, of course not.
Your coat? And hat? Your stick?
Thank you.
Again, Mr. Goodall. A most pleasant walk.
Death's private door. Why didn't I listen to Geraldine before it was too late?
All right, into the carriage.
What is this? My instructions are to meet the coach in the Strand.
You'll take this coach right now. Get in
Go
with you.
with me.
All right. Take this one away.
Your Highness will pardon the violation of his person.
Geraldine. Oh, my friend.
It was quite necessary under the circumstances. As soon as you turned up the ace of spades, I slipped out of the house to prepare for your escape.
But how did you manage it?
When I realized I could not dissuade you from attending the club tonight, I retained the services of a certain capable and reliable private detective.
But
His secrecy has been bought and paid for. His men are now raiding the suicide club. The members will be removed to your townhouse, where it remains for you to pass judgment upon them.
That I will gladly do, and with the utmost dispatch.
What have they brought us here for?
They didn't look like Scotland Yard men to me.
What difference does it make? Perhaps this will be a quicker way out.
Gentlemen.
Why, that's my friend, Major Hammersmith.
His Royal Highness, Prince Florizel of Bohemia.
That's Mr. Godot. Always thought there was something odd about those two.
Gentlemen, tonight we have removed you from a house of death to a house of life and hope. Those of you who have come to your present condition through lack of fortune will receive employment and remuneration from my treasury. Those who have been driven to this unnatural solution of their problems by the agonies of guilt must find amnesty from a power greater than mine. Power that eternally promises the forgiveness of sins, no matter how grievous. Only one of you is truly evil, and him I shall deal with myself. Where is he? Where is the president of the club? Colonel Geraldine.
Why, he should be here, Your Highness.
Begging your Highness pardon.
Who's this man, Geraldine?
The chief of the detectives.
Yes? What is it?
Was you referring to the sallow chap with the sawed whiskers and the black suit?
Yes, that's the one. The president of the suicide club. Where is he?
He ain't here.
Why not?
Well, when we broke into the little office down there at the club, we found him sprawled over the desk with a little empty bottle in his hand. He'd committed suicide.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you The Young Man with the Cream Tarts by Robert Louis Stevenson, adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson, with Paul Frees as Prince Florizel, Bill Johnstone as Colonel Geraldine, and Barton Yarborough as the young man. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Next week,
after you've put in a tough day at the office or leaning over a hot stove, when your four walls seem to be closing in on you, next week when you want to get away from it all, we offer you Escape.
this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Escape. Escape tonight to Paris of 500 years ago.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, a new series of programs of which this, the fifth, is The Sire de Maletroit's Door by Robert Louis Stevenson, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. The pen of Robert Louis Stevenson has been an avenue of escape for 3 generations. Our grandparents thrilled to the macabre metamorphosis of Dr. Jekyll, just as we will never forget the nursery menace called Long John Silver. Tonight we escape with Robert Louis Stevenson down another avenue, which leads to Paris in 1429. and the amazing adventure of the Sire de Maletroit's door.
Dark of the Moon, 1429, Paris. The House of Burgundy holds the throne of France, and English men-at-arms patrol the narrow streets. Troublous times for any man to be lost, on foot, at night. Psst. You there! Over here by the wall.
What's this? Now the shadows themselves are speaking.
I'm no shadow.
A real live human being.
I've managed to get myself lost in these confounded alleys. Can you tell me where I am?
Well, now, a fine young cavalier, no less. And he's lost.
I'm trying to find the Beaucent Inn. Will this street lead me there?
Lad, one street is as good as another, and none of them will ever lead a man anywhere.
Oh, come now. You must know something about this part of Paris. Think, man, a patrol may pass at any moment.
You're wanted, then.
I've a safe conduct pass from the captain of the garrison.
Safe conduct, he says. And to find what a good that'll do you here in the dark of the night.
Well, you're certainly not helping my chances any.
No, lad. The only safe conduct you have is that sword swinging at your side.
Wait, quiet. A patrol. They're coming this way.
I'm inclined to think you're right.
I've got to run for it. Tell them nothing.
And I should tell what to whom?
Wait, halt! Someone's there. Speak up. Who are you?
Speak up, is it? And you a blundering pack of two-day grenadiers that walk like a herd of cattle, such as me? Speak up. That served with the mad Prince Charlie himself. May he rest in peace.
An old campaigner, eh? Hey, where you from, soldier?
Fontainebleau, from a smarter outfit in bivouac than the likes of you in quarters.
A bit in the scups, eh, man? Seen anybody about, old-timer?
Naught but shadows and tankards of ale. Fine French cavalier who departed hence without a bio leave just now.
Where'd he go?
Oh, who knows? Perhaps he went one way, maybe the other. Though I think it was the other there.
All right, men. Arms. French cavalier, huh? We'll have him like a fowl in a spit. Spread out. Cover the street. Keep an eye out. Don't let him slip away between you. Forward now. Search every corner.
Oh, the fool. The drunken fool. I'm for it now, all right. This cross street. There's a bare chance they'll pass it by. If I can only get through here. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a dead end, unless this leads... No, it's only the door to a house. Caught like a rat in a trap. All right. If it's so written, then so be it. With a bit of luck, there'll be 2 or 3 go with me. Huh? The door. It's unlocked. I can push it open. Black as the mouth of hell inside. Well, what have I got to lose? There.
Alive now. You have to be here someplace. Open up that door, you dullard! Can't you see the crest above it?
He's not here. He's gone.
That he has. Didn't come in here after all. All right, back to the corner. He's a sly one for sure.
That was close. Too close. Now to get out of here, and no one in the house will ever be the wiser. Huh? What's this? The door's locked. Well, it's a trap. But why? Why would such a thing be done? I came in here by chance, 1 chance against 1,000,000. Wait. It's a light. Somewhere inside the house. Well, by all rights, I should be dead at this moment. So...
Come in, young man. I've been expecting you all evening.
I've fear you must be mistaken, sir. My visit is quite unexpected for both of us.
That's good. That's very good. For the both of us, you say. Well, no matter. You're here. That's the main point. Take a seat, my boy. Put yourself at ease. We'll arrange our little affairs presently.
There seems to be some misunderstanding. You see, your door was standing...
Oh, the door. That was a little piece of ingenuity. Don't you agree?
So you must know that I had no intention of intruding without an invitation.
Without an invitation, is it? Well, we old people are used to such reluctance. When it touches our honor, we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. And so, my boy, invitation or not, you are, believe me, most welcome.
I hope you'll pardon my saying it, but I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so that's it. Dead to rights, but still pretending, eh? You're a clever rogue.
Sir,
Right.
my name is Denis de Beaulieu. I am not a guest in your house by my own choice, and I am not accustomed to being...
Nor is the house of Maletroit accustomed to certain things, of which you well know.
Maletroit? I should have expected better treatment at the hands of one of the most honored families of France.
Honored indeed, until you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, took it upon yourself to dishonor us.
Sire de Maletroit, I have attempted to explain that I took a stand before your door to fight off a patrol which I'd encountered in the street. I assure you I had no slight intention of forcing myself Since it seems impossible for you to converse with any degree of reason, may I bid you good night? Sir, if you have your right wits, then you're insulting me grossly. And if not, I have no desire to spend further time with a lunatic.
You young fool. Thinking to get away so easily.
No power on earth can make me stay here any longer, even if I'm forced to hack that door of yours to pieces.
I me. And now, will you please sit down, my dear nephew?
Nephew? You lie in your teeth.
I said sit down. You think for a minute that I made a little contrivance for the door and stopped short with that? If you want to be bound hand and foot till your bones crack inside of you, then get up. Try to get away. But if you'd rather stay a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, sit where you are in peace.
You mean, then, I am a prisoner here?
I stated the facts. Draw your own conclusion. Ah, Père François, come in, come in.
Thank you, Messiah.
Tell me, how is she? A little better frame of mind, I hope?
She is more resigned, at least, Messiah.
Well, now, isn't she hard to please? A likely stripling such as this, well-born, and her own choice. What more would the jade dwarf have,
If you'll pardon, the situation is not usual for a young damsel. It is somewhat trying to her blushes.
Trying, is it? Ha! She should have thought of that before the dance began. She called the turns, and now she'll do the paying.
At the risk of being presumptuous, may I ask who she is?
Ha! You hear that, Père François? Monsieur de Beaulieu wishes to know who she is.
I heard, Messiah.
I am pleased that you find my most casual remark so amusing.
So, you'd like to know who she is. Very well. After all, you really should know, young fella. It's only fitting for you to be introduced properly. Come along, come along. I'll take you into she, all right. Why, that's the reason I planned the whole thing. You stubborn young scoundrelly blackguard. Come along, my boy. Right through this door.
After you, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no. It's not that kind of a trap. Here we are. How are you, my dear?
Oh, please, Uncle. Please have some pity on me.
Pity? But I do a great deal more than you've shown for the name of Maletroit. Come now, up off your knees and look at the friend I brought you. It's good to be devout, but it is also necessary to be polite.
I have no understanding how you can be so vicious.
Oh, that's very unkind. And now, Monsieur de Beaulieu, since we've decided to keep up this farce, allow me to present my niece, Blanche de Maletroit.
For such an inhuman thing, surely heaven itself... He's not the man. My uncle, this is not the man.
Expected you to say as much, my dear. Is it so unfortunate you couldn't remember his name?
But it's true. I swear by the Blessed Virgin, I do not know this man. I've never laid eyes on him before. Please, sir, tell him. Tell him we've never seen each other before.
For myself, at any rate, I've never had that pleasure. Sire, I've not met your lovely niece before this moment.
Oh, now isn't that too bad? But it's never too late to begin. Quite often these impromptu marriages turn out very well in the end.
Marriage? Sire de Maletroit, would you please be kind enough to explain what you mean?
Aha, now, surely you've heard of the custom of marriage. It's quite widely practiced.
At least, sir, I've never heard before of such a maniac as I perceive you to be. And I've no intention of marrying anyone.
Then may I ask what were your intentions, my boy? Oh, well, no matter now. Père Francois is looking forward to performing the nuptial rites. Oh, he's quite properly ordained, you know. So, shall we say, in 2 hours? Meanwhile, I suggest you become better acquainted.
Wait! Uncle, you can't be in earnest. I swear to you I'll kill myself before I'll be forced on this young man.
Forced? Oh, come now, my dear Blanche.
Is it possible that you think I'm lying? That you still believe this is the man?
Frankly, I do.
Well, then you're wrong.
I refuse utterly even to consider
Enough, my
such...
dear. You took it upon yourself to dishonor the name of our family. You forfeited all right whatsoever to question my designs. I consider it a duty to see that you're married with as little delay as possible. Out of the goodness of my heart, I've attempted to find the man of your choice. And I believe I've done so. But if not, then I care not one jackstraw. Is that perfectly clear?
It's clear, sir, that you're a madman.
Perhaps, my dear nephew.
I'm not your nephew, nor will I be.
I'd sooner die 1,000 times.
Oh, such a fury against the inevitable. But at any rate, you'll have 2 hours to compose your differences. Père Francois, bring the clock.
Very well, Messiah.
Thank you. Place it there. This, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is another of my little contrivances, and one that is hardly less ingenious than my door.
Messiah, your accomplishments are of no interest to me whatsoever.
Oh, I think you'll find this one most interesting. You will notice that the upper container is filled with water. In exactly 2 hours, all of the water will have dripped into the lower vessel, and at that time, I shall return. Remove the plug, Père Francois. Clever, isn't it? Well, genius is so rarely appreciated. And now I'm quite sure you'd sooner carry on your interview without an audience.
You'd never met my uncle before? He didn't arrange this with you?
I'd never laid eyes on him. And certainly nothing was arranged with me, else I wouldn't be here.
Oh, then you're as much an unfortunate victim as myself.
But you at least must be more aware of the circumstances. I can understand none of this.
It's not an easy thing for a girl to tell. Whatever you may think of me now, I fear you shall think the worse when I've finished.
Words are but words. But your manner encourages respect.
Thank you, monsieur. I've lived all my life with my uncle, and I've not been happy. 3 months ago, a young captain of the guard began to stand near me in the church. Oh, you must understand, I gave him no encouragement to do so.
Oh, quite so, I understand. He was handsome, of course.
As a matter of fact, very.
Mm.
After a while, he began to pass me notes. He found me pleasing, wanted to meet me, and seemed most interested in me for some reason.
I can believe that.
This morning, he passed me a note urging me to leave the outer door open tonight so that he could speak a few words with me on the stairs. Oh, this is most difficult for me to tell, monsieur. I'm sure he meant no harm. I've no idea how my uncle came to suspect. Sometimes his shrewdness becomes almost diabolical. After church, he took that note from my hand, read it, gave it back to me. I've been kept in my room all day, knowing nothing of what he might be planning.
So that's it. By pure accident, I've blundered into a trap set for someone else.
Had my uncle brought the captain himself, the thing still would have been confusing. How should I know that he may not have been trifling with me all along? But to be forced into a situation with you, a perfect stranger...
Your regard for me is quite clear, mademoiselle. I regret appearing as a disappointment to you. I believe you said he was very handsome?
If that were all.
There's more?
I mean, monsieur, that you yourself are quite handsome. But it's so... Oh, no, it's really no use.
Well, please understand me. I'm not urging you in any way.
Urging, monsieur?
I'm accustomed to meeting young ladies upon occasion who are quite ready to accept me as something beside a convenient substitute for some handsome captain of the guard.
I've no doubt of it, monsieur. And to correct a mistaken impression you seem to have, I'm well aware that you're doing no urging. And were you to do so, I should neither listen to nor give it any consideration whatsoever. It's well that we both understand one another.
Quite so. And that being the case, Mademoiselle de Maletroit, I wonder if you'll be good enough to conduct me to your uncle.
With the greatest of pleasure, monsieur.
I've no doubt but what this little matter can be settled very quickly, and with as much honor as possible to everybody concerned.
The full 2 hours weren't necessary. Already harmonious accord rises triumphant.
On the contrary, Sire de Maletroit, your assumption is entirely false.
Oh, what a pity. Well, Père François, there's nothing to it. We'll simply have to wait a while longer.
As you say, Messiah.
I fear it may be much longer than you think. In fact, forever.
That's a very long time indeed. And you, my dear niece, what are your sentiments in the matter?
I will not marry this man. Do what you may, uncle, I will not marry him.
Right back where we started. Can it be that our young friend is lacking in perception, Père François?
It is possible, Messiah.
I'm not, at any rate, lacking in a sense of honorable conduct. Dragged in here against my will, I've addressed your niece in the manner of a gentleman. I found her charming, lovely, delightful.
Monsieur.
But now I have the honor of declining your offer of her hand. Let that end the matter.
It's not as simple as that. Take a look from my window there, and tell me what you see on the wall beneath it.
What do you mean?
See for yourself.
Whatever it is can have no bearing on the matter. There's an iron ring set in the wall.
Quite so, and fastened to the ring?
A rope.
Right. So we have two elements. And to complete our little diagram, we need a third one. That element is, at the moment, firmly attached to your body. I'm referring, sir, to your neck.
Uncle, no.
And may I inquire the purpose of the dogs there in the courtyard below? Are they also a part of your devilish plans?
My dear young man, a body doesn't hang in ropes forever, you know.
You maniac. Even murder doesn't stop you.
Ooh, that's such a nasty word. Let us confine ourselves to the bald facts. At the end of your 2 hours, you will prepare yourself either to marry my niece or to kick out your life while you swing at the end of that rope. There's no other alternative.
I think there's one. Between gentlemen, at any rate. Arm yourself, sir.
You fool. You think for a moment that if I'd regarded your sword as a threat, you'd still be wearing it? Père François, will you open that door to the passage, please?
Of course, Messiah. I'll be most happy to.
Gentlemen, show this rash young buck the color of your steel. Whether he likes to admit it or not, Monsieur de Beaulieu, one day a man grows too old to fight his own battles and must hire others to do it for him. Close the door, Père François.
Then you'll not fight?
Do I seem a fool? There'll be no fighting and no haughty refusal to marry my niece. You found her charming, well and good. But I'll tell you this. Were she as common as the Paris road, more hideous than the gargoyle over my door, you'd not spurn the hand of a Maletroit and ever live to tell of it. Alive and married you'll be, or dead and hanging from that window, and soon after, food for the dogs. It's one or the other. So, make up your mind.
Please, Monsieur de Beaulieu, why do you not sit down?
Your concern is most gratifying, mademoiselle. But since I have such a short time to live, I doubt that I'll grow very tired.
If the time be short, then why do we waste it in formal speeches?
As you will. Listen to it. Drip, drip, drip. That devilish clock, like an artery opened and life's blood itself dripping away.
Well, I've sat here and thought until my whole mind's in a great whirl.
Please, you really shouldn't trouble yourself so much.
I can't bear to have you slain for my sake. Monsieur de Beaulieu, I will marry you gladly.
You must think, then, that I stand very much in fear of death.
Oh, no. I've had reason to see that you're no coward.
I've asked for no pity. If a thing has to be, then that's the end of it.
Oh, sir, you misunderstood me. Why, the great nobility with which you faced my uncle should have removed all question about your bravery had such doubts existed.
That is most kind of you to say so.
Not, of course, that anyone could raise such questions once they'd seen you.
Death's another incident. That's all.
Oh, but life's a better one. You'll agree, then?
I'm afraid you underrate the difficulty. What your generosity offers me, my pride prevents accepting. In this moment of noble feeling toward me, aren't you forgetting what you already owe to someone else?
Monsieur! He never really mattered.
Mademoiselle, my very life's the forfeit here. One I'll pay gladly if it be of service to a lady, but to tell me it's for something that never really mattered.
Please don't be so cruel.
Cruel, you forget. I'm the one who's going to die, not you.
I've not forgotten, monsieur.
Yes. You'll enjoy tomorrow's sun like any other days. And tomorrow night, perhaps you'll see him again. And of course, I'll be forgotten.
Oh, no, never.
But it's all a man can expect when he's born into the world, death at last. And some piece of ironic misfortune.
Oh, don't say those things. I can't bear it.
Oh, if I've said anything to wound you, I'm sorry. It was for your own sake, not mine.
Thank you.
Please. It's a bitter thing, my dear, to see you in such distress that giving my life itself for you can't help it.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be braver. Is there no way at all in which I can serve you? Either now or afterwards?
Only by letting me think of you as a friend for the brief time that's left to us. By forgetting for the moment that I'm an awkward intruder thrown here by circumstance. That's all.
And afterward?
What does it matter? The closer you come to it, the clearer you see that death's no more than a dark and dusty corner where a man climbs into his tomb and shuts the door after himself.
Oh, monsieur.
I've only a few friends now. And once I'm dead, I've no doubt that I'll have none.
You forget Blanche de Maletroit.
You're very sweet. Any young man in France would be glad to trade places with me and die for you. You value the small service I do you far beyond its worth.
I'll not have you thinking so meanly of yourself. Look at me. Would you say that I am beautiful?
I think the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
I'm glad of that. Tell me, is there a man in France who can say he's been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden, asked from her own lips, and refused her to her face?
Oh, no.
I know you're a man and half despise such a triumph. But any woman knows more of what's precious in love.
But remember, you asked me out of the pity of your heart, not for love.
Are you so sure of that? Must I bear my very soul like a merchant showcase?
You're very good. As good as you're beautiful. I'll not forget it for the time that's left me.
Very well. I, too, have a pride of my own. you'd turn back now from your word, I'd no more marry you than I would any stranger off the street.
It's a small love that shies at a little pride. The dawn's starting to break.
Yes. My uncle and his men would come here any moment. What shall we say to him?
Anything you will.
Oh. All of my life I'll weep for you. And weep the more because it was you.
If I'm wrong, it's a great price I'm paying for it. One I'd not pay if I didn't care for you so dearly.
Care for me? Oh, no, it's you who are being kind.
It was in the moment your uncle brought me into you, and you raised your face to look at me. That's when I knew.
Oh, strange. For it was then I felt it, too.
Well, you've seen already that I'm not afraid to die.
Oh, you're not. I know it.
Blanche, is it really true, not something born of pity?
I swear by all that's holy. I love you, Denis.
Oh, my beloved. And I can tell you now that I love you, too.
Even after all you've heard.
I can remember none of it.
The captain's
no
name.
No matter. I love you.
Oh, my darling.
I love you more than my life and my soul. Blanche, my darling, I love you. I love you, Blanche. I love you.
Uncle.
Well. It's most gratifying to see this little matter settled in such a congenial fashion. Good morning, my dear nephew.
I have nothing to say to you, sir. You're a vicious and unprincipled old man.
Oh, that's most ungracious of you. No. At the very worst, I'm no more than a very wise old man. One who's lived a long time and seen a great many remarkable things. An old man who's learned all about such mysteries as the love of life and love.
The Sire de Maletroit's Door by Robert Louis Stevenson was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield and produced and directed by William N. Robeson, with Elliot Lewis as Denis, Peggy Weber as Blanche, and Ramsey Hill as the Sire de Maletroit. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Escape is presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations each week at this time. Next week, we invite you to escape to Egypt of 3,500 years ago with Arthur Conan Doyle's fascinating tale of the Ring of Thoth. And so good night until next week at this time, when again it will be time to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The world's greatest stories, brought to you by Nelson Olmsted. From the master pen to the literary world have come stories which live, powerful in their tragedy, tenderness, or romance. These are the world's greatest stories. Such stories Nelson Olmsted brings you, and tonight the narrative is by one of the world's favorite authors, Robert Louis Stevenson, who wrote Markheim.
Markheim had just entered the shop on the daylight streets, and his eyes had not yet grown familiar with the mingled shine and darkness. Before the near presence of the flame of the candle the dealer held up, he blinked painfully and looked aside. The dealer chuckled. You come to me in a Christmas day when you know that I'm alone in me house, put up me shutters and make a point of refusing business. What is it you wish me to buy this time? Something from your uncle's cabinet? Said Markheim. This time, I've not come to sell, but to buy. I have no curios to dispose of. My uncle's cabinet is bare to the wainscot, and even were it still intact, I've done well on the stock exchange, and should more likely add to it than otherwise. And my errand today is simplicity itself. I seek a Christmas present for a lady, and certainly I owe you every excuse for disturbing you upon so small a matter on Christmas Day. But the thing was neglected yesterday. I must produce my little compliment at dinner, and as you very well know, a rich marriage is not a thing to be neglected. Well, sir, be it so. You're an old customer after all. Now, I have a nice thing for a lady. An hand glass, 15th century warranted. Comes from a good collection, too. Just a moment, I'll get it for you. The old dealer turned around, searched in the lower shelves, against a wall. Then, as he began to rearise, Markheim bounded from behind upon his victim. The long skewer-like dagger flashed and fell. The dealer struggled like a hen, striking his temple on the shelf, and then tumbled on the floor in a heap. Dead. Time had a score of small voices in that shop, some stately and slow as was becoming to their great age, others garrulous and hurried. All these told out the seconds in an intricate chorus of tickings. These clocks sounded inordinately loud to Markheim as he looked around the shop. Time, now that the deed was accomplished, time, which had closed for its victim, had become instant and momentous for the slayer. This thought was yet in his mind when first one and then another, with every variety of pace and force, one deep as a bell from a cathedral turret, another ringing its treble notes the prelude of the waltz, the clocks began to strike the hour of 3 in the afternoon. The sudden outbreak of so many tongues in the dumb chamber staggered him. He began to bestir himself, going to and fro with the candle, beleaguered by moving shadows, and startled to the soul by chance reflections. Here, within the house, was he alone? He knew he was, for he'd watched the servants set forth, sweethearting in her poor best, out for the day, written in every ribbon and smile. Yes, he was alone, of course. And yet, in the bulk of that empty house about him, he could surely hear the stir of delicate footing. He was surely conscious, inexplicably conscious, of some presence. Markheim reflected he was wasting precious time. The money, that was now Markheim's concern, and as a means, the keys. He shuddered as he took them from the murdered dealer and tiptoed stealthily up the stairs into the dealer's own room. The sense that he was not alone grew upon him to the verge of madness. He longed to be home, girt in by walls, buried among the bedclothes, and invisible to all but God. About God himself, he was at ease. His act was doubtless exceptional, but so were his excuses, which God knew. It was there, and not among men, that he felt sure of justice. Once in the room, he used the many keys to open the desks and cases. It was slow work, but he had to have the money that must be hidden there. Suddenly, he was startled. He seemed to feel a flash of ice, a flash of fire, a bursting gush of blood, and then he stood transfixed. A step mounted the stair slowly and steadily, and presently a hand was laid upon the knob, and the lock clicked, and the door opened. Fear held Markheim in a vice, but when a face was thrust into the aperture, glanced round the room, looked at him, nodded and smiled as if in friendly recognition, and then withdrew again, and the door closed behind it. His fear broke loose from his control in a hoarse cry. At the sound, the visitor returned. "Did you call me?" he asked pleasantly. And with that, he entered the room and closed the door behind him. Markheim stood and gazed at him with all his eyes. Perhaps there was a film upon his sight, but the outline of the newcomer seemed to change and waver like those of the idols in the wavering candlelight of the shop. And at times he thought he knew him, and at times he thought he bore a likeness to himself. And always, like a lump of living terror, there lay in his bosom the conviction that this thing was not of the earth and not of God. And yet the creature had a strange air of the commonplace as he stood looking on Markheim with a smile. And then he added, "You're looking for the money, I believe? Well, I should warn you that the maid has left her sweetheart earlier than usual and will soon be here. If Mr. Markheim be found in the house, I need not describe to him the consequences. You know me? Oh, you've long been a favorite of mine. I've long observed and often sought to help you. What are you? The devil? What I may be cannot affect the service I propose to render to you. It can. It does. Be helped by you? No. You don't know me yet. Thank God you don't know me. Oh, I know you. I know you to the soul. Know me? No one really knows me. My life is but a travesty and slander on myself. My excuse is known to me and God. But had I the time, I could disclose myself. To me. To you before all. You propose to judge me by my acts. Think of it, my acts. I was born, and I've lived in a land of giants. Giants have dragged me by the wrist since I was born out of my mother. The giants of circumstance. And you would judge me by my acts. But can't you look within? Can't you understand that evil is hateful to me? Can't you see within me the clear writing of conscience, never blurred by willful sophistry, although too often disregarded? Can't you read me for a thing that surely must be as common as humanity, the unwilling sinner? Oh, all this is very feelingly expressed, but it regards me not. These points of consistency are beyond my province. I care not in the least by what compulsion you may have been dragged away, so long as you are but carried in the right direction. But time flies. The servant delays, looking in the faces of the crowd, but still she keeps moving nearer. And remember, it is as if the gallows itself was striding toward you through the Christmas streets. Shall I help you? I, who know all. Shall I tell you where to find the money? For what price? I offer you the service for a Christmas gift. No, I'll take nothing at your hands. It may be credulous, but I'll do nothing to commit myself to evil. I have no objections to a deathbed repentance, because you disbelieve in their efficacy. I do not say so. Murder is to me no special category. All sins are murder, even as all life is war. I behold your race, like starving mariners on a raft, plucking crusts out of the hands of famine and feeding on each other's lives. I follow sins beyond the moment of their acting. I find that in all, the last consequence is death. Do I say that I follow sins? I follow virtues also. They differ not by the thickness of a nail. They are both scythes for the reaping angel of death. Evil, for which I live, consists not in action, but in character. The bad man is dear to me, not the bad act, whose fruits, if we could follow them far enough down the hurtling cataract of the ages, might yet be found more blessed than those of the rarest virtues. And it is not because you killed a dealer, but because you are Markheim, that I offer to forward your escape. I don't understand what you are, but I'll lay my heart open to you. Say the money that I get here today be lost, and I'm plunged again in poverty. Shall one part of me, and that the worst, continue until the end to override the better? Evil and good run strong in me, hailing me both ways. I don't love the one thing, I love all. Are my vices only to direct my life, and my virtues to lie without effect, like some passive lumber of the mind? Not so. Good also is a spring of acts. Oh, for 36 years that you've been in this world, through many changes of fortune and varieties of humor, I've watched you steadily fall. Downward, downward lies your way. Nor can anything but death avail to stop you. Content yourself with what you are, for you will never change, and the words of your part in this stage of life are irrevocably written down. At this moment, the sharp note of a doorbell rang through the house, and the visitant, as though this were some concerted signal for which he had been waiting, changed at once in his demeanor. The maid. She has returned as I forewarned you, and now you must get rid of her in the same manner you handled the dealer. Up, up, friend. Your life hangs trembling in the scales. Up and act. If I be condemned to evil acts, there's still one door of freedom open. I can cease from action. If my life be an ill thing, I can lay it down. My love of good is damned to barrenness, but I still have my hatred of evil. And from that to your galling disappointment, you shall see that I can draw both energy and courage. With these words, the features of the visitor began to undergo a wonderful and lovely change. They brightened and softened with a tender triumph. And even as they brightened, faded, and dislimned. But Markheim did not pause to watch or understand the transformation. He opened the door, went downstairs, and confronted the maid on the threshold with something like a smile. He said, "You'd better go for the police. I've killed your master."
So, the story of Markheim, one of the most famous of the world's greatest stories, has been reviewed by Nelson Olmsted, who now has a closing word.
Robert Louis Stevenson, who wrote Markheim in 1884, once again delved into his favorite topic, that of a man failing through weakness. When I first read Markheim, I confess I discovered myself confused as to the exact identity of the visitor. Was he actually the devil, as Markheim thought? Was he Christ? Or was he the better self of Markheim? Well, I believe the most logical conclusion is that the stranger was Christ, come to aid this man who was weak and who sunk deeper into evil the longer he lived. This conclusion is also heightened by the fact that the story takes place on Christmas Day. Had Christ preached to Markheim, he would have resented it, even as you and I, and most certainly would have concluded his purpose of murder and robbed the store. Instead, Markheim was persuaded subtly to repent. Well, incidentally, there is much of parallel in this story to Stevenson's longer narrative, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Well, on our next program, next Monday night, we plan to bring you a very special program in commemoration of Edgar Allan Poe's birthday, January the 18th. It's a program based upon his most famous work, The Raven. Until Monday night, good night and good reading.
3 times each week, over these same stations, Nelson Olmsted brings you the world's greatest stories in review. Next Monday night, listen for The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. This program has reached you from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Father Damien, an open letter to the Reverend Dr. Hyde of Honolulu from Robert Louis Stevenson by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sydney, February 25, 1890. Sir, it may probably occur to you that we have met and visited and conversed on my side with interest. You may remember that you have done me several courtesies for which I was prepared to be grateful. But there are duties which come before gratitude, and offenses which justly divide friends far more acquaintances. Your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage is a document which, in my sight, if you had filled me with bread when I was starving, if you had sat up to nurse my father when he lay a-dying, would yet absolve me from the bonds of gratitude. You know enough, doubtless, of the process of canonization to be aware that, 100 years after the death of Damien, there will appear a man charged with the painful office of the devil's advocate. After that noble brother of mine and of all frail clay shall have lain a century at rest, one shall accuse, one defend him. The circumstance is unusual that the devil's advocate should be a volunteer, should be a member of a sect immediately rival, and should make haste to take upon himself his ugly office ere the bones are cold. Unusual, and of a taste which I shall leave my readers free to qualify. Unusual, and to me inspiring. If I have at all learned the trade of using words to convey truth and to arouse emotion, you have at last furnished me with a subject, for it is in the interest of all mankind, and the cause of public decency in every quarter of the world, not only that Damien should be righted, but that you and your letter should be displayed at length in their true colors to the public eye. To do this properly, I must begin by quoting you at large. I shall then proceed to criticize your utterance from several points of view, divine and human, in the course of which I shall attempt to draw again, and with more specification, the character of the dead saint whom it has pleased you to vilify. So much being done, I shall say farewell to you forever. Quote, Honolulu, August 2, 1889. Reverend H.B. Gage. Dear Brother, in answer to your inquiries about Father Damien, I can only reply that we who knew the man are surprised at the extravagant newspaper laudations, as if he was a most saintly philanthropist. The simple truth is, he was a coarse, dirty man, headstrong and bigoted. He was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders, did not stay at the leper settlement before he came one himself, but circulated freely over the whole island. Less than half the island is devoted to lepers. And he came often to Honolulu. He had no hand in the reforms and improvements inaugurated, which were the work of our Board of Health, as occasion required and means were provided. He was not a pure man in his relations with women, and the leprosy of which he died should be attributed to his vices and carelessness. Others have done much for the lepers, our own ministers, the government physicians, and so forth, but never with the Catholic idea of meriting eternal life. Yours, etc., C.M. Hyde. Footnote. From the Sydney Presbyterian, October 26, 1889. End of footnote. End quotes. To deal fitly with a letter so extraordinary, I must draw at the outset on my private knowledge of the signatory and his sect. It may offend others, scarcely you, who have been so busy to collect, so bold to publish, gossip on your rivals. And this is perhaps the moment when I may best explain to you the character of what you are to read. I conceive you as a man quite beyond and below the reticences of civility. With what measure you meet, with that shall it be measured you again. With you, at last, I rejoice to feel the button off the foil and to plunge home. And if in aught that I shall say I should offend others, your colleagues, whom I respect and remember with affection, I can but offer them my regret. I am not free. I am inspired by the consideration of interests far more large, and such pain as can be inflicted by anything from me must be indeed trifling when compared with the pain with which they read your letter. It is not the hangman, but the criminal, that brings dishonor on the house. You belong, sir, to a sect, I believe my sect, and that in which my ancestors labored, which has enjoyed and partly failed to utilize an exceptional advantage in the islands of Hawaii. The first missionaries came. They found the land already self-purged of its old and bloody faith. They were embraced, almost upon their arrival, with enthusiasm. What troubles they supported came far more from whites than from Hawaiians. And to these last they stood, in a rough figure, in the shoes of God. This is not the place to enter into the degree or causes of their failure, such as it is. One element alone is pertinent, and must here be plainly dealt with. In the course of their evangelical calling, they, or too many of them, grew rich. It may be news to you that the houses of missionaries are a cause of mocking on the streets of Honolulu. It will at least be news to you that when I returned your civil visit, the driver of my cab commented on the size, the taste, and the comfort of your home. It would have been news certainly to myself had anyone told me that afternoon that I should live to drag such a matter into print. But you see, sir, how you degrade better men to your own level, and it is needful that those who are to judge betwixt you and me, betwixt Damien and the devil's advocate, should understand your letter to have been penned in a house which could raise, and that very justly, the envy and comments of the passers-by. I think, to employ a phrase of yours which I admire, it should be attributed to you that you have never visited the scene of Damien's life and death. If you had, and had recalled it, and looked about your pleasant rooms, even your pen perhaps would have been stayed. Your sect, and remember, as far as any sect avows me, it is mine, has not done ill in a worldly sense in the Hawaiian kingdom. When calamity befell their innocent parishioners, when leprosy descended and took root in the 8 islands, a quid pro quo was to be looked for. To that prosperous mission, and to you as one of its adornments, God had sent at last an opportunity. I know I am touching here upon a nerve acutely sensitive. I know that others of your colleagues look back on the inertia of your church and the intrusive and decisive heroism of Damien with something almost to be called remorse. I am sure it is so with yourself. I am persuaded your letter was inspired by a certain envy, not essentially ignoble, and the one human trait to be espied in that performance. You were thinking of the lost chance, the past day, of that which should have been conceived and was not, of the service due and not rendered. Time was, said the voice in your ear, in your pleasant room, as you sat raging and writing, and if the words written were base beyond parallel, the rage, I am happy to repeat, it is the only compliment I shall pay you. The rage was almost virtuous. But, sir, when we have failed and another has succeeded, when we have stood by and another has stepped in, when we sit and grow bulky in our charming mansions, and a plain, uncouth peasant steps into the battle under the eyes of God, and succors the afflicted, and consoles the dying, and is himself afflicted in his turn, and dies upon the field of honor, the battle cannot be retrieved as your unhappy irritation has suggested. It is a lost battle, and lost forever. One thing remained to you in your defeat, some rags of common honor, and these you have made haste to cast away. Common honor, not the honor of having done anything right, but the honor of not having done aught conspicuously foul. The honor of the inert, that was what remained to you. We are not all expected to be Damiens. A man may conceive his duty more narrowly, he may love his comforts better, and none will cast a stone at him for that. But will a gentleman of your reverend profession allow me an example from the fields of gallantry? When 2 gentlemen compete for the favor of a lady, and the one succeeds and the other is rejected, and, as will sometimes happen, matter damaging to the successful rival's credit reaches the ear of the defeated, it is held by plain men of no pretensions that his mouth is, in the circumstance, almost necessarily closed. Your church and Damien's were in Hawaii upon a rivalry to do well, to help, to edify, to set divine examples. You having, in one huge instance, failed, and Damien succeeded, I marvel it should not have occurred to you that you were doomed to silence, that when you had been outstripped in that high rivalry and sat inglorious in the midst of your well-being, in your pleasant room, and Damien, crowned with glories and horrors, toiled and rotted in that pigsty of his under the cliffs of Kalawao, you, the elect who would not, were the last man on earth to collect and propagate gossip on the volunteer who would and did. I think I see you, for I try to see you in the flesh as I write these sentences. I think I see you leap at the word pigsty, a hyperbolical expression at the best. He had no hand in the reforms. He was a coarse, dirty man. Those were your own words, and you may think it possible that I am come to support you with fresh evidence. In a sense, it is even so. Damien has been too much depicted with a conventional halo and conventional features. so drawn by men who perhaps had not the eye to remark or the pen to express the individual, or who perhaps were only blinded and silenced by generous admiration, such as I partly envy for myself, such as you, if your soul were enlightened, would envy on your bended knees. It is the least defect of such a method of portraiture that it makes the path easy for the devil's advocate and leaves the misuse of the slanderer a considerable field of truth. For the truth that is suppressed by friends is the readiest weapon of the enemy. The world, in your despot, may perhaps owe you something, if your letter be the means of substituting once for all a credible likeness for a wax abstraction. For, if that world at all remember you, on the day when Damien of Molokai shall be named a saint, it will be in virtue of one work, your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. You may ask on what authority I speak. It was my inclement destiny to become acquainted, not with Damien, but with Dr. Hyde. When I visited the lazaretto, Damien was already in his resting grave, but such information as I have, I gathered on the spot, in conversation with those who knew him well and long. Some, indeed, who revered his memory, but others who had sparred and wrangled with him, who beheld him with no halo, who perhaps regarded him with small respect, and through whose unprepared and scarcely partial communications the plain human features of the man shone on me convincingly. These gave me what knowledge I possess, and I learnt it in that scene where it could be most completely and sensitively understood, Kalawao, which you have never visited, about which you have never so much as endeavored to inform yourself. For, brief as your letter is, you have found the means to stumble into that confession. Less than one half of the island, you say, is devoted to the lepers. Molokai Ahina, the grey, lofty, and most desolate island, along all its northern side plunges a front of precipice into a sea of unusual profundity. This range of cliff is, from east to west, the true end and frontier of the island. Only in one spot there projects into the ocean a certain triangular and rugged down, grassy, stony, windy, and rising in the midst into a hill with a dead crater, the whole bearing to the cliff that overhangs it somewhat the same relation as a bracket to a wall. With this hint you will now be able to pick out the leper station on a map. You will be able to judge how much of Molokai is thus cut off between the surf and precipice, whether less than a half, or less than a quarter, or a fifth, or a tenth, or say a 20th. And the next time you burst into print, you will be in a position to share with us the issue of your calculations. I imagine you to be one of those persons who talk with cheerfulness of that place which oxen and wain ropes could not drag you to behold. You, who do not even know its situation on the map, probably denounce sensational descriptions, stretching your limbs the while in your pleasant parlour on Baratania Street. When I was pulled ashore there one early morning, there sat with me in the boat 2 sisters, bidding farewell, in the humble imitation of Damien, to the lights and joys of human life. One of these wept silently. I could not withhold myself from joining her. Had you been there, it is my belief that nature would have triumphed even in you. And as the boat drew but a little nearer, and you beheld the stairs crowded with abominable deformations of our common manhood, and saw yourself landing in the midst of such a population as only now and then surrounds us in the horror of a nightmare, what a haggard eye you would have rolled over your reluctant shoulder toward the house on Baratania Street. Had you gone on, had you found every fourth face a blot upon the landscape, had you visited the hospital and seen the butt ends of human beings lying there almost unrecognizable, but still breathing, still thinking, still remembering, you would have understood that life in the lazaretto is an ordeal from which the nerves of a man's spirit shrink, even as his eye quails under the brightness of the sun. You would have felt it was, even today, a pitiful place to visit and a hell to dwell in. It is not the fear of possible infection, That seems a little thing when compared with the pain, the pity, and the disgust of the visitor's surroundings, and the atmosphere of affliction, disease, and physical disgrace in which he breathes. I do not think I am a man more than usually timid, but I never recall the days and nights I spent upon that island promontory, 8 days and 7 nights, without heartfelt thankfulness that I am somewhere else. I find in my diary that I speak of my stay as a grinding experience. I have once jotted in the margin, harrowing is the word. And when the Molokai bore me at last toward the outer world, I kept repeating to myself, with a new conception of their pregnancy, those simple words of the song, "'Tis the most distressful country that ever yet was seen." And observe, that which I saw and suffered from was a settlement purged, bettered, beautified, the new village built, the hospital and the bishop home excellently arranged, the sisters, the doctor, and the missionaries, all indefatigable in their noble tasks. It was a different place when Damien came there and made this great renunciation, and slept that first night under a tree amidst his rotting brethren, alone with pestilence, and looking forward, with what courage, with what pitiful sinkings of dread God only knows, to a lifetime of dressing sores and stumps. You will say, perhaps, I am too sensitive, that sights as painful abound in cancer hospitals, and are confronted daily by doctors and nurses. I have long learned to admire and envy the doctors and the nurses, but there is no cancer hospital so large and populous as Kalawao and Kalaupapa, and in such a manner every fresh case, like every inch of length in the pipe of an organ, deepens the note of the impression. For what daunts the onlooker is that monstrous sum of human suffering by which he stands surrounded. Lastly, no doctor or nurse is called upon to enter once and for all the doors of that Gehenna. They do not say farewell, they need not abandon hope on its sad threshold, but they go for a time to their high calling, and can look forward as they go to relief, to recreation, and to rest. But Damien shut to with his own hand the doors of his own sepulchre. I shall now extract 3 passages from my diary at Kalawao. A. Damien is dead and already somewhat ungratefully remembered in the field of his labors and sufferings. He was a good man, but very officious, says one. Another tells me he had fallen, as other priests so easily do, into something of the ways and habits of thought of a Kanaka, but he had the wit to recognize the fact and the good sense to laugh at it. A plain man, it seems, he was. I cannot find he was a popular. B. After Ragsdale's death, Ragsdale was a famous Luna, or overseer, of the unruly settlement. There followed a brief term of office by Father Damien, which served only to publish the weakness of that noble man. He was rough in his ways, and he had no control. Authority was relaxed. Damien's life was threatened, and he was soon eager to resign. C. Of Damien I begin to have an idea. He seems to have been a man of the peasant class, certainly of the peasant type, shrewd, ignorant, and bigoted, yet with an open mind and capable of receiving and digesting a reproof if it were bluntly administered, superbly generous in the least thing as well as in the greatest, and as ready to give his last shirt, although not without human grumbling, as he had been to sacrifice his life. Essentially indiscreet and officious, which made him a troublesome colleague, domineering in all his ways, which made him incurably unpopular with the Kanakas, but yet destitute of real authority, so that his boys laughed at him and he must carry out his wishes by the means of bribes. He learned to have a mania for doctoring and set up the Kanakas against the remedies of his regular rivals. Perhaps, if anything matter at all in the treatment of such a disease, the worst thing that he did, and certainly the easiest. The best and worst of the man appear very plainly in his dealing with Mr. Chapman's money. He had originally laid it out, intended to lay it out, entirely for the benefit of Catholics, and even so not wisely. But after a long, plain talk, he admitted his error fully and revised the list. The sad state of the boy's home is in part the result of his lack of control, in part of his own slovenly ways and false ideas of hygiene. Brother officials used to call it Damien's Chinatown. Well, they would say, your Chinatown keeps growing. And he would laugh with perfect good nature and adhere to his errors with perfect obstinacy. So much have I gathered of truth about this plain, noble human brother and father of ours. His imperfections are the traits of his face, by which we know him for our fellow. His martyrdom and his example nothing can lessen or annul, and only a person here on the spot can properly appreciate their greatness. I have set down these private passages, as you perceive, without correction. Thanks to you, the public has them in their bluntness. They are almost a list of the man's faults, for it is rather these that I was seeking. With his virtues, with the heroic profile of his life, I and the world were already sufficiently acquainted. I was besides a little suspicious of Catholic testimony, in no ill sense, but merely because Damien's admirers and disciples were the least likely to be critical. I know you will be more suspicious still, and the facts set down above were one and all collected from the lips of Protestants who had opposed the father in his life. Yet I am strangely deceived, or they build up the image of a man, with all his weakness, essentially heroic, and alive with rugged honesty, generosity, and mirth. Take it for what it is, rough private jottings of the worst sides of Damien's character, collected from the lips of those who had labored with and, in your phrase, knew the man, though I question whether Damien would have said that he knew you. Take it and observe with wonder how well you were served by your gossips, how ill by your intelligence and sympathy, in how many points of fact we are at one, and how widely our appreciations vary. There is something wrong here, either with you or me. It is possible, for instance, that you, who seem to have so many ears in Kalawao, had heard of the affair of Mr. Chapman's money and were singly struck by Damien's intended wrongdoing. I was struck by that also, and set it fairly down, but I was struck much more by the fact that he had the honesty of mind to be convinced. I may here tell you that it was a long business, that one of his colleagues sat with him late into the night, multiplying the arguments and accusations, that the father listened as usual with perfect good nature and perfect obstinacy. But at the last, when he was persuaded, "Yes," said he, "I am very much obliged to you. You have done me a service. It would have been a theft." There are many, not Catholics merely, who require their heroes and saints to be infallible. To these the story will be painful, not to the true lovers, patrons, and servants of mankind. And I take it, this is a type of our division, that you are one of those who have an eye for faults and failures, that you take a pleasure to find and publish them, and that, having found them, you make haste to forget the overvailing virtues and the real success which had alone introduced them to your knowledge. It is a dangerous frame of mind. That you may understand how dangerous, and into what a situation it has already brought you, we will, if you please, go hand in hand through the different phases of your letter, and candidly examine each from the point of view of its truth, its appositeness, and its charity. Damien was coarse. It is very possible. You make us sorry for the lepers, who had only a coarse old peasant for their friend and father. But you, who were so refined, why were you not there, to cheer them with the lights of culture? Or may I remind you that we have some reasons to doubt if John the Baptist were genteel, and in the case of Peter, on whose career you doubtless dwell approvingly in the pulpit, no doubt at all he was a coarse, headstrong fisherman. Yet even in our Protestant Bibles, Peter is called saint. Damien was dirty. He was. Think of the poor lepers annoyed with this dirty comrade. But the clean Dr. Hyde was at his food in a fine house. Damien was headstrong. I believe you are right again, and I thank God for his strong head and heart. Damien was bigoted. I am not fond of bigots myself, because they are not fond of me. But what is meant by bigotry that we should regard it as a blemish in a priest? Damien believed his own religion with the simplicity of a peasant or a child, as I would I could suppose that you do. For this I wonder at him some way off, and had that been his only character, should have avoided him in life. But the point of interest in Damien, which has caused him to be so much talked about, and made him at last the subject of your pen and mine, was that in him his bigotry, his intense and narrow faith, wrought potently for good, and strengthened him to be one of the world's heroes and exemplars. Damien was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders. Is this a misreading? Or do you really mean the words for blame? I have heard Christ, in the pulpits of our church, held up for imitation on the ground that his sacrifice was voluntary. Does Dr. Hyde think otherwise? Damien did not stay at the settlement, etc. It was true he was allowed many indulgences. Am I to understand that you blame the father for profiting by these, or the officers for granting them? In either case, it is a mighty Spartan standard to issue from the house on Baratania Street, and I am convinced you will find yourself with few supporters. Damien had no hand in the reforms, etc. I think even you will admit that I have already been frank in my description of the man I am defending. But before I take you up upon this head, I will be franker still, and tell you that perhaps nowhere in the world can a man taste a more pleasurable sense of contrast than when he passes from Damien's Chinatown at Kalawao to the beautiful bishop home at Kalaupapa. At this point, in my desire to make all fair for you, I will break my rule and adduce Catholic testimony. Here is a passage from my diary about my visit to the Chinatown, from which you will see how it is even now regarded by its own officials. We went round all the dormitories, refectories, etc., dark and dingy enough, with a superficial cleanliness which he, Mr. Dutton, the lay brother, did not seek to defend. It is almost decent, said he. The sisters will make that all right when we get them here. And yet I gathered it was already better since Damien was dead, and far better than when he was there alone and had his own, not always excellent, way. I have now come far enough to meet you on a common ground of fact, and I tell you that, to a mind not prejudiced by jealousy, all the reforms of the Lazaretto, and even those which he most vigorously opposed, are properly the work of Damien. They are the evidence of his success. They are what his heroism provoked from the reluctant and the careless. Many were before him in the field. Mr. Meyer, for instance, of whose faithful work we hear too little. There have been many since, and some had more worldly wisdom, though none had more devotion than our saint. Before his day, even you will confess, they had effected little. It was his part, by one striking act of martyrdom, to direct all men's eyes on that distressful country. At a blow, and with the price of his life, he made the place illustrious and public, and that, if you will consider largely, was the one reform needful, pregnant of all that should succeed. It brought money, it brought, best individual edition of them all, the sisters. It brought supervision, for public opinion and public interest landed with the man at Kalawao. If ever any man brought reforms and died to bring them, it was he. There is not a clean cup or towel in the bishop home, but dirty Damien washed it. Damien was not a pure man in his relations with women, etc. How do you know that? Is this the nature of conversation in that house on Baratania Street, which the cabman envied driving past? Racy details of the misconduct of the poor peasant priest toiling under the cliffs of Molokai? Many have visited the station before me. They seem not to have heard the rumor. When I was there I heard many shocking tales, for my informants were men speaking with the plainness of the laity, and I heard plenty of complaints of Damien. Why was this never mentioned? And how came it to you in the retirement of your clerical parlor? But I must not even seem to deceive you. This scandal, when I read it in your letter, was not new to me. I had heard it once before, and I must tell you how. There came to Samoa a man from Honolulu. He, in a public house on the beach, volunteered the statement that Damien had contracted the disease from connection with the female lepers. And I find a joy in telling you how the report was welcomed in a public house. A man sprang to his feet. I am not at liberty to give his name, but from what I heard, I doubt if you would care to have him to dinner in Baratania Street. You miserable little blank. Here is a word I dare not print, it would so shock your ears. You miserable little blank, he cried. If the story were 1,000 times true, can't you see you are 1,000,000 times a lower blank for daring to repeat it? I wish it could be told of you, that when the report reached you in your house, perhaps after family worship, you had found in your soul enough holy anger to receive it with the same expressions, aye, even with that one which I dare not print. It would not need to have been blotted away, like Uncle Toby's oath, by the tears of the recording angel. It would have been counted to you for your brightest righteousness. But you have deliberately chosen the part of the man from Honolulu, and you have played it with improvements of your own. The man from Honolulu, miserable leering creature, communicated the tale to a rude knot of beach-combing drinkers in a public house where, I will so far agree with your temperance opinions, man is not always at his noblest. And the man from Honolulu had himself been drinking. Drinking, we may charitably fancy, to excess. It was to your dear brother, the Reverend H.B. Gage, that you chose to communicate the sickening story, and the blue ribbon which adorns your portly bosom forbids me to allow you the extenuating plea that you were drunk when it was done. Your dear brother, a brother indeed, made haste to deliver up your letter, as a means of grace perhaps, to the religious papers, where, after many months, I found and read and wondered at it, and whence I have now reproduced it for the wonder of others. And you and your dear brother have, by this cycle of operations, built up a contrast very edifying to examine in detail. The man whom you would not care to have to dinner, on the one side, and on the other, the Reverend Dr. Hyde and the Reverend H.B. Gage, the Apia Barroom, the Honolulu Manse. But I fear you scarce appreciate how you appear to your fellow men, and to bring it home to you I will suppose your story to be true. I will suppose, and God forgive me for supposing it, that Damien faltered and stumbled in his narrow path at duty. I will suppose that, in the horror of his isolation, perhaps in the fever of incipient disease, he, who was doing so much more than he had sworn, failed in the letter of his priestly oath. He, who was so much a better man than either you or me, who did what we have never dreamed of daring, he too tasted of our common frailty. O Iago, the pity of it! The least tender should be moved to tears, the most incredulous to prayer, and all that you could do was to pen your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. Is it growing at all clear to you what a picture you have drawn of your own heart? I will try yet once again to make it clearer. You had a father. Suppose this tale were about him, and some informant brought it to you, proof in hand. I am not making too high an estimate of your emotional nature when I suppose you would regret the circumstance, that you would feel the tale of frailty the more keenly since it shamed the author of your days, and that the last thing you would do would be to publish it in the religious press. Well, the man who tried to do what Damien did is my father, and the father of the man in the Apia bar, and the father of all who love goodness, and he was your father too, if God has given you the grace to see it. End of Father Damien, an open letter to the Reverend Dr. Hyde of Honolulu from Robert Louis Stevenson, by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Theater Guild on the air. Every day, everywhere, every life is introduced to drama. Some of it we experience personally. Much of it we experience in our reading, in our viewing, in our listening. And so it is that the Theater Guild on the air brings you an interesting, dramatic presentation and a cast composed of prominent stage, screen, and radio personalities. Now, here is the Theater Guild on the air program announcer, Norman Brokenshire.
And now, as the lights go down at the Belasco Theater in New York, here, speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor, with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, our Theater Guild on the Air presentation is an outstanding event in radio entertainment. With Frederick March, Barbara Bell Geddes, and Hugh Williams as our stars, we bring you one of the true masterpieces of the creative imagination, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. You'll hear Frederick March recreate the characterization that made his screen performance of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde one of the unforgettable triumphs of motion picture history. Barbara Bell Geddes plays Elizabeth Carey, and Hugh Williams is John Utterson, who tells us the story. We raise the curtain now on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, adapted for radio by Leslie Reed and directed by Homer Ficken.
I begin this story in the chapel of a little out-of-the-way burying ground near London. For in that place, and at that moment, all we could do about the figure in the coffin was to try to understand him. It was too late for us to change him or save him or punish him.
Mr. Utterson, I should be interested to take a last look at him.
I'm sorry, the coffin is sealed.
Sealed? But how extraordinary.
I'm sorry, but we prefer it that way. I said prefer, but we had no choice. For the man we were lowering to rest that day had died in another man's body. The time was the later years of the reign of Queen Victoria, and Dr. Henry Jekyll was one of the most brilliant men of our generation. Yet somehow we never felt quite that Henry Jekyll was one of us. I, John Utterson, was his close friend and legal advisor. But when I tell his story, it seems to belong to some alien future. I feel that I'm speaking to generations yet unborn, just as I think Jekyll was, for example, in his famous address to the Royal Society in 1885.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. You are very kind.
Jekyll, do you have a moment?
Ah, Lanyon, my friend. I didn't think you would deign to come and listen.
Your theories are always challenging, but this one, really, Jekyll, I must say...
Well, come and say it in the anteroom. Elizabeth is meeting me there.
I trust your fiancée as well.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Jekyll, I'm speaking as a friend. What was the purpose of your elaborate joke?
Joke, Lanyon?
Your paper man, you, solemn as a judge, telling the collected scientific brains of the kingdom that Faust and such like legends may be literally true.
I repeat, Lanyon, it is not legend, but science. Man is not truly one, but truly two. I firmly believe that we shall one day split the atom. So why not my theory?
Divide the human body?
Let's say, transform it.
Balderdash, Jekyll. Unscientific balderdash, I tell you.
Henry.
Oh, Elizabeth, my dear.
Henry, you were wonderful.
Thank you, dear.
How are you, Miss Carey?
At the moment, very proud, Dr. Lanyon.
But our friend thinks I was joking, Elizabeth.
Miss Carey, has he converted you? Do you believe that every man and every woman is a battleground where two natures contend for supremacy?
It's for scientific men to follow him, Dr. Lanyon. All I can do is have Dr. Lanyon.
Can't you see, Lanyon?
If my theory is true, life would be relieved of all that makes it unbearable. Everything that leads us to disgrace and remorse set free. Relief. An end to the torments within us.
Transcendental medicine. Bosh.
I tell you, Lanyon, man at the end of this 19th century stands on the threshold of vast new discoveries in science.
Yes, science, but not fantasies of the imagination. I warn you, Jekyll. You are playing with fire. Beware of letting loose something you may not be able to control.
4 o'clock, and the city still sleeps. Here alone in my laboratory, the drugs are ready. Dare I make the experiment? You said you would? You said you would? My own thought answers me. My other self. The other side of my being.
Your other self, whom you can set free. You know the secret, Jekyll.
Dare I mix the drugs? Dare I call forth the unknown?
Courage, Jekyll. A whole new world is within your grasp. A whole new life that no man has ever lived before.
A new life. Freedom to all my suppressed longings for nameless pleasure. For power. For rich experience of all kinds. Freedom to my other self. Myself without a name.
Give me a name, man. Give me a shape. A body. Bring me into the world.
You are only a thought hiding in my mind.
Hyde. How appropriate. Call me that. When you are Mr. Hyde, you shall be free of all your bonds.
But my bond to Elizabeth Carey. I love her. I would not wish to abandon her.
She shall never know of Mr. Hyde. Never see that side of you. Summon me and I shall appear. Dismiss me and I pass away like the stain of breath upon a mirror.
My hand is on the file. And yet I'm trembling. My heart is pounding. The drugs may kill me. Dare I risk it?
Dare you not. You whose soul has been racked by secret longings. You who have been tortured through sleepless nights by the infinity of the unexplored.
I will. I will.
Now the powder. Into the liquid.
The powder. Into the liquid.
Drink!
May the powers of the unknown help me. For now, I drink.
Oliver, it's pain! It's pain! Oh, my heart is pounding. What have I done?
My life is passing. I can hear voices from the day of my birth.
Over 7.5 pounds. A fine boy.
Big boys of 6 are never late for church, Henry. Hurry up.
I admit you to the practice of medicine. Pronounce the ancient oath of our profession. To Henricus Jekyll, quoad in high aula juris.
Well done, Jekyll. Going up in the world.
Respectability, my boy. A doctor can't be seen there.
Your reputation, Dr. Jekyll. Reputation. Respectability.
Balderdash, unscientific balderdash.
I am gone. I am lost. This is the horror of death.
On the contrary, Dr. Jekyll. This is but the pangs of birth.
Hyde. You are Hyde.
Yes, my friend. It is I, in the flesh and at your service. Thank you very much, my dear doctor. Before,
Hyde was but a thought in the mind of Jekyll. Now Jekyll is but a thought in the mind of Hyde. Hyde. I feel... I don't know how to express it. Free, of course. Younger, lighter, happier in body. To live at last. To experience forbidden pleasure. To enjoy power without restraint of law. You seem to be smaller than I. Now you have freed it and given it a physical form. It shall grow. What do you look like, Hyde? Let us go to the mirror. So, that is you, Hyde. That is my other self. I am what I am, Dr. Jekyll. There is no mask of hypocrisy on my face. And don't pretend you find me repulsive. Evil. Pure evil is written on your face, Hyde. Plainly and broadly. And your hands are the human or the paws of an ape. That is the small price I must pay to our ancestors for the luxury of unbridled freedom. Now, the drugs again, to transform me back to Jekyll until you have made preparation for the life of Mr. Hyde. Preparation? How? You must order clothes smaller than your own to fit the body of Hyde. A lodging, money, the freedom of your own house. After that, Jekyll, you may summon me forth whenever the fancy seizes you. Now it's nearly dawn. The potion must be mixed. Will it succeed in reverse? Will it? Or is my identity as Henry Jekyll lost beyond redemption? I think. I have done it. The conclusive experiment. I am the master. Au revoir, Dr. Jekyll. Au revoir. You will see me often henceforth. Come in, Poole.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Poole. I want to give you some instructions about Mr. Hyde, a young friend of mine.
Mr. Hyde, sir?
Yes, Mr. Edward Hyde. I have invited him to use the house as his own whenever he feels so inclined. He has my permission to use the laboratory also. I've given him a key to the back door.
Very good, sir.
And you had better tell the other servants. That's all, Poole.
You look so tired, Henry. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, hospital, laboratory, you know. But I can forget all that when I am with you, Elizabeth. It's so peaceful here.
Oh, is it? As father's secretary, I have little peace. Papa's a member of the government working for the country.
Hoping to make everyone happier, I suppose. Man is a fiend or an angel. What can government do to change that?
Henry, what is the matter?
Matter?
Yes. You've been different. Troubled, I think, since the agitation about your researches. Is that why you're worried?
The accused pleaded not guilty and reserved his defense.
Jekyll?
Yes, Sir Danvers?
Liz, my dear, can I trouble you to go and check the abstracts of those 2 command papers?
All right, Father. Excuse me, Henry.
Certainly.
Jekyll, I wanted a word alone with you.
Yeah, that was somewhat obvious, Sir Danvers.
Well, dash it. The fact is, Jekyll, I'm worried about you and my daughter.
Sir Danvers, I love Elizabeth. I always shall.
Then, for heaven's sake, man, what are you waiting for?
You are right, Kerry. I am at fault. Nonetheless, I must beg your understanding indulgence. I am engaged in some highly absorbing experiments of a scientific nature.
Well, need they preclude an early wedding?
I fear, sir, they must. Pray accept my word as an English gentleman that these experiments are of the greatest importance to the cause of British science.
Oh, very well, Jekyll, very well. I accept your word. But I confess my uneasiness has not been alleviated. No, not at all.
It was
to me, John Utterson, that Jekyll came to make legal provision for the being called Edward Hyde. It was in the form of a last will and testament written in Jekyll's own hand. I read it with surprise and disbelief.
My dear Utterson, the man can dispose of his property as he pleases.
Have you considered how this will affect your fiancée, Elizabeth Carey?
Elizabeth has nothing to do with young Mr. Hyde.
But who is he, Jekyll, that you calmly propose to leave him nearly £500,000?
Utterson, confess. Are you not convinced Edward Hyde is my son as well as my heir?
I don't know what he is. I know this is madness.
Excuse me interrupting, Mr. Utterson, but would you sign this bill of costs?
In a moment.
No, Utterson. I've already taken too much of your time. Be good enough to put my will in your safe, anyhow. You notice it's been signed and properly witnessed.
Very well, Jekyll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Guest. Do not trouble to show me out.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jekyll.
Wait a moment, Guest. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Madness. Guest, have you ever met a friend of Dr. Jekyll's called Hyde? Mr. Edward Hyde?
No, sir, I never have.
Well, look at this. Dr. Jekyll has made him his sole heir.
Really, sir?
And more than that, look. In the event of Jekyll's unexplained absence for more than 3 months, Hyde is to step into his shoes.
I've never heard of such a thing, sir.
No, more have I, Guest. And I propose to find out something about this fortunate young gentleman. If he be Mr. Hyde, I shall be Mr. Seek. The will gave a mean street in Soho as Mr. Hyde's address. Thenceforth, I haunted that thoroughfare and kept a keen eye on Hyde's door. Then, one night, a little man, almost a dwarf, came stumping along at a good walk, singing to himself while his stick tapped the pavement.
Merry wedding bells are wiser, and good advice they bring. Bar the door like any miser, till now secures the wedding ring.
Afterwards, it occurred to me that the singing of that song from Faust by that man had in it some quality of symbolism. But at the time, I was interested only in the sight of a little girl of 8 or 10 running as hard as she could down a cross street. At the corner, the man and the child collided.
Down, you brother.
Go, Mommy, I'm hurt.
Soft little creature underneath my boot.
Most carelessly, the man trampled over the child's body and left her screaming on the ground as he strode on singing.
Now secures the wedding ring.
Stop that man. Stop him. He's the one. Stop the child, Arabella. Stop it. What's happened? Arabella, open your eyes, Ducky.
Stop you. I've got your eyes so I can't.
Don't let him go. Fine. Let him get him ugly little ace.
Be good enough to keep your distance, all of you. There appears to be an acute shortage of soap and water among you.
Tear his eyes out. Clamp him down, little
Here, now, get away, get away.
Wait, please, wait. We'll hand him over to the police.
But can't you see what he's done to my Arabella?
What good prey would arresting me do for Arabella? It's a charming name.
You should swing for this, you swine.
You're remarkably careless. Does it mean nothing to you who might have injured that child very seriously?
You choose to make capital out of this accident. I am naturally helpless. No gentleman but wishes to avoid a scene.
A gentleman is? Lord love me. Police! I want him in jail.
No, madam. You do better with £100, madam.
100?
Now, let me see here. Here are £25 in notes and gold, and I happen to have a check for the balance in my pocket. Take it.
I shouldn't advise her to take your check, my friend.
Perhaps not. But this is drawn by one of the best-known men in London. See?
Henry Jekyll. How did you come by that?
That is my business. Give it to her.
The crowd dispersed then, and I stood alone with the creature.
I have had an unnerving experience, Mr. Utterson. I propose to retire. Otherwise, I should have given myself the pleasure of inviting you in for a nightcap.
I have long wanted to meet you, Mr. Hyde.
How did you know me?
On your side. Will you do me a favor?
Pleasure. What shall it be?
Will you let me see your face under the light?
All right. There.
A memorable face, Mr. Hyde.
Think you will know me again? Good night.
And that is what happened last night, Jekyll. I tell you, he made me shudder.
Shocking. Shocking. But perhaps it was an accident.
Jekyll, why do you try to excuse the horrible fellow? I tell you, Satan's signature is written on his face. Look out for him, Jekyll.
My good Utterson, you are a true friend, but you...
I asked you before, and I ask you now again. What about Elizabeth? Don't you see that when you're married, this will in favor of Hyde?
Don't mention Elizabeth. She doesn't know of Hyde's existence, and she never shall.
Oh, you're beyond me, Jekyll, absolutely. You've made me more uneasy than ever.
Then, to put your heart at rest, Orson, I will tell you one thing. The moment I choose, I can be rid of Mr. Hyde.
Jekyll. I've been caged 2 long months.
And so you shall remain. I've done with you, Hyde. Your cruelty to that child was abominable.
A child? Pah! She was well compensated?
I've done with you, I say.
Do you remember Mary? Do you remember Annette?
I want no more of the pleasures you let me to. I renounce them.
A noble sentiment, Dr. Jekyll, bravo. But if you had really consigned me permanently to the past tense, pray tell me just one thing. Why did you not give up the house in Soho? You sniveling hypocrite. Come now, I must be out.
I don't wish it.
I don't wish it. I have a wish and longing tonight. Quick, prepare your potion, Jekyll. If you continue to frustrate me, it'll go badly with you one of these days. Out, I say.
What can I do? Why do I yield? I loathe myself.
Quick! We'll see who's master. Quick, Jekyll! Drink!
Jekyll, you insufferable, shilly-shallying, hair-splitting poltroon, you've made me late. And I must still prepare myself for the street. Tonight! And I shall smash anything in my way.
In heaven's name, take care.
What do I care about heaven? What do I owe heaven? I'm on fire, man. I shall burn and blast my way. I hate them all. I hate them as they hate me.
And for my sake, you owe me everything.
You? Who are you? What are you? My jailer for 2 months.
Where are you going, Hyde?
To clutch your little beauty, Jekyll. My hands are burning for her.
Yes, sir. What do you desire?
What is the world coming to? Sir Danvers Carey opens his own front door. No footman, no butler's carry, dear me. Out of my way, man.
Wait, who are you, sir?
Hyde's my name. And I wish to speak to your charming daughter, Sir Danvers.
What?
I have a burning desire to see that fairest of ladies.
Sir,
Let me pass.
Stay where you are, sir. Stop.
Out of my way.
Stop. Oh!
And that, I'll smash this stick over you. The great Sir Danvers is brought low by Hyde. Let us feel his pulse. Would you believe it? No pulse. Better postpone our call on Miss Elizabeth. Discretion is the better part of dalliance, eh? So, Sir Danvers takes sudden leave of his senses, and Mr. Hyde of Sir Danvers.
Father? Father, did you call? Father? Father? Oh, merciful God!
Now the curtain rises on the second act of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March as Jekyll and Hyde, Barbara Bell Geddes as Elizabeth, and Hugh Williams as Utterson.
Home. Home and safe in the laboratory. Merry wedding bells are ringing. Now mix the potion, and we summon back our noble Dr. Henry Jekyll. But let us drink a toast to the late Sir Danvers Terry and the drug itself. The toast from the man who cannot be found. That splendid young fellow, Edward Hyde. I drink the potion. May heaven forgive me. Hyde, you beast! Murdering that man. And this unchained ear is I. My brain, my science, now drenched in blood. And what will happen when Terry's body is found? I must see John Utterson. But what can I tell him?
Stop whining, Jekyll. I have burnt all my papers in the Soho house. They'll never trace it to you. You're perfectly safe, for it was a perfect crime.
I was not only Harry Jekyll's lawyer, I was also the family solicitor for Sir Danvers Carey, and I was summoned to the house. Elizabeth had also sent for Jekyll, but it had been too early to reach him. Meantime, Inspector Newcomb of Scotland Yard gave me some information.
Mr. Orson, we have an identification, a clue to the murder.
A clue?
A great good chance a maid in the house opposite was looking out of a window during a short lift in the fog. She saw the two men on Sir Danvers' doorstep, and she heard one of them give his name as Hyde.
Hyde? What was he like, Inspector?
Particularly small and particularly wicked-looking is what the maid called him.
Yes, it must be. I think I can take you to his house, Inspector.
Oh, Henry, my dear, I have nobody in the world but you now.
God help me to help you, Elizabeth.
The inspector has told me somebody recognized him.
Recognized him? Who?
The murderer. It was a man called Hyde.
Hyde?
Have you ever heard of him, Henry?
No, never.
I didn't think so. He must be a madman, a fiend.
Yes, a fiend. The devil himself. Forgive me for disturbing you.
Oh, Mr. Utterson, did you find out anything?
Perhaps. May I speak to Jekyll? It's very urgent.
I understand. I shall go upstairs.
If you need me, Elizabeth, I
Dear
shall...
Henry, thank you.
Jekyll, have you heard? The police know the identity of the murderer.
Elizabeth herself. She told me. Utterson, I swear to you I will never set eyes on him again.
I must tell you, Jekyll. I went with the police when they searched Hyde's rooms. He must have lost his head completely. He left a broken end of the stick with which he killed Carey. It was the stick I gave you, Jekyll, 20 years ago.
Surely you didn't tell the police that?
No, I didn't feel bound to. It makes no difference. They also found part of Hyde's checkbook, which he tried to burn. The man's obviously mad, for money's his life now. He can't escape without money. Unless you, Jekyll, should be foolish enough to answer any appeal.
I am done with him in this world. And mark my words, he will never be heard of again.
For your sake, I hope you're right. If it came to a trial, your name might appear.
Hyde knows he is finished with me. He has returned the key to my back door, which I gave him. Look.
How did this come, Jekyll?
There was a letter. It came by messenger. And I am at a loss to know whether I should show it to the police. I should like to leave that in your hands, Utterson.
Let me see the letter. Well, what it comes to is this. Thank you for 1,000 generosities. Don't worry about my safety. And goodbye forever.
Exactly.
One more thing. It was Hyde, no doubt, who dictated the terms in your will about your possible disappearance.
Yes.
I knew it. He meant to murder you. You've had a narrow escape.
What is much more to the point, Utterson, I have had a lesson. Here,
Dear God, what a lesson I have had.
Come in, guest. Good morning.
You sent for me, sir.
Yes, you're a student of handwritings. What do you make of this? A murderer's autograph from Hyde.
A madman? Let me see it, Mr. Addison. No, sir, not mad. But it is an odd hand. It reminds me of... Mr. Addison, let me see a specimen of Dr. Jekyll's handwriting.
Jekyll? Well, the will's in the document case.
Yes.
What do you want with it? Why are you comparing them, guest?
Well, sir, there's a rather singular resemblance. The two hands are in many points identical, only differently sloped. Remarkable. It might be the same hand.
Henry Jekyll had committed forgery for a murderer. The thought made my blood run cold. Then, in the weeks that followed, Jekyll's conduct took on a new and unexpected turn.
Good morning, Orson.
Oh, Jekyll.
I've come to explain why I could not keep our engagement last night. I was asked to go down to Whitechapel to a poor woman who needed a very specialized opinion.
Whitechapel? A charity patient?
Yes. And I did not return home till past midnight.
I see. Well, what have you been doing with yourself all these weeks?
Work. Good, hard work. Nothing else. I have so much lost time to make up, Orson. So much wrong to repair.
The seriousness of his manner was a contrast to his usual self. It was as if a man were doing penance. Then one day Elizabeth Carey came to my office. With her was our friend, Dr. Lanyon.
Orson, Miss Carey and I have some disturbing intelligence. We're very puzzled.
Dr. Lanyon and I have had the same odd experience with Henry.
Oh, I haven't seen him lately.
Well, that's the trouble. Neither have I.
Nor have I.
Well, Lanyon, you know that Jekyll's been working hard.
Yeah. Well, you tell him, Miss Carey.
Well, I haven't seen him for more than a week, so I went there yesterday. And he sent out word by his butler that he was working in the laboratory and would see no one. He literally turned me away from his door. When I went to the house, I met the same mystifying reception. Henry Jekyll was no longer seen in the hospitals. He had disappeared into the complete seclusion of his laboratory. But there, unknown to us, he was writing the letter that finally bared his heart, his terror, and his tragedy.
If I am the chief of sinners, Utterson, I am also the chief of sufferers. I was hard at work laboring to do some good in the world, and I was succeeding. So much so that I began to feel I was above the assaults of temptation. And on one bright winter afternoon, when I had gone for a walk in Regent's Park, I fell to thinking that I was no worse than the next man. I was thinking that all in all, Henry Jekyll, M.D., F.R.S., etc., was rather a splendid fellow, a credit to his country and an ornament of his profession. On a quiet bypass in the park, I sat on a bench complacently considering my life. Warning, he was there.
Ah! Took you unawares, eh, Dr. Jekyll? That is a warning against too much self-satisfaction.
Hyde, what have you done? How have you taken possession of me? I did not drink the potion.
My dear Henry Jekyll, M.D., F.R.S., etc., splendid fellow that you admit yourself to be, have you overlooked the interesting fact that I am now so strong, thanks to your former invitations to me to appear, that I can arrive without your always troubling to drink the potion?
Man, have you forgotten? You're wanted for murder, Hyde. The police have been looking for you in every corner of the land for months.
Police?
You've ruined yourself. The drugs are in the cabinet. You have no key to get them. If you knock at the front door, my servants themselves would turn you over to the hangman. You've trapped yourself, Hyde.
Quiet, you sniveling coward. Let me think. some way out. I know. I have it. I can break Jekyll's hand. Go to an hotel. Letters to Poole, the butler. To Dr. Lanyon. Lanyon will help. Lanyon has never seen Hyde. Tab. Quick. Grab it.
Where to, Governor?
Portland Hotel. Hurry.
What a strange request for Dr. Jekyll to make.
I will call here at your house at midnight.
And these are the drugs I'm to turn over to him.
Yes, sir.
Very curious.
Yes, sir. I was thinking that if Dr. Jekyll doesn't return by morning, I should notify the police.
Yes, that might be advisable. And you'd best return home now.
Very good, sir. And good night, Dr. Lanyon.
Yeah, good night, Paul. Poor Jekyll.
Dr. Lanyon.
Yes? You come from Dr. Jekyll?
I am.
You're prompt. Come in, then.
Have you got it?
Pray remove your hand from my arm, sir. Forget I've not yet the pleasure of your acquaintance.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Lanyon. I came here at the insistence of your colleague, Dr. Henry Jekyll, on important business, and I understood. I understood.
There it is, sir. Calm yourself. You're almost hysterical, man.
Dr. Lanyon, have you a graduated glass?
Yes. Here.
I am obliged. Now.
Would you consider me presumptuous in my own house if I asked you, sir, what that mixture represents?
A scientific achievement, Dr. Lanyon, which you would not understand.
I resent your tone, sir.
Listen. Will you be wise? Will you be guided? Will you let me take this glass in my hand and go without another word? Or has your curiosity too strong a command over you? Think before you answer. As you decide, Dr. Lanyon, you should be left as you were, neither richer nor wiser. Or, if you prefer, a new province of knowledge has been laid open to you here in this room now.
Oh, talk in pretentious riddles, sir. I have my doubts of you, but... No, I've gone too far now. I prefer to see the end.
Very well. Lanyon, you remember your vows. What follows is under the seal of your profession. And now, you who have so long been bound to the narrow and material views, you who have denied the virtues of transcendental medicine, you who have derided your superiors, behold!
What have you done to yourself? Here, let me help you.
Stay away!
Clock. Your features are turning black. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Too late, Legend.
You wanted to see.
No.
You shall. Your face. What's happening to your face? It's horrible. Who are you? What are you? That face. Jekyll! Jekyll, it's you! But hideous, distorted. Jekyll!
Jekyll! I hear you! Be quick! I'm going!
Merciful God, what have I seen? Jekyll, there's murder in your eyes.
Lanyon.
Jekyll. Lanyon. I cannot believe. I cannot understand. My heart is choking me. Jekyll, not you.
Yes. Yes, it is I. Henry Jekyll. And now, Lanyon, I will tell you all.
I can't bear it. It's beyond knowledge. God, have mercy. I cannot endure what I have seen.
The appalling sight Lanyon witnessed gave him a shock from which he did not recover. In something less than a fortnight, he was dead. It was then that Jekyll ceased all communications with his friends. Then that he refused admittance to Elizabeth, to me, to everyone. Elizabeth returned again and again. She was there one day with Poole, the butler, when Jekyll suddenly unlocked the laboratory's door.
Henry.
Elizabeth,
I've said I don't want you here.
But I must talk to you, my dear. I know you're in trouble.
Come in, then, Elizabeth. Poole, I want you to go out at once to Mrs. Moore for that sodium concentrate.
But the other servants are out, sir. You'll be alone in the house.
No matter. Do what I say, man, at once.
Very good, sir.
Henry, darling, why must we stay in the laboratory?
Please, Elizabeth, do not question me.
Oh, my poor dear, you look so ill. What have you been doing?
It is my own fault, dear. I made the greatest discovery of the age, but I approached it basely.
Henry, dear, I do not understand.
Elizabeth, I have done evil. Now I am damned.
Oh, no, my beloved. Of one thing I am sure. You have never been deliberately cruel or brutal, never.
You say that. You, of all people in the world.
Oh, my dear, forget all the past. Come away with me. There's still time.
Elizabeth, for God, it's beginning.
Henry.
Go. In a moment, it'll be too late.
I will not go.
Get out, I say.
Henry. Henry, your face. Paul.
Be quiet. We are alone in the house now. Just you and I.
Go away. Stay there. Who are you? Where did you come from? Oh, your hands.
They are very strong hands, my dear.
Let me out at once.
Certainly. Here is the key. Come and get it, dear lady. Just reach for it. So.
Oh, don't touch me. Henry, save me.
Darling, you should have known me. I am Henry. Come and kiss me. The lady has swooned. Overcome with emotion.
The curtain rises on the third act of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March, Barbara Bell Geddes, and Hugh Williams.
Hyde, let her go. Poole knows she's in here. If you harm her, they'll break the door down. It'll be the end of you.
The lady is still in a faint. Much simpler.
Merciful God, do with me as thou wilt hereafter. But for this moment, give me the strength to assume my other form. Give me the power to save this girl who is innocent of my wrongdoing. No!
Dear God, I thank thee. Elizabeth, darling, it is I, Henry. Breathe this. Breathe deeply.
Henry.
Dearest, I am at your side. You fainted, my love.
You seem to change, Henry. Your face, your hands. Oh.
You must believe your doctor. It was all an hallucination, my dear. You're all right now. You must forget it.
Henry, leave this place. I beg you, come away with
Darling,
me.
I'm finishing a very long letter to Orson. It's most urgent, and I have not much time.
I know you are hiding something. What can I say?
Say only that you forgive me for whatever wrong I have done you. Say only that you believe I love you, and that I shall love you to the end.
Oh, I do believe you.
Now you must go.
I shall come back again. God bless you.
And you, Elizabeth. Farewell.
Cheated me. That lovely girl. Jekyll, you canting hypocrite.
Hyde, I warn you. The police are seeking for you for murder. If you return again, it means the rope for you.
I've saved you so far by my power. My power is vanishing, man. It has required a stronger and stronger potion to transform you.
Yes, Jekyll, I have grown. I have grown. On that first night, did I not promise you I would? A little more time, and I, Hyde, shall be the master.
Yes? What is it?
Dr. Jekyll? Is that you, sir?
Of course. What do you want, fool?
Here's a fresh lot of the drug, sir. I went to yet another chemist.
Yes, put it down outside the door and go.
Very good, sir. Dr. Jekyll, are you all right, sir?
Did you hear me tell you to go? Now to prepare the drug. For once Jekyll was right. Hyde must vanish, never be seen again. There is no refuge for him. Oh, now may this work. It is ready. May all the powers of darkness restore the potency of this drug and give me safety. Jekyll, I drink. Behold and come forth. It doesn't act. Jekyll, you bungling fool, what have you done? The potion is ineffective. There! You not understand. Hyde has appeared now against his own desire. It was no act of his which brought the transformation. Jekyll, for pity's sake, help me. Tell me what to do. Dear Dr. Jekyll, won't you please help me? I am your humble admirer and servant, your slave. Answer me. Jekyll, don't abandon me. I am alone.
Mr. Utterson, sir.
Poole, what's the matter? What do you want?
Mr. Utterson, I'm very sorry to wake you, sir, at this time of night.
What is it, Poole?
I think there's been foul play, sir.
Foul play? How, Poole? When?
I'm afraid, sir, something has happened to Dr. Jekyll. I beg you to come and see for yourself.
Very well. And we better send for Miss Carey, too.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Utterson, sir, is asking to see you. And Miss Carey.
Tell him I cannot see anyone.
Thank you, sir. Now, does that sound like Dr. Jekyll?
The voice I heard in that horrible dream, or whatever it was. Oh, Mr. Utterson, I fear Henry is terribly, terribly ill.
His voice is certainly much changed.
Once only I saw him, for a moment. Sir, he was wearing a mask on his face.
A mask? Ah, then I begin to see daylight. Your master, Poole, has been attacked by one of those disfiguring illnesses.
No, Mr. Utterson, it's something more, something worse. I'm sure of it.
Well, we shall see. Jekyll, I demand to see you. Elizabeth and I must and shall see you. If not by fair means, then foul. If not with your consent, then by force.
Henry, dear, unlock the door.
A mercy! Leave me! That's Lord Jekyll's voice. I remember. That's the man who ran over that little girl. That's Hyde. Go and bring an axe, Poole. We'll smash down the door. Jekyll, they'll break down the door. I beg you, put me away. Jekyll, you who are now only a thought in my mind, let me give you a body. Show me how.
So, now you want my shape, Mr. Hyde. Do you remember when you begged me to give you a form? I yielded to temptation. Now, I am helpless.
That day in the park, I first became myself, Hyde, without the potion. Why can I not become Jekyll now without it? Transform me.
This is the last irony, Hyde. The last irony. All the potions of London town will not transform thee, little man.
You jest, curse you.
Look at the table, Hyde. There is a tablet of poison. Take it, Hyde, and die.
No, I will not. I am still the master, Jekyll.
With my last flicker of being, I order you. Die now, Hyde.
No, spare me. Spare me.
Take the poison. The mind of Jekyll directs the hand of Hyde. Hyde dies, and Jekyll dies with him.
Mercy! Mercy! For pity's sake!
Smash it, fool!
A couple more blows and the door is down.
That's done it. Jekyll!
Dr. Jekyll! Where is he?
Henry? No. Oh, no.
Dr. Jekyll is dead.
Fallen on the Theatre Guild on the air production of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We express our thanks to our stars, Frederick March as Jekyll and Hyde, Barbara Bell Geddes as Elizabeth, and Hugh Williams as Utterson. Our thanks also to the other members of our cast whom you heard in these roles. Dr. Lanyon was played by Barry Kroger, Poole by Carl Harbord, Sir Danvers Carey by Charles Francis, Mr. Guest by Donald Bucher, Inspector Newcomb by Wesley Addy, Arabella's mother by Kathleen Cordell, Arabella by Denise Alexander, and The Cockney Woman by Jean Cameron.
The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langer and Teresa Helberg and is directed by Homer Pickett with R. Mina Marshall as executive producer. F. Mark Smith is editor, and the music is composed and conducted by Harold Levy.